are there trekking and trekking and trekking. And it makes me think, a couple of weeks ago, we saw it with a bunch of men coming from the continent of Africa, Northern Africa in particular. Now we're seeing it from Asia, right? It looks like China in particular. And this, to me, is just like, wow, hold on a second. It's one thing to be charitable with your immigration policies. It's another thing to just say that you're securing the border while you're really just letting in massive amounts of people from all over the place. For what purpose? Now, we all can speculate. I speculate that they want to have more people in the districts so that these districts, take two, so that these districts can say they have more people and therefore ask for more money. But there's more. There's got to be more to this idea that we're just going to open a door to absolutely everybody, because lamentably, this country is paying a price for that. So I can only imagine what a conversation between Joe El Baboso Biden and good old elite Eric Adams would be like. We're also going to get into some conversation on this new universal voter registration, because today the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, he says, well, we're going to register 100% of the people. 100% of everybody is going to get a ballot. They're going to be eligible to vote. And now you are registered to vote, and now you can go and just go ahead and vote. And I think this is problematic because it's never worked that way, right? And it hasn't ever worked that way, not because somebody forgot or because somebody overlooked it, but because voting is something that you have to actively go and do, right? You go and you register to vote, and once you're registered to vote, then you actually go and vote. There's a little bit of work involved. And I think it should be that way. And again, you can make the argument that I'm old and antiquated and I don't want to help people, but I believe we are doing a grand disservice to anybody when we're just automatically registering them. Now, the argument will be we want to increase civic participation. However, the grand problem here, in my opinion, would be if a third of people in the country never vote, they've never voted at all, then why would we register these people? Because on election day, you're going to have a third of the voting universe that would not have voted, that are registered to vote. Now, again, the argument's going to be, well, at least now if they want to vote, they can just show up and do what they got to do. Wrong. The reason that's wrong is because when you don't register, you're not going to vote. When you do register, you typically are going to vote. If everybody's registered, at the end of election night, which should be one night, not a whole month, but whatever, you're going to have all these registered voters, people who had no intention on voting anyway, and now it opens up the room, it makes room for fraud. Because people can go and use so-and-so's name and go ahead and vote. Or say, oh, these people haven't voted by 7 p.m. This is the list of people that are registered to vote that haven't voted. And if there's a GOTV get out the vote effort, you can go and knock on those doors and say, hello, it's time to come and vote. And if they go, no, I'm good. I'm walking the dog, shampooing my hair, and I got to take the garbage out. I'm good. I don't want to go. We now know that we have this vote available if we are corrupt individuals. And as we've heard in the past, and if you haven't ever seen the documentaries on PBS or ever spoken with somebody from Texas, in South Texas, there's these gangs of people, these groups of people called politiqueras. Many of them are older Hispanic women that go out there and buy votes. And the most elaborate schemes they've pulled were to just, when ballots are bulk dropped, mail-in ballots or absentee ballots, they have a deal with the post carriers, the USPS workers, and they would get the entire package of these ballots for people to be able to do mail-in voting. So this is obviously problematic, and the FBI has been on this, and they've arrested many people over the years for this. They're called politiqueras with a QU. And if it's happening in Texas, it can happen anywhere. If we increase the amount of registration everywhere, then guess what happens? We potentially can increase the amount of fraud. Makes nothing but sense. Anyway, I want to jump into a little bit of conversation on a few different things. What's going on with the prosecution of attorneys? Just because you represent Trump or anybody else that somebody may not like, we're now going to go after you and your lawyer so that you don't have any defense, or so that future lawyers will say, no, I'm not touching this guy, not touching that case with a 10-foot pole. And remember that whole Nexium sex cult scandal? I want to get an update on that, too, and we're going to do that straight ahead. So don't go anywhere. Again, our phone number, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's time to gear up for the NFL season.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, where?
Head over to NFLshop.com today for the largest collection of officially licensed gear from all your favorite brands. NFL Shop is your ultimate destination for jerseys, t-shirts, headwear, and more. Kick off the new season in the best selection of NFL gear anywhere. Show off your team pride with styles fit for the whole family. To shop now, go to NFLshop.com.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. Fill-up.
Well, thank you, Rich, and thank you for everything. I know you very well, and I listen, but I have a lot of people that listen, and they love your show, and I appreciate it very much.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, familia, welcome back. And we're going to jump into a number of topics here with somebody who's an expert on a lot of these topics. He is Harvard Law School professor emeritus. He's written I don't know, a ton of books. You see him on TV all the time. He was part of the O.J. Simpson defense a million years ago. This is a legend in the legal world, and he's our guest right now. Professor Alan Dershowitz, welcome, sir.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. So I want to get into this Nexium scandal, your new book, and lots of other things that I want to discuss with you. But I want to start off with an article that you wrote in Newsweek. And it's fascinating because I think you're pointing out a legal problem that you say is dangerous, and I agree that it is.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's incredibly underrepresented in everywhere, whether it's conservative media, any media. I don't think there's enough people talking about how we're attacking the actual rule of law and one's ability and their Sixth Amendment right to defend themselves. And the title of the piece in Newsweek is "Prosecuting Lawyers for Their Legal Representation is dangerous to us all." And I couldn't agree with you more. So walk us through it a little bit.
Lawyers are terrified today to take controversial cases. They know that if they represent people like Donald Trump or Keith Raniere or others who are unpopular, unliked, people are going to come after them. There's an organization called the 65 Project, a group of radical McCarthyite lawyers who have as their goal to try to discipline and disbar any lawyer who represents people they don't approve of. So when they first came out and announced what they were doing, I announced that I would represent anybody for free, any lawyer who was targeted by the 65 Project for representing people like Donald Trump. I don't like Donald Trump. I didn't vote for him, but I defend his rights. As soon as I announced that I would represent anybody who was targeted by the 65 Project, what do you think they did? They filed a bar complaint against me. Now, once you have a bar complaint filed against you, you can't represent people in states other than the one you're licensed to practice in. And so by filing this complaint, they have made it difficult, maybe even impossible, for me to keep my promise to represent people who are being targeted by the 65 Project. It's pure, old-fashioned McCarthyism, but it's worse than the original McCarthyism. Why? The original McCarthyism was brought to us by old people. It was about the past. It was about, did people have communist or socialist affiliations in the 1930s? The new McCarthyism is about the future. It's about young people who are going to be our future leaders, young members of the bar who are going after people who represent clients they don't like. So it's a great, great danger. I think the new McCarthyism can easily become the new Americanism if we don't stop it.
Professor Alan Dershowitz, when we look at something like this, to me this seems like a very, very, very dirty legal trick to try and slow you down and for their own legal benefits.
Question. There's no question. I mean, it grew out of the fact that I filed as of counsel, just a consultant, in a lawsuit which was challenging Arizona's method of counting ballots by machines that the companies refused to subject their machines to adversarial testing. They say, look, we're private businesses, but they're not. They're doing the government's job of counting ballots. So I consulted on a case challenging for the future the use of machines unless they're willing to subject themselves to adversarial testing. And as a result of that, this bar charge has been filed against me. I did obviously the right thing. You're supposed to challenge things that may endanger the accuracy of elections or the credibility of elections. So I'm proud of having done that. And now, again, they're coming after me and they're coming after others. I can afford to fight back, and I am fighting back. But a lot of lawyers can't fight back against these bar charges. They have to get out of the business of practicing law, or they have to just submit to whatever the 65 Project wants them to submit to. And that endangers everybody because, you never think you need a lawyer until you need one. And right. You don't want a lawyer who's terrified by bar associations or the 65 Project or others who are coming after them. You want a lawyer who's prepared to fight for your rights and not have to be concerned about their own status as members of the bar. And that's exactly what the 65 Project is trying to do.
Now, shouldn't there be, or are there, my question to you, safeguards in place or guardrails to prevent lawyers from being unscrupulous and doing this, to prevent you from practicing, whether it's pro hoc vice or in another jurisdiction that you're admitted?
Yeah, it's exactly the opposite. Not only there are guardrails, but many members of the bar and many bar associations are siding with the McCarthyites, just the way they did in the 1950s. Remember, there were no guardrails when in the 1950s, bar associations went after people who they perceived as defending communists. I was too young to be a lawyer, but I was president of the student government at Brooklyn College, and I stood up for the rights of people who are perceived to be socialists or communists to teach. And as a result of that, the president of the university wouldn't recommend me to law school. So, it goes back a long time, but I thought it was over. You'd think that after McCarthyism, we'd learn our lesson. But today, it's the hard left that's producing this new McCarthyism.
What's your recommendation for somebody that receives this scarlet letter and, unfairly?
Call me. That's the first thing. And I'll arrange for somebody to represent you. If I can do it, I will. I like to keep my promises. If it's in a state where I can practice, I'll do it. If not, I'll get somebody who can do it. But we can't just capitulate to these radical, woke, progressive McCarthyites, because they're trying to destroy the legal system. Remember, they think they know the truth. And if they know the truth, capital T, why do you need an adversary system? What do you need lawyers? What do you need due process? What do you need free speech? You don't need free speech if there's the truth and everybody knows the truth. Dissenting opinions are just barriers to achieving the peace, and that's what the new woke progressives are doing. They're eliminating all of our constitutional rights in the name of their kind of progressive woke programs.
And that's coming from you, a self-proclaimed liberal Democrat.
I am. I'm a liberal. I'm a libertarian. I've been a Democrat all my life. I've never voted for a Republican presidential candidate. I might someday. I made a mistake. I should have voted for Mitt Romney instead of Barack Obama for the second term. I acknowledge that was a mistake. But then I don't know who I'm going to vote for this time. But I've always voted Democrat. And I've always been a liberal. I was the youngest member of the National Board of the American Civil Liberties Union. I was called by by Newsweek magazine, the most peripatetic civil liberties lawyer in the country. And I'm today very much against the progressive woke attempts to deny us our civil liberties. And the worst aspects of it is when you're trying to represent somebody who is out of fashion, who is unpopular, who is politically incorrect, whether it be Donald Trump or Keith Raniere. You're surprised to hear I make a comparison between the two, but they both have in common that the liberal establishment despises them, and they don't care about due process or free speech or civil liberties. They're now trying to put a gag order on Donald Trump. You'd think the ACLU would get involved in that case, but they haven't.
They've been silent. Folks, we're on with Professor Alan Dershowitz, and straight ahead, we're going to talk about his new book, Get Trump. Again, liberal Democrat, former Harvard law professor, and he's got a book on Trump, and he says it's not good to go after lawyers. I completely agree. Look at that. Me agreeing with a liberal Democrat. Don't go anywhere. It's Rich Valdez with Professor Dershowitz. We're coming right back.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day, 10 an hour, one person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it. Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
Zero.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. And we're going to continue our conversation with our guest, Professor Alan Dershowitz. He's a Harvard Law School professor emeritus and the author of a new book, Get Trump, The Threat to Civil Liberties, Due Process, and Our Constitutional Rule of Law. Professor Dershowitz, before you get into the book, where do you think we embarked on this departure from, in this partisan departure from following the Constitution? Because it seems to be that way.
There's no question it's that way. It's the woke left young people who are sure of the certainty of their views, and they just find due process to be a barrier to the truth. They want to make sure that any man who's accused of any improper conduct toward a woman has no due process. Yale University, for example, is being sued now because they had a case in which a young man who was acquitted by a jury but was disciplined by Yale, they wouldn't allow him to cross-examine. They wouldn't allow him to be in the room. The fact finder just simply accepted what the woman had said without giving the defendant any chance. And that's typical now, what's going on at universities. And, in universities, if people want to make a case for Israel, for example, they can't do it. If they want to make the case for Donald Trump, they can't do it. If they want to make a conservative argument on how the Constitution should be interpreted, they can't do it. Harvard University was ranked last in the country for free speech rights by an organization that monitors free speech. I think some of it got worse under the Trump administration because people on the left, the hard left, the woke, that Trump is Adolf Hitler. And since anybody would do anything to stop Adolf Hitler, including assassination, they know no limits on what they're prepared to do to stop Donald Trump from being reelected. They're not advocating assassination, although one professor at some Midwest university did say that merely stopping conservative speakers is not enough. Killing them is what we should do. So there is a real movement away from classic liberalism and classic conservatism. Remember that classic liberalism and classic conservatism has much in common. Tolerance, openness to ideas, free speech. I used to debate William Buckley. I was a classical liberal. He was a classical conservative. We would argue about things, and then at the end we'd go out and have a drink, and I would say to him, you persuaded me on this argument, but not that argument. And he'd say the same thing to me. That's not happening anymore in the United States, certainly not on campuses.
When we look at the premise of your book, and again, I think the title is really giving here. Get Trump: The Threat to Civil Liberties, Due Process, and Our Constitutional Rule of Law. I believe that this is so well put. There really is a threat to all of those things, and it's not just political or partisan in nature. It may derive from that. But it's a real thing where people are really having to defend themselves, like we just mentioned. Some aren't even able to get lawyers to defend themselves. Even Trump, they're trying to limit his own defense right now with all of these things.
There's no question. I have to tell you, I have 4 lawyers who called me over the past couple of months who said that Trump or his people wanted to have them defend him, and he wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it because they're afraid of being attacked by the 65 project. So there's no doubt it's having a big impact. And, today it's Trump, but tomorrow it's your uncle or your son or your daughter who can't get a lawyer because they're afraid of what's going to happen. So, and the bar associations and the civil liberties union, they're not stepping up. They support this McCarthyism. That's the problem. Back in the 50s, they opposed it, but now they support it. And so it's moving in the wrong direction.
You discuss the essence of justice in the book. Tell us more about that.
Yeah. Well, first of all, the title of the book is not original with me, Get Trump. It was the campaign slogan, essentially, that the Attorney General of New York and the District Attorney of Manhattan ran on.
Right.
They ran on the program, let's get Trump. And if we don't get Trump, don't vote for us. And so, they made getting Trump a political goal. And, of course, as the Chief Judge of the New York Court of Appeals once said, any prosecutor can get a grand jury to indict a ham sandwich. And so it's easy to get an indictment. The indictment in Manhattan is the weakest thing I've seen in 60 years of practicing law, but they might get a conviction because this is a district where, 75% of the people hate Trump. So you're not going to be able to get a fair trial. In District of Columbia, it's even worse. It's over 90% that probably hate Trump. And so, the system of justice is being skewed somewhat terribly. And, that this is Trump. Everybody knows about that. There are other cases, I say, like the Keith Raniere case, where people are not aware of the possibility, the strong likelihood that that evidence was tampered with. And that's just, if that's done and the government can get away with tampering with evidence, with changing the dates on films and doing things of that kind, none of us has a chance. I mean, the greatest lawyer in the world can't win a case when the evidence is tampered with and turned into something that it isn't. And that's why I'm so interested in what's going on in the Keith Raniere case.
While your scholarship is appreciated and your activism on this issue of defending the Constitution and civil liberties is notable, do you feel that in your lifetime and in the rest of my lifetime that there's going to be an end or a reversal of this perversion of our legal system?
Well, I just turned 85, so,
Happy
if
birthday.
the good Lord
God bless
gives
you.
me, thank you. It gives me another good 10 years, I think we can help reverse this. It's going to take 10 years, though. It's not going to happen overnight. If Trump were to be defeated fair and square, overwhelmingly, in what he would have to concede is a fair election, some of this might turn around. But I think others of it has become so entrenched in our legal system that it's going to take a decade to undo it, if we can undo it at all. The McCarthyism was undone very quickly, very quickly. I think the world realized that McCarthy was, a drunk and a liar, and he had no credibility. Whereas today, the people who are bringing us the new McCarthyism are decent people, and they're presentable, and they're our children. And so it's going to be much harder to reverse the new McCarthyism than it was to reverse the old McCarthyism.
What's your admonition to reverse this?
Well, I think everybody has to get into this fight. It doesn't matter whether you are pro-Trump or anti-Trump, liberal, conservative, Democrat, or Republican. You have to fight to preserve the Constitution. You have to tell the people on your side that you can't tolerate this denial of due process, the denial of free speech, the denial of basic liberties. We should all be libertarians, whether we're conservative libertarians or liberal libertarians. But being a supporter of liberty is something that every American should do.
Amen to that. Folks, we're on with Professor Alan Dershowitz, and he's got a new documentary that's out there, Con Job, the new NXIVM investigation. We're going to talk about that and the latest on the sex cult saga. So stick with us. Again, our phone number, if you have a question or a comment, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
I'm Georgios. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started to thin. I took a pharmaceutical drug, but I suffered from sexual dysfunction. Having to choose between my hair and my health was not really a great choice. Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand. Keep growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/men.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Attention, attention. I'm calling on the trendsetters and the underdogs, the disruptors and the slept on, the ones who have been told they're too much. Welcome to NFL Flag. In this game, there's a position for everyone. No matter who you are, just bring it. Get ready to run, throw, jump, and fly. This game is our game. Let's play. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and get playing today.
Now at Menards, save big money on your next project with 11% off everything. We've got the adhesives you can rely on. Loctite Power Grab adhesive is high strength and reduces the need for clamping with 0-second instant grab. Right now, it's just $2.99 after rebate. Get 11% off everything now at Menards. Good through September 24th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Night. This is Rich Valdez.
From Hollywood stars to corporate elites, thousands followed Keith Raniere on a mission to change the world.
Raniere, who described himself as a self-help guru, was sentenced to 120 years behind bars.
Then his world came crashing down.
The leader of an alleged sex cult has been arrested in Mexico.
Convicted of crimes stemming from a secret society of women called DOS, where Raniere was called master.
DOS has been grossly misrepresented.
Just because someone's lifestyle may be different than yours doesn't mean that is wrong.
Since 2017, we've heard about NXIVM, the cult-like organization where there were sex slaves getting branded with Keith Raniere's initials on their pelvis and all sorts of things that have come out of that. And our guest, Professor Alan Dershowitz, is going to share some updates on this investigation in a new documentary. Professor, what say you?
Well, the major piece of evidence that convicted Keith Raniere was a series of photographs of allegedly young underage girl, and it was dated at a time when we know the birth certificate of the girl, she would have been underage. But we've now had numerous experts, including former FBI agents and experts in how these dating things occur on computers, who have sworn under oath, without a doubt, in their minds, that the dates were changed, and that, in fact, the female in the picture was over the age of consent at the time when these pictures were allegedly taken. If that's true, the whole case falls apart. And what the defense is looking for is a hearing at which the people who dated the picture are called, in which the experts who dispute the dating are called. And why is the government afraid of a hearing? Why is the government afraid to put witnesses under oath? The goal of a hearing of this kind is to get at the truth. And if the truth is, as these experts say it is, that these photographs and the dates were tampered with, there's no American who should want to see a conviction based on that. There should be a new trial. Let's see what a jury does without these very, very, very prejudicial photographs that, according to experts, were manipulated, distorted, and doctored. We can't just allow these allegations by experts to remain unverified or undisputed or disputed, but unresolved. That's what we have a legal system for. And all the defense wants is an opportunity to have an evidentiary hearing at which the truth comes out, whichever way the truth comes out. That's what the American public should be interested in.
So now the founder, Keith Raniere, he was sentenced to 120 years in federal prison for sex trafficking and other crimes. And you're saying the linchpin here is the metadata in these photos.
That's right.
If that's the case, I guess the allegation is that the government, in their prosecution, decided to falsify evidence, which we saw happen with the Trump stuff, with the emails that were tampered with and whatnot. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility. Do you
look? I've had a number of cases. The O.J. Simpson case, we proved beyond a doubt that Officer Van Adder poured blood from O.J. Simpson and from the victims on a sock that was laying flat, and we were able to demonstrate that to a jury, which then acquitted the defendant, even though there was other evidence of his possible guilt. And I've had a number of cases over my 60-year career where people have tampered with the evidence. And, we would like to establish at a hearing the chain of custody, who had access to this metadata, who could have tampered with it, who did tamper with it. We're not painting with a broad brush and saying every single person in the government is corrupt. It could be, one person or a group of people. In the O.J. Simpson case, it was two people who basically got together, one of them who did the tampering and the other one who was fully aware of it. But as I say, I've seen numerous cases in my career where individuals who are well-intentioned, they think they know that the defendant is guilty. They're just helping the process along by creating incriminating evidence. But that's not the way the American system is supposed to work. So there should be a hearing, and experts should be allowed to testify, and let the judge make a decision subject to appellate review.
Do you get a lot of flack for defending someone that's been accused of such egregious crimes?
Oh, of course. Oh, without a doubt. When you're a criminal defense lawyer, as I've been for so many years, you're hated and you're loved. If you defend somebody who people like, they love you. And if you defend somebody who they don't, they hate you. I remember when I was representing at the same time Mike Milken, the financier, and Mike Tyson, the boxer. People would come over to me at the airport and say, "Alan, I love what you're doing for Mike." And I would have to wonder which Mike they had in mind, because almost nobody wanted me to be defending both of the Mikes. But if you're going to be a defense lawyer, you can't decide who to defend based on who you like or who people like. John Adams set the standard when he represented the people who produced the Boston Massacre. Imagine anybody less popular in Boston than British redcoat soldiers who shot and killed protesters in downtown Boston who were throwing snowballs at them. And John Adams knew he was possibly destroying his career and his future. He didn't in the end, because we were a more tolerant country then. But he took great risks by defending these people and came back with a mixed verdict. Some were guilty, some were less guilty. But that's what he did, and that's what all lawyers should do. Abraham Lincoln defended very bad people, very, very guilty people. Thurgood Marshall defended people who were horrible killers and rapists. That's what criminal defense lawyers do. And, many of our clients are guilty because that's the way it is. In America, most people charged with a crime are guilty, but not all. And that's why in a case like Keith Raniere, where the experts say he's innocent of the fundamental charge, you have to get to the bottom of that. You can't let it just linger there with suspicions and allegations. And, let them appoint a special counsel to look into this. Let's have a hearing. Let's just get to the bottom of it. Everybody has an interest in finding out what really happened. If there was tampering, as the experts say there was, this verdict cannot be allowed to stand.
Professor, for those that are listening that want to continue to find out what's going on with this case, with Keith Raniere and everything else that you're working on, how do they keep in touch with you?
Well, I have a website through Harvard, and you can Google me. I'm on Twitter or whatever they call it now, X. And, I have close to 500,000 followers, and I tweet periodically. I'm not a high-tech guy, but I can tweet a little bit. And, you can read my books. I mean, I write about most of the things that I do. I've written 52 books, and I'm on 50. I finished 53, and I'm about halfway through 54. So I'm trying to get to 60. We'll see if I make it.
That's it? I'm kidding. Folks, we're on with Professor Alan Dershowitz. Check out his book, his latest book, Get Trump. And, Professor, I want to thank you for being with us. You're a gentleman, a scholar, and a patriot, and I appreciate you being here with us, staying up late.
Well, you ask great questions, and I appreciate being on your show. Thank you.
Likewise. All right, folks, more to come straight ahead. Your calls and more, 833-482-5337.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/open today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/open.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
Football is back, and NFL Plus has you covered. Get NFL Plus, and you'll never miss a moment of live football action this season. With live, local, and primetime games on mobile, NFL Network, NFL Red Zone, live game audio, and more, all in one place. That's right. This season, get NFL Red Zone and NFL Plus Premium so you never miss a touchdown. That's every touchdown from every game, every Sunday during the regular season, across devices. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. Fill-up.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
So there's yet another contender in the race for 2024. He's coming out of New Jersey, a New Jersey Republican, and we're going to hear about his campaign in a little bit. And I'm always interested to hear from these candidates because obviously it's a long shot because it's a crowded field. There's a lot of people running for president, but I'm always interested in learning why they're running, right? Why are you running for president? Because I think it matters, and I'm glad that they are. That's why I try to have as many of the candidates as I can on the show, because that matters, right? You have to stand up for the things you believe in. Otherwise, we're all screwed. Anyway, we're going to get your calls and that interview and a bunch more. There's a lot to discuss tonight, so don't go anywhere. 833-482-5337 is the number, 833-4-VALDEZ. Again, don't move a muscle. It's Rich Valdez, America at Night, and we're coming right back.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-557-7920. 800-557-7920. That's 800-557-7920. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. As union auto workers at Ford in Canada reach a tentative deal, the negotiations are still underway here in the U.S. The United Auto Workers Union says it will expand its strike against the big three automakers if there isn't serious progress in negotiations by noon Friday. CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
General Motors has talked of the need to likely idle a plant in Kansas. They say so far they're able to keep that plant running, but still expect at some point this week that plant will go offline because it relies on parts from the Missouri plant that workers walked out of. So bottom line, negotiations continue. It does not appear that we are much closer to a deal than where we were on Friday when the strike began. Chris Van Cleve, CBS News, Wayne, Michigan.
The Writers Guild and Hollywood studio negotiating teams return to the table tomorrow, months into the writer's strike. KCBS TV's Tina Patel reports from Los Angeles.
One strike captain told us that even though it has been a long 4 months,
everybody understands that we have to be in this fight until we actually get a fair deal, because that's what's actually going to make a future for all of us.
She hasn't talked to anyone who's willing to give in and take a bad deal just to get back to work.
Even with the state law banning racial discrimination based on hairstyles, the family of a black high school student in Texas is considering a lawsuit after the school suspended him because of his hair. CBS's Allison Keyes.
Daryl George has already served more than 2 weeks of in-school suspensions over his twisted locks. And when he arrived this week with the same hairstyle, he was suspended again. His mother, Dorisha, says the Houston area school is
basically picking with my child.
The school says his hairstyle, which he's been growing for 10 years, violates its dress code because of its length when let down, but his mother says
his hair is always up.
The school superintendent says the policy is legal despite state law and that there is a psychological benefit in having students conform. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
President Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky have made their case before the UN General Assembly to shore up support for Ukraine as it defends itself from Russia's invasion. CBS's Michael George reports from the UN.
Amid growing signs of resistance among Republicans, Congress is considering President Biden's request for an additional $24 billion in aid for Ukraine. So far, Ukraine has received hundreds of billions of dollars in international aid.
2 people in the Bronx, New York, face federal charges after the fentanyl death of a toddler at a daycare. Police say the drug was hidden under sleeping mats. DEA Special Agent in Charge, Frank Tarantino.
This is not a war on drugs. This is a fight to save lives.
Democrats in the Pennsylvania House, according to the Associated Press, will keep their one-vote majority after winning a Pittsburgh area seat in a special election. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: motorists who normally use Route C in Miller County are putting up with another road closure between Routes 42 and A, this time for work to be done on the bridge over Mill Creek.
We've closed that bridge today. We expect it should take likely almost to the month of December, through November, to replace that driving surface, the bridge deck, and make some substructure repairs and get that bridge back open.
That same detour using 42 to 54 to A Road are going to be used again for this closing along Route C. It seemed as if there was like a heck of a lot of visitors in the lake area for this year's Bike Fest, and that can be answered with a definite yes, but was it the busiest in the history of the event? The Convention and Visitor Bureau says there is not a system set up to check on the total visitation numbers for the 3-county area of Camden, Miller, and Morgan, but a passport system used for visitors wanting to register in the lake area could give more of a feel to getting an idea on those total numbers. It had been estimated before this past week that there would be around 125,000 visitors for Bike Fest. A rough but unofficial estimate as to the numbers could be announced later this week. And employees with the Camden County Road and Bridge Department who passed the local technical assistance program will be recognized on Wednesday morning. Road and Bridge Administrator Pat Wolf says the recognition ceremony will be taking place at 9:30 a.m. at the South Road District Shed. The public is welcome to attend the ceremony. Next news in 1 hour. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Cloudy skies tonight with scattered showers and storms developing. A low temperature of 64. Wednesday, scattered showers and storms with a high of 73. Thursday, chance of thunderstorms again with a high of 81. And a chance of storms Friday with a high around 78 degrees. Current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 73.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day, 10 an hour, 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it. Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
Live from the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late-night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media, your liberty-loving Latino amigo. Happy to be here with you this Tuesday evening, hour number 2 of the program. And we just wrapped up a really good interview with Professor Alan Dershowitz. That was really interesting. A lot of interesting insight that he shared. We're about to jump into another interview in a moment with another presidential candidate. But first, I want to talk about voter registration, right? Voter registration is an important thing, and people should do it, and people should be out there hustling to get people registered and explain the importance. Sure. And of course, on a day like National Voter Registration Day, we should talk about that. However, I think it's important that we realize that this should be something that you go and do, right? Nobody turns in, let's say you're New York or New Jersey, 16, 17, and just automatically gets a driver's license. They have to go, they do their road test, they apply for a permit. There's a process. And there's a process to register to vote. And once you're registered, then you can vote. And this idea that we're going to automatically register people, I think is a poor one. It's a poor one in many regards, but I want you to hear the governor of Pennsylvania saying that the state's now become the latest to enact automatic voter registration. So,
Pennsylvania, it is National Voter Registration Day, and today I am proud to announce that for the first time ever, Pennsylvania is an automatic voter registration state. That's right. From now on, when you get or renew your driver's license or an ID card at the DMV, you'll be registered to vote unless you choose not to. I made a commitment when I was campaigning for this office that we would bring automatic voter registration in Pennsylvania and break down the barriers for legal, eligible voters. This is a key step to make our elections more secure, adding important levels of verification to the voter registration process. And by expanding voter registration at our DMVs, we'll save taxpayers time and money, reduce the number of costly paper registrations, and streamline voter registration for Pennsylvanians. Look, this is common sense. You already provide proof of identity, residency, age, and citizenship at the DMV. All the information you need to register to vote. We're making our state government work better for the good people of Pennsylvania. No matter who you choose to vote for or what your views are, I hope you'll make your voice heard. Now more than ever, we need an engaged citizenry to move our country and our Commonwealth forward.
So that's Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. And I got to tell you, does this guy sound like he's selling used cars or what? I mean, I wouldn't buy a used car from this guy. Hey, how's it going? Josh Shapiro here with the funny music in the background, real upbeat, real happy. I'm not a fan of this at all. And again, the reason being, there are people that choose not to vote, and that's their prerogative. I hope that they change their mind and they do it, but that's something they've got to do. And when everybody, 100% of the population is now registered to vote, or at least 100% of drivers, because that's the way they're going to do it, right? If you get a driver's license or an ID card at the DMV, you're going to be registered to vote unless you choose not to. Now, again, it sounds innocuous to most. They're like, well, whatever. It saves us a trip. You know what else saves you a trip? When you sign up for a free trial of something and they go, your credit card will not be charged, and you get 30 days free. And the next thing you know, for the next 4 years, you're paying X amount of dollars a month, right? Saved you the trip. Sure, saved you the trip to your wallet to bring out your credit card when you actually wanted to buy it. This is the same type of thing. Even though it's not costing you any money, once you do it, yes, you'll be registered forever. And should you choose to vote in the next 16 years, you're good to go. My issue here is not on that. The issue here really is when you have all of these registered people, and many of them choose not to vote, you have the opportunity for fraud. This is not me saying this. These things were put out by the infamous Carter-Baker Commission report. They said automatic registration, mail-in voting, all sorts of things were included in their report as being fraught with fraud or having the potentiality to be. So we have to sit here and ask ourselves, is this what we want to do? Is registering every last person? You know, there are states where they're saying if you're not a citizen of the United States, you can still get a driver's license. Okay, great. So now if you have a driver's license, even though you're not a citizen, you'll be automatically registered to vote. This isn't good. This flies in the face of everything that we actually have a registration process for, to make sure that you're legit. Now, of course, he says we're going to have heightened, assurances and whatever and whatnot. I'm just not buying it. I'm not buying it because ultimately at the end of every election night, you're going to have a handful or more, maybe a boatload of registered voters that haven't voted, and there's the recipe for disaster. Makes sense to me. It's the easiest way to cheat. You already got people that are registered to play the game. They're registered to vote, right? There's already people that are registered to vote that don't go and vote. So I think it's important that the people fight back on this and push, because once they start making everything automatic and everything easy, it's going to cost you. Trust me, it's going to cost you. Think about, the old saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch. In recent years, public schools have been pushing to have every student, whether they wanted free lunch or not, or reduced lunch, free or reduced lunch, whether they wanted it or not, they were telling you, fill out the application, because the school wanted to say, look how many students we have applying every year, look how much, they could potentially get in that type of funding, and it's becoming easier and easier to get. And the reason it's becoming easier and easier to get is because, again, platitudes. They'll come out and say, well, look, there's kids that the only meal they get is at a school. And this, okay, granted, that's all true. But if the kid needs the school lunch, then they should apply for it. Great. If a kid doesn't need it, then he shouldn't apply for it. It's that simple to me. The issue with that is, in my opinion, they're trying to create a system where lunch is now free for everybody all the time. Now you're thinking, Rich, what's wrong with feeding kids school lunch for free? It costs money. It costs money. And it's going to cost you money. It's going to cost me money. It's going to cost the government money. And ultimately, you're creating a way to have people that are permanently dependent on the government for a school lunch, for a reduced lunch, for their voter registration, even if they're not a citizen. There's a pattern here. It's government dependence. The governor knows that this could be a problem, and he moved forward with it anyway. Not a good idea. Very bad call, in my opinion. Anyway, we're going to talk about some of the 2024 issues that are facing Republican candidates with debates coming up. And we're going to talk with Hirsch Singh. He's scheduled to be with us in the next segment about his campaign for president. He's a Republican candidate vying for the Republican nomination in 2024. So keep it locked right here. Give a call if you want to talk to Hirsch Singh and ask him a couple of questions. Feel free. The phone number is 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Stay ahead of fall hiring needs with Indeed. Their end-to-end platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Thinning hair is normal, but it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
The 2023 NFL season is here. Nothing compares to witnessing it live, in person. The roar of the crowd, the adrenaline, the rush of high-fiving random strangers. Don't miss your chance to be part of the epic showdowns, classic rivalries, and primetime games under the lights. Tickets to all regular season games are on sale now. Take your seat. Visit NFL.com/tickets to purchase your tickets today.
Need new hires for fall before summer ends? You need Indeed. Their hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit. /credit.
America, this is Night. This is Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. And as part of our series on candidate profiles for the 2024 Republican nomination, I want to bring in a guest. Hirsch Singh is a Republican from New Jersey that's running for president, and I want to get to know him, and I want you to get to know him. I want to hear about his campaign, and I want to hear about his views on the news. Hirsch Singh, welcome to the program.
Hey, Rich. Great to be here. Just want to say this is a great show, and it's an honor to be here with you.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I feel like it's warranted to spend a little bit of time. We have about a half hour together, and we're going to chop it up into a couple of segments so we could take our time with this stuff. But I think it's warranted that you tell us a little bit about your background.
Yeah, I mean, I got involved politically when Ron Paul first started running for president in 2008. I joined the Young Americans for Liberty as a student, was very much so about his presidential campaign in 2012. As being a part of the Young Americans for Liberty, I helped make Rand Paul a U.S. Senator. And even in New Jersey, 2013, I helped our U.S. Senate candidate that year go against Cory Booker. And even Chris Christie, 2009, I was a supporter of his. I've always been very active politically. And in 2017, I decided that if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself. And I got involved running statewide. In 2020 for U.S. Senate, we got within 1% of winning the Republican nomination, despite only having the support of 4 counties in South Jersey. And, you know, when you have the support of a county, what that means is you get a preferred placement on the New Jersey ballot.
Right.
So, for example, in 2020, President Trump is at the top, and then the U.S. Senate candidate is right below. So I was right below President Trump in only 4 counties, even though I was a strong supporter of his. And my opponent, who was kind of not really a conservative, he was underneath President Trump in 17 of the other counties. So despite that disadvantage, we were right within 1% of winning, even though you had all that vote by mail nonsense. So as a candidate, as someone born and raised in Jersey, I connect really, really well with the full spectrum that is underneath the umbrella of Republicans, from the libertarians, the conservatives, the devout Christians, the devout Catholics, as well as those that are just economically focused, your Mitt Romney Republicans and the such. And so due to my age, I'm also on the younger side. I'm 38. I get along really well with those that are still in college, and you know, I can galvanize in a very strong way our values, and I never back down from the critiques of the left. So as a candidate, if I were to get the Republican nomination, I'm very confident I would not only make sure that we move the executive branch in the Republican direction, I think that we would be able to really take the U.S. Senate in a strong way and the House in a strong way, such that we can help guide this country out of the division and just absolute corruption at certain levels of government that needs to be cleaned up, rooted out, and removed.
All right, Hirsch Singh, let's talk about your background in terms of outside of politics. What type of background do you work in now?
So my background is engineering. I'm a trained problem solver. I've been specifically in the areas of missile defense, satellite navigation, aviation safety, security, basically helping ensure we find solutions that make sure that America remains number one in all those critical areas. And I'm basically a nerd who's very patriotic and loves to make sure we dominate.
Where does that love of country come from, this willingness for the United States to dominate?
Well, I think that we're the only beacon in the entire world where if there are problems elsewhere, you can count on the potential help of America coming through. When you see tyrannical governments in other parts of the world, it's America that is looked upon as the only potential saving grace to correct the courts. And the issue is, if things go bad here, there's no one to come and save us. There is no other power in the world that's going to be divisions within the population and the vitriolic level of the political discourse has gotten to such a point that it needs to be remedied. It needs to be fixed because there is no other shining city on a hill. This is America. We have to protect it.
You talk about the vitriol that's in our public discourse, and I agree with it. I see it every day. And I know that there was a time where it wasn't as divisive as it is now. Why do you think we've arrived at this juncture? How did we get here?
I think it's because people have thought short term on trying to win a political point. And when you're thinking long term, you're not just trying to win a couple points in the moment. I guess it's like the idea, if you put a rat in a corner, it's going to fight with the strength of like 10 rats. But if you give a way out, it'll run away. And our politics has become so adversarial that those that disagree with us, it's become too personal. And I think we need to move away from that. We need to move in the direction of winning on principle, leading the American people, and having higher ideals, and not this race to the bottom that we've seen, I think, play out very horribly across the political spectrum. And that comes from leadership. It doesn't come from, everyday people having good values. You have to lead from the top, and then it gets replicated.
What do you think about the leadership that we currently have in the White House right now?
I mean, there's no one there. Okay. I mean, it's very unfortunate, but he's unable to perform the duties that are required. And he shouldn't even be there. That's my personal opinion. He should not be there. He shouldn't be there to begin with, because I don't feel that 2020 was handled in a legitimate manner. The U.S. Supreme Court should have properly adjudicated the concerns of 2020 so that people could put it to bed. But because they didn't take their responsibility seriously and they abdicated their responsibility, you have this wound in the minds of the American people. And with his inability to perform, that memory gets magnified. So that's the problem. We don't have leadership. And you have certain candidates out there talking about destroying the agencies of the federal government. And I think that's very, very wrong, because someone like a President Biden, who is very limited in what he's able to actually perform, if these agencies weren't there, America, I think, could very easily fall into anarchy and chaos. We need law and order. We need, to make sure people feel safe. And these agencies are the ones doing it. And that's why I feel like we have to make sure that we root out the partisanship in government. There should be zero partisanship, and allow the political discourse to really be focused on issues, and may the best argument win. Let the American people decide, and let the best argument win. I think that's how we can fix this, but it's really tragic, the situation we're in.
Folks, we're on with Hirsch Singh. His website is hirschsingh.com. He's a candidate for president in 2024, running for the Republican nomination. He's up against Trump, DeSantis, Elder, and all the rest of the guys that are in this game. So we're going to talk about his campaign straight ahead. Don't go anywhere. If you want to ask him a question, feel free. 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ.
You don't have to live in Britain to get what the New York Times calls the best of British telly. Stream the UK's most brilliant series only on BritBox. Unlock acclaimed favourites including Vera and Stonehouse, starring Succession's Matthew McFadden. Plus, don't miss upcoming original dramas like Archie, the story of Hollywood's greatest leading man, Cary Grant. Lose yourself in Britain's best entertainment, only on BritBox. Start a free trial at BritBox.com.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. Every branch working together. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like Certainty Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. And now through November, purchase Certainty with Beacon Pro Plus, web or app, and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
The Genuine Country Music Association will host its annual Classic Country Jamboree, October the 8th at the Lodge of the Four Seasons. The event benefits the Lake of the Ozarks Soccer Association, Wonderland Camp, and State Fair Community College. Join Classic Country 104.9 for our live broadcast from noon until 2 p.m. Sponsored by John Farrell Real Estate, BG Tree Service, Top Deck, The Healing Box Project, and Vicki Lloyd Seal the Deal Team Remax Lake of the Ozarks.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. The setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-506-3573.
I've known you several years now. I want the audience to know what a wonderful, decent person you are. Very, very thoughtful.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
The United States seeks a more secure, more prosperous, more equitable world for all people because we know our future is bound to yours. Let me repeat that again. We know our future is bound to yours. And no nation can meet the challenges of today alone.
That's President Joe El Baboso Biden at the UN today saying that we seek a more prosperous, more equitable world for all people. Now, of course, Joe Biden's always singing a different song, and rarely is he on beat when he's singing it. But this is what we've got. And we've got a myriad of problems that are facing the nation, and Joe Biden seems to be creating the problems rather than fixing the problems. We're on with our guest, Hirsch Singh. He's a Republican from New Jersey that's running for president in the 2024 Republican nomination. And Hirsch Singh, when you hear President Biden say that we're looking for a more prosperous, more equitable world for all people, what do you think of these platitudes?
I just can't get out of my head that Speaker McCarthy needs to make sure that he gets treated and this administration gets treated the same way President Trump and his administration were treated. There should be a vote on impeachment, and it should happen immediately, and there should be no delay. I think that the fact that nothing is able to move in a direction which is positive and we have all this inside fighting is because there's a lack of leadership in the House to call an impeachment vote and allow everyone to show where they stand. Anyone who is a Republican and does not vote for impeachment, they need to be primaried in 2024. And I'm pretty confident that that vote will make it through. It'll go to the U.S. Senate, and let the American people see who is with the American people and who is against us. Even if the vote fails, that'll be information so we can guide our 2024 energy and direction, so we can kind of help fix and ameliorate the concerns in the country. That's what comes to my mind when I hear President Biden speak, because the evidence that has come out against him, against his family, is all over the public, yet the media pretends like they don't see it. So we need to have a vote, present it to the Republican congressmen, and have them ask the tough questions, vote on it, let the American people see who's authentic, who's not, and move it to the Senate.
Now, Hirsch Singh, I want to jump into that topic with you in the next segment, but right now I want to focus on the vote for you. Right, I want you to kind of let the audience know why you decided to run for president. It's clearly not an easy task, but one that I think is an important one. Why should people vote for you? Why are you running?
Because I love America, and it's falling apart. And once again, if there was someone else who was able to do what's necessary to fix it, I would gladly enjoy life. But this, like all problems, isn't going to fix itself, so I've thrown myself into it. Today is day 54 of the campaign. Compared to other campaigns, most of those campaigns have been around for over 120, 130, 150 days. We have 118 days from today for the first Republican competition over in Iowa, January 15th. So we're right about hitting the first one-third of the duration of this campaign. And the first third was focused on creating the foundation. The second third is going to be about creating the web. And the third is going to be all about broadcasting from one corner of the country to the other. Because if people get to know the ideas that I have, which are conservative, America first, people-centric, and then if they understand kind of what I bring to the table, my history, and how that actually can bring the different factions, worlds, perspectives together and encourage and lead, what it will do is kind of ameliorate the problems we've seen over the last number of years. And in a general election, we would be able to have a landslide victory against the outdated left. You know, we need to remove these outdated politicians of a bygone era. And it's very specific how you have to campaign, who you need to target. Some people are out there trying to be celebrities. That's not what wins you an election. They're very specific people that vote. You need to get to them. You need to get them to understand the values that I bring to the table. And I think that's how you make the case, and that's how you win.
Right. Well, we have some voters. Thankfully, this program airs across the country, and we have millions of listeners. And we have some callers on the line that want to ask you some questions about your campaign. So we're going to go to Matt in Morehead City, North Carolina, WTKF. Matt, you're on with Hirsch Singh and Rich Valdez. Go right ahead.
Hello, Rich. I have a question from Mr. Singh, a couple questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Mr. Singh, I'd like the few minutes I heard of your message for voters. How do you plan on beating Trump?
Well, thank you very much, Matt. Great question. I think that I'm a MAGA conservative. I have been a MAGA conservative from day one. I have an unblemished record of support of President Trump. And I think that all I have to do is show people what I stand for, what I'm trying to do, and how that actually helps guide everyone in a direction that America wants. The reality is, prior to me entering this race, you only had President Trump standing for these values. And none of the other candidates could really connect to the base and the people. And so the American people get to decide, because Trump is Trump. And the Democrats in New Jersey, the leadership in New Jersey, they call me Trump on steroids. So if the American people, they want Trump, they got Trump. And I have no problem with that. I support their decision. But if they want someone who would be Trump on steroids, I think that that's what we can offer and deliver.
Now, Hirsch, how would you I think that's a great name, by the way, Trump on steroids. How do you, I guess, manifest this Trump on steroids to actually beat Trump? Like, how do you out-Trump Trump?
I think you don't have to out-Trump Trump. You just have to be authentic. I mean, when you hear him, he's very authentic and he's genuine. And I don't think he is lacking in what he has done. It's actually the people that he has surrounded himself with. He has gatekeepers that I think have severely damaged him in his previous, campaigns. I think that even during his administration, he was not aware of a lot of things going on. Even today, I think you yourself might have seen, Rich, he gets tweets and things that are on the internet printed out and given to him. And he will see it, sign it, write a message, and send it back. It's not him writing those tweets, not him online. So he's being blamed for the actions of others. And I think if people are okay with that, that's fine. But I think it's a weakness. It's a concern, and it's a problem that the people that surround him, some of them are not good people. And they've proven that by promoting bad candidates over the years and throwing good candidates under the bus. So I think that if people are okay with that, that's fine. So be it. But there was no one else who was even an option for the American people, for the American base. And all I'm trying to do is to present that.
All right. Folks, we're on with Hirsch Singh on his 2024 campaign for the Republican nomination for president. Hirsch Singh, with 2 minutes to go in this segment, I want to ask you about probably the biggest problem we face domestically, in my opinion. Not only, I think it's tied neck and neck, inflation with the actual abuse that's within our government, the administrative state, the deep state, whatever you want to call it, and this class of government gangsters that occupy so many parts of our government, if not all, and they're the ones that are really kind of leading the agenda. How do you take that on?
You need to remove the partisanship from government, and it really is. It's a concerning problem because we're seeing it rear its head all over the place. People need to understand how government works. You need to make sure that those in government that have caused any type of issue, they need to be rooted out. There are very key ways in trying to do that. Even though there are maybe difficulties in firing people, you can make a mockery of them. You can create an agency which is named an agency that holds individuals that people have no confidence in, and literally transfer people from there to this agency, anyone who is partisan. And then they can decide, do they want to sit there doing nothing because they were doing nothing in their current agency, or do they want to quit? And I think that is a way that you start de-emphasizing any type of partisanship without actually causing legal challenges, because you would need congressional approval to rampantly change the way things have been functioning. You need to understand how actual agencies work to root out all types of partisanship, and I think it will solve the problem very, very quickly.
Sounds easier said than done, but I like the way it's going. Folks, we're on with Hirsch Singh. He's a Republican candidate for president in 2024. We're coming right back with your calls, questions, and comments. 833-482-5337.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
132.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
He's been on the campaign trail for less than 2 months. Hirsch Singh is a Republican from New Jersey running for president in 2024, vying for the Republican nomination. Hirsch Singh, what do you do on day one of a Singh administration?
On day one of a Singh administration, I would give the big tech companies in America a choice. Either they get to be a publisher or they get to be a technology company. And if they choose technology company, they're no longer able to censor. They're no longer able to try and guide and control speech. And if they are a publisher, then they're able to be sued based upon their censorship or otherwise. And I think that is number one, because the big tech censorship has completely gone out of control. Two, I would end the Ukrainian war on day one. I'm really, really confident that war needs to be ended. It's a neocon war. It's a religious war. They're putting priests in prison, and it's destabilizing the entire world. It's no good for us. I do not agree with it. I don't think it's in America's best interest. I would end that on day one. I would ensure.
How do you do that?
The other side does not want this. I believe we antagonized it. We forced it. If you listen to Colonel Doug McGregor, he went into depth on Tucker Carlson on X and actually described very, I would say, accurately the situation. If we would handle NATO appropriately, there is no need for this conflict. And it's really a tragedy with the number of people that are dying because of those in our current government that have hijacked American foreign policy.
What do you say to people that say that Putin and Russia's aggression is what started this war, and it's not the handling of NATO that got us here?
There's a Newsweek article that came out just earlier today, which basically said we can no longer keep up with these lies, and that they've basically been creating these talking points for an extended period of time that have kind of given people that thought. And it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. It's not the first time it's happened. It's not probably the last time it's going to happen. But, to that end, The two other things on day one would be reinstating anyone who is removed from our military or our federal government because they did not take the COVID vaccine. And I think one of the real big things, because inflation has completely run amok and is hurting people financially very, very severely, I would put together a commission for the removal of the income tax because people deserve that if they're supposed to be making $100K a year, that's how much they're getting. And so I would put together a commission to allow people to start being able to afford this economy. Where in California right now, you have over $7 a gallon of gas. So those are the four things. But yeah, so Russia.
I'm glad you brought up the economy and your economic plan, because I want to talk about that. I feel like that's the most pressing issue. James Carville, the Raging Cajun, once advised President Bill Clinton to say that it's the economy, stupid. And with that being said, I think that's, at least for me, I just filled up my car today. It was $102, and I filled it up in North Jersey. And I think this is not sustainable for a lot of people. And I think the economy is probably a number one issue for most people. It's definitely the issue where Biden polls the lowest. And that being said, how do you begin to reverse inflation, to lower inflation, to try to bring it back to maybe the levels that it was at during the Trump years?
Spot on. It's a big problem, and it's a tragedy that we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars abroad while people have to make decisions on can they actually fill their full tank of gas, or should they only get $10 or $20 worth because, money is so tight. Do they eat? Do they pay their rent, their mortgage? It's a big, big problem, and it's so fixable if we untap our economy. The fact that we closed down that pipeline that would have made America the largest oil producer in the entire world, and that we're actually squeezing our strategic petroleum reserve right now, and Biden's saying it's okay to completely deplenish it. It's unacceptable. I think that we completely untap the American economy when it comes to energy, and we make this country affordable, and we stop taxing everyone into the ground. And we literally, the Federal Reserve chairwoman was asked what she thought about the high price of gas, and she said gas is affordable. She said that today. So I think that they are out of touch with the reality of everyday people that are struggling. And so once we make it affordable for everyday people, and we make it possible for those that are even on the low end of financial strength, they start having money in their pocket, the problems in this country will evaporate so fast. We also got to take care of the attorney generals that are allowing criminals out in the street and make it a law-abiding world again. But those are two sides. Right? One side is make sure people have financial freedom in their pocket. The second side is bring back law and order, and I will do that.
Folks, Hirsch Singh is a Republican candidate for governor. Check out his website, hirschsingh.com. Hirsch, I want to thank you for sharing your thoughts and your time with us. I really appreciate it. Best of luck.
Rich, it's great to be here. I have true pleasure. Your show is wonderful, and I'm looking forward to coming back and hopefully in the near future and giving you great updates.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Godspeed. Folks, more to come straight ahead. Your calls and more right now.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/open today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/open.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online. Qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Get ready to wake up to Sunday morning football because the NFL is back across the pond with two huge matchups.
How do you like that?
We're talking Jags-Bills.
You gotta love this team.
And Ravens-Titans.
This place is on fire.
So set your alarm.
Caught for the touchdown.
Then rise, shine, and watch the NFL London Games. October 8th and 15th, only on NFL Network.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at NordVPN.com.
With Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
All right, America, welcome back. I'm looking at this article here. According to records that were recently revealed, Dr. Fauci and his wife's net worth exceeded $11 million when he departed his government position. Now, again, I want everybody to be a millionaire. I really do. However, I just have to ask myself, these guys should dedicate themselves with a masterclass to teaching how to make these investments they make, because last I checked, Dr. Fauci spent his entire career in government and married a woman that worked in government. So let's just say he was the richest, the highest paid government worker, which he was, something to the tune of $300,000 or $400,000 a year. He was making more than the president, that was for sure. And his wife was making a good salary. Still, you save every penny? You make good investments? What kind of house are you buying? I just think it looks a little funny to me. And I'd love to learn how to invest on a salary like that to come out with a net worth that's more than $10 million. Anyway, we're going to continue with your calls straight ahead. Open Phone America starts right now, 833-4VALDEZ.
Goo Goo Dolls are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums. Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associate.
Give up forever to touch you, 'cause I know that you feel me somehow. You're the closest to heaven that I'll ever be, and I
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
Lake Regional Health System is pleased to welcome Dr. Michael Severance to Lake Regional Urology. Dr. Severance provides specialized medical and surgical care for male and female urinary tract and male reproductive organs. Conditions he commonly treats include prostate, bladder and kidney cancer, incontinence, urinary tract infections, and kidney stones. He also performs vasectomies. To make an appointment with Dr. Severance, call Lake Regional Urology at 302-3111. That's 302-3111. To learn more about Dr. Severance, visit lakeregional.com. Lake Regional Health System. Our commitment runs deep.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had strong words for the Russian invaders Tuesday when he addressed the United Nations General Assembly in person. CBS's Nancy Cordes has that.
At the UN, a Russian official in the hall kept his eyes on his phone as Zelensky accused his country of kidnapping hundreds of thousands of children.
We are trying to get children back home, but time goes by. What will happen with them? Those children in Russia are taught to hate Ukraine.
Zelensky will be at the White House and on Capitol Hill later this week looking for continued funding and more weapons as his country faces an existential threat from Russia. Ford has avoided a second auto worker strike, says WWJ radio reporter Jeff Gilbert in Detroit.
Ford reaching a tentative deal with Canadian auto workers, preventing a threatened strike in that country. The Canadian union Unifor saying the deal gives members gains today and financial security for the future. It could become a pattern as talks in Canada now shift to GM and Stellantis.
The strike against the Big Three Detroit-based automakers enters its sixth day on Wednesday. Well, here comes Christmas and jobs, says CBS's Matt Piper.
Holiday hiring is here. Target says it will add nearly 100,000 seasonal roles for the holiday season. Macy's and Bloomingdale's say they plan to hire more than 38,000 full and part-time seasonal employees. But Amazon must really need the help with all those holiday clicks. It'll hire 250,000 people. That is a 67% jump from last year.
The Manhattan District Attorney's Office is seizing a piece of art from Pittsburgh. The painting is believed to be part of a collection that was stolen during the Holocaust. The collection is spread among 3 institutions across the country. Laura Cherner is with the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh.
We're really grateful when people fully cooperate and want to get to the bottom of, if this was a stolen piece of art, if it does belong in a family, cooperating with that.
A new survey of American workers finds them in a gloomy mood. The survey of thousands of workers at 1,600 companies found a sharp drop in job satisfaction. The CEO of the software company Bamboo HR, Brad Rencher, says there are easy fixes for the worker malaise.
Appreciation and engagement is one of the most important things that indicate whether someone's going to be happy.
Employees in healthcare and teaching express the most unhappiness. Elon Musk is saying he might charge every user of X, formerly known as Twitter, a monthly fee. He isn't saying how much or when he might start charging. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. What does Miller and Morgan counties have that Camden County doesn't? Well, if you're thinking a county fair, you would be correct, but plans are now underway to try and change that, according to 2nd District Commissioner Don Williams, speaking Monday on KRMS Radio and TV.
So right now we're going through a feasibility study
having meetings, seeing who's interested, and it's moving along at a pretty good clip. I hope we can get something done. In addition to a county fair, we would have a county fairgrounds for kids to do FFA and 4-H type projects and that kind of thing.
Williams also says part of the concept would be for the county to purchase the necessary land for a venture which would focus on agriculture, but at the same time be available for several other types of events. No timetable was given for trying to firm up a decision on the possibility. Osage Beach Police report 5 arrests for this week pending this past Sunday. Lieutenant Michael O'Day says 3 of those arrests were alcohol related, with a 55-year-old man from Osage Beach and a 36-year-old man from Lake Ozark being picked up on new pending DWI charges. A third person, a 29-year-old Versailles man, was picked up on a Camden County warrant for not appearing in court on a DWI. That same individual was also wanted on warrants out of St. Charles and Lynn counties. 2 others, a 55-year-old man from Kansas and a 40-year-old man from Montgomery City, were also picked up on outstanding warrants. Next news in 1 hour, breaking news at once. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation in engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Cloudy skies tonight with scattered showers and storms developing. A low temperature of 64. Wednesday, scattered showers and storms with a high of 73. Thursday, chance of thunderstorms again with a high of 81. And a chance of storms Friday with a high around 78 degrees. Current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 71.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, your liberty-loving Latino amigo. Welcome to Open Phone America. It's the call-in portion of the program that we love so much here on this program, Rich Valdez, America at Night. A long time-tested tradition on this program dating back to 1978, started by Larry King, continued by Jim Bohannon, and here we go. I'm with you. And we're rocking with open phones tonight. So if you want to give us a call, 833-482-5337. You get to weigh in on any of the topics we talked about or just bring one to the table. Happy to hear what you want to talk about. I'm going to do a little bit of politics here because we did so much of it this evening. But I want to talk about some other crazy stuff. Just so you know, My producer just told me, he says, I can't believe it's not salmon. There's a story about salmon that we're going to get into. That's pretty interesting. They're banning pit bulls in the UK. That's nuts. And a guy saw his wife have a C-section, and he says it destroyed his marriage. So that's some of the silly stuff I want to get into. But earlier today, I posted something on Twitter, and it was a question. It was a photo of Vice President Kamala Harris, and Michelle Obama, former First Lady. And simple question was, do you think a Kamala Harris and Michelle Obama ticket could be a thing? Well, it's gotten several thousand views, and there's lots of comments on it that I'm going to share some of them with you. But I'd love to know your thoughts on this, because I don't know if it's a thing or not. It was really just a question. But that was my question. Here are some of the answers. They'll likely dump Harris. This is from Steve Eisenberg. He says they'll likely dump Harris. Newsom and Michelle might have some traction on the Democrat side. Then I got some vomit face emojis from Rick Mann. Then Jim Williams chimes in saying, scary as hell if it is a thing. Then at Furthest Corner says, I hope not. And then Dante says, I hope so. I also hope so, by the way. And let's see what we got here. And then there's a lot of comments about Michelle Obama's, I don't know. I don't even know how to phrase this. A lot of people are saying she's a man, which I don't understand why. I mean, I know she's tall, but I mean, I think it's clear that she's a woman. But I think a lot of people, I think it's a running joke, right? I think it's a running joke where they call her Big Mike. And, you know, you kind of laugh at first and then you go, that's really messed up. I'm not doing that. But lots of people here, nobody really chimed in saying, you know, it won't happen, except for one person, Michelle Legend 64. She says Hillary will never let that happen. Scott T 1391, he says, I think it would push minority men to the Republican side. These people are very weak. Can you imagine them handling a worldwide crisis? Yeah, I could see that not happening. Everybody, let me see. Yeah, some of these are derogatory, so I really can't say them on the air. Let's see. One says, I'd vote for Malik Obama first. That's President Obama's brother, who I believe endorsed Trump in the election in 2020. Somebody else said, my eyeballs are bleeding. Others are saying, Lord help us. And Tulsa Mike says, 98% possibility. And so many more. I'll leave this up here. It's up on my Twitter page if you want to chime in, and I'll try and get to your comments on it. But that was my question and my thought that, you know, does Biden bail out early and Kamala run in 24? Does Biden try to win and then bail out? I don't see Biden sticking around for 4 more years. I think this stint of 4 years has been the longest 4-year stint ever. I mean, even though it seems like 2020 was yesterday, the damage and the amount of money we've all had to pay in inflation and just the drama and the amount of news and scandals that have come out of this administration have just been, I don't know, they feel unprecedented for me. Probably the only one that beats them is Trump, because they fabricated so many of these scandals and had special counsel investigations and Mueller investigations and all sorts of investigations that ended with nothing. So, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see where we go with this. Let us go to the phones. I want to get some input from the callers. Wilmington, Delaware, let's go to Doc. WDEL. Doc, welcome, sir.
Rich, as always, thanks for a great show. Thanks for taking my calls. 2 points.
Well, before you get to your point, I want to know, do you think a Kamala Harris, Michelle Obama ticket is something that's feasible?
No, 2 black ladies. I think what the establishment in the Democratic Party know is this. The establishment ticket is going to be Gavin Newsom and Michelle Obama. Then within the party, because the Democrats are much more rebellious than are the Republicans, they're going to have a divided convention in 1968. I think Bob Kennedy, as you said before, is going to have to be dealt with within the party. He'll get the rank and file support, and there will be an insurgent moment to elect Bob Kennedy over Gavin Newsom and Michelle Obama. I don't see Gavin Newsom and Michelle Obama winning nationwide. I see Bob Kennedy surging in the polls right now. If he goes against President Trump, it'll be a populist of the right, President Trump, versus a populist of the left, Bob Kennedy. And what's your thoughts, sir?
Listen, it's a feasible, hypothesis that you got there. I would love to see, honestly, I would love to see RFK Jr. Do better than he's doing. I think it would give Democrats an option. I just feel like it's not happening. I mean, he's raising money and he's doing better, but I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't understand why, because Biden's certainly not doing well. And it seems to me that the right person that Democrats are going to be comfortable with is going to be not so far to the left like Bernie Sanders, or I should maybe they could be far to the left, but not as progressive and have that progressive firebrand like he does. But not somebody that makes as much sense as RFK Jr. And I think people will go for that. I think he makes too much sense. His positions on certain things like vaccines and other things are inconsistent with the rank and file of the Democrat Party. So I think that's why he's having this failure to launch. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he really does well. I'd love to see him go against any one of the Republican candidates. I think that would be a great matchup. I think your idea about a divided convention could be true. But I've never seen Democrats be divided. Again, it's happened. There's a historical precedent back in the 60s, but I just don't see it happening now. I feel like they're all in with, like, no matter what, we got to stick together. And I think that's where they are. So we'll see. I don't think, personally, I say this for fodder, right? I don't even believe it. I don't believe that Michelle Obama will run for anything. I think she's making hundreds of millions of dollars that will dry up the minute she runs for president. Now, maybe not if Obama, her husband, Barack, he can make all that money. But the thing is, I think she in and of herself is a big brand. And a lot of people like Barack because of Michelle. A lot of women are out there thinking that she's the best thing since sliced bread. So with her, that's why I only think she could run for vice president, because she would have the time to do all the ceremonial stuff. She doesn't have to do anything of substance. And not that she's not capable. But just because I think she'd have other things to do. But again, how much of that can you do while you're vice president? You're still taking international trips. You're doing a lot of things. I just don't know. I don't know if it happens. So we'll see. I think I'm really angling. I'm hoping and praying for Kamala Harris, because I feel like Kamala Harris with anybody would be a great ticket, because I think they'd lose. But Kamala Harris, que mala eres, with Michelle Obama, I think actually strengthens the ticket, and they get to go off the deep end, like you said, to women of color. So now they could say, look, the evil white Republican men with white hair, they're all old white men, even the old Indian one, or even the old black one, or even the old whatever one, right? They're all white men. And I think that they would create contrast that way, and they might be able to get a little gravitas with people who that matters to. It obviously worked in 2008. In many ways with hope and change. So I don't know. The answer is I don't know. But interesting, and I can't wait till it happens to see which one of us is right. Doc, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Oh, wait, you had something else. Sorry. I let him go too soon. I got to hit this break. Doc, if you want to call back with your comment on Professor Dershowitz, feel free. Folks, the number 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
For free information, call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. Don't wait. Call now. 800-841-0908. That's 800-841-0908.
My hands across America to the liberty-loving Latino, Rich Valdez.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Ours is an administration that is always focused on equity. Are all people having the same experience, and if not, in particular what they are entitled to, such as the right to clean water, the right to clean air, then let's address that. So environmental justice is a phrase that we use to talk about that we want to make sure that there is equality and justice for all people.
The quality of clean air, the right to clean air. What kind of clean air does any of us have when a gas bag like Quemalitis is there blowing wind? Listen, I can't stand this conversation on equity. This country was built on the idea of equality of opportunity, having an equal shot. And some will argue, oh, some have more of a shot than others. Of course they do, because some people have worked harder, right? If your dad made a bunch of money or your mom made a bunch of money, and you've got some money and they've got property and they got business and they know people and they may have some political power, you've got better shots at many things: employment, future success in career, maybe getting into a better school. That's life. And it's part of our job to fight to get that position. I think the moment that we say, no, everybody's got the same opportunity, what's the benefit of working hard to become a millionaire and a billionaire and a trillionaire, right? There's no benefit if everybody has the same opportunity. That means the guy who's done nothing for anybody, for himself, for his family, for his community, nothing. That guy has the same shot as somebody who's living off of the hard work of the back of his grandpa and his grandma and his dad and his mom. I just don't see it. I think hard work pays off, and that's how life works. If that's the case, I'm waking up with a six-pack tomorrow, just like the guy who's been dieting like crazy and measuring, his 4 ounces of grilled chicken and working out and doing crunches like a madman, and I'm going to have a six-pack too, eating White Castle. Come on. It just doesn't work that way in life. Anyway, let's continue with your calls on equality, on anything else you want to talk about. Let's see, where was I? had left off with, let's go to Lucky, Durango, Colorado, KDGO. Lucky, welcome. You're on with Rich Valdez. Go right ahead.
Hey, Rich, can you hear me?
Yep, America hears you.
Beautiful. So, yeah, I wanted to call and thank you for having Hirsch Singh on as a presidential candidate. I'd never had heard of him before you brought him to the airwaves.
Sure.
And I found him to be a bit of a refreshing candidate. And I was specifically calling in with your question to him about the people that think that the Russian aggression was the cause of the Ukrainian war. And I wanted to bring up a few points. Back in 2014, Ukraine actually had a colored revolution, and you can argue about who was the, members of any intelligence agency that may have funded that or not. But prior to that point, it had been a fairly pro-Russian government, and after that point, it was a very anti-Russian government. And, of course, that's when Russia reclaimed Crimea, which actually was transferred over to Ukrainian territory in 1954, I believe, by Khrushchev. Prior to that, for, I don't know, at least a few hundred years, it had been Russian territory. Also, that's where Russia apparently only has their only warm water naval base.
Right.
So obviously it was very strategically important for Russia to maintain, control of that area. And once the anti-Russian government came into Ukraine, they actually started bombing Lugansk and Donetsk, I believe the two regions are.
Yeah.
In the eastern Ukraine, which are predominantly filled with Russian people. Now, you can argue why the Russians are in Ukraine. And
you got to get to the point, Lucky.
Okay, well, my point is that everything that most of the media reports about it being Russian aggression is not, in fact, at all true. And the guy that Hirsch Singh mentioned, Douglas McGregor is actually very factual and has a lot of good points. But if you do any history on the lesson, you'll realize that it's actually the Ukrainians who have been killing Russian civilians in the eastern part of Ukraine since 2014. And, like Russia or hate Russia, they weren't the ones that instigated a lot of this. And so it was, in fact, I would argue it was the CIA under Obama.
Sure, I would agree with that. The problem that I have with any of those theories is ultimately how it was the Russian army that amassed, 100,000 troops on the border of Ukraine and left them there for, 15, 20 days or whatever, saying that they were doing a training exercise. Only to once they had amassed the amount of people they needed, they went in to take the Donetsk region. And they took it, and Ukrainians fought back, and they keep fighting, and they continued to fight a war where they had air power, and the Ukrainians had none. And this continues to go on today. I can't sit idly by and say, oh, well, Ukraine, all of Ukraine was once a part of Russia. Therefore, they're just reclaiming their old territory. That's like somebody coming to the house that I live in and saying, oh, I used to live here years ago. You're in my room. F you. I'm going to shoot you. So that's my position there. I don't see any defense of what Russia's done here. I think that Russia is guilty as sin. Now there's talk of biolabs and this, that, and the other. Putin could have bombed these biolabs and been done with it. Strategic stuff. Use the equivalent of a SEAL team. Russia is a military power, but they didn't do that. They're in a long and involved war, and then all I can do is take Putin at his word. And he himself authored a 500-page document, 3 or 4 years ago, and he said, we're taking back everything that was once part of the Russian Empire, which included all of Ukraine. So, again, I understand that there was property that was leased in Crimea, where they had their naval operations. Great. We can lease stuff to anybody we want, but ultimately your lease expires or you get evicted, and then you got to go, right? You don't get to say, I'm coming back with my army and we're going to take everything over. So I do agree that there's a propaganda war on both sides. I do agree that the CIA under Obama was doing very shady things. In fact, probably promoted by Joe El Baboso Biden himself while he was there. We've seen some of the dirt that he was doing while he was there. But I don't think Vladimir Putin gets a pass, nor is he a hero. I think he is trying to take as much power and real estate as he can, and it doesn't mean that Zelensky and the Ukrainians are innocent either. So that's where I stand on it. Lucky, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Big shout out to Durango, Colorado, KDGO. We're coming back to the rest of your calls and more straight ahead.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-803-5505 to speak to an expert. That's 800-803-5505.
The Genuine Country Music Association will host its annual Classic Country Jamboree October the 8th at the Lodge of the Four Seasons. The event benefits the Lake of the Ozarks Soccer Association, Wonderland Camp, and State Fair Community College. Join Classic Country 104.9 for our live broadcast from noon until 2 p.m. Sponsored by John Farrell Real Estate, BG Tree Service, Top Deck, The Healing Box Project, and Vicki Lloyd Seal the Deal Team Remax Lake of the Ozarks.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner looking to grow, you should know that radio sells with intimacy. When you have something important to communicate, which would you prefer? To show them a picture? To write to them? Or would you talk to them using the emotion of the human voice? Radio sells with intimacy. Discover the power of radio.
Put the power of radio to work for your business. Call KRMS and 93.5 Rocks. We can help. Call 348-2772.
And live on the air, it's Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
All right, America, welcome back. I want to continue with your calls. We have a lot of people that want to weigh in on everything that's going on tonight. Let's go to Jose in Myrtle Beach. WRNN. Go right ahead.
Hey, how are you doing tonight?
Wonderful, thank you.
Sorry about my voice. I'm getting over COVID, so...
That's all right. I didn't know how you sounded before, so you sound terrific.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a couple quick questions. Who do you think Trump would pick as a running mate if he got on the ticket? And then my other question is, when is this border thing going to be taken seriously?
So the border thing doesn't get taken seriously until you get a Republican in there that's really strong. And even then, they may have, it depends on, what type of balance we have in the House and the Senate and how much they can get done. But I can guarantee you, we've already seen Trump do what he did. I think he was pretty solid on it. I think there's other candidates out there now that are saying, we'll be tougher than Trump. Okay, good luck. I hope you are. I want the toughest one to win, and I hope that's the case. In terms of picking a running mate, I really feel that Trump will probably pick a wild card, just like he did with Pence. Nobody saw that one coming, and he went with that. So I don't know. There are days I think that, Ron Johnson might be a person he plucks out and says, hey, you're the guy, even though they had some issues in the past. There are days where I think might be Carrie Lake, who was his pick for governor in Arizona, but I hear she might be running for the U.S. Senate. So I really don't know. Whatever the case is, I think Trump's going to pick somebody that's going to help him win and put him over the top. I would think that's got to be somebody from a Midwestern state or from the South. But again, conventional wisdom goes out the window when you're dealing with Trump and all of the nuance that comes in the news. Because, every day there's a new story against Trump. So that's kind of where I'm at with that one, Jose.
All right. Thanks, Rich. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
You bet, brother. Feel better, by the way. Big shout out to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, WRNN. Let us continue. Let us go to Jerome, Charleston, South Carolina, WTMA. Jerome, go right ahead.
What is up, Richie Rich?
My man. I was waiting for you.
Hey, I know you are. Hey, I know who you should pick for his running mate. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yay!
There you go.
Whack job. Oh, yeah, pick her. I would love that. But that's not what I want to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
I really had a great weekend. I got to watch Ken Paxton, slimy Ken Paxton, weasel his way out of a conviction. And then on Sunday, I got to watch Donald J. Trump, Mr. 219 pounds, so he says, with his interview with Kristen Welker. Now, wasn't that special? I had a great weekend.
Well, what was your favorite part of the interview?
Well, the whole interview, just watching him tap dance for minutes upon minutes, it's just a special thing, man. It's just a special, and not answering any questions. He never, well, I would answer that if you would let me talk. I'm saying, damn, man, you dominated the whole interview. He mean if he let you talk. What's he talking about?
Excuse me. Now, Jerome, I know you want to talk about Ken Paxton. What do you want to talk about?
Hey, his own people, the people that work for him were the ones that say, you got to do something about this guy. He's got a mistress. He's taking kickbacks. He's crooked as crooked can be. And in the end, what happened?
He wins. He gets acquitted. Nothing happens to him. He was vindicated and cleared of all charges.
Yeah. All legitimate, right?
Well,
Right?
I went through the process, right? I think I had to eat it when they impeached El Trompito once. They impeached him twice. I complain. We eat it. We move on, right? Here we are running for president again. That's how it works.
Testify. He didn't testify. I was just wondering, is Trump going to be able, when those trials start, with him and his compatriots start, when their trials start, are they going to be allowed to not testify?
Well, of course, that's a constitutional right. Right? You have a right to testify, to defend yourself, Sixth Amendment right. Then you have a Fifth Amendment right to not incriminate yourself and to say, you plead the Fifth. So, I mean, thank God we have constitutional rights that allow for that.
If he testifies, all of America's going to be watching.
Of course, if he says anything, all of America's watching, right? NBC News is a new thing again. Meet the Press probably had the best ratings ever with the Kristen Welker interview. But I'll tell you this, where I'd love to see Trump testify is in Congress. I would love to see him testify in Congress and be the voice of reason, to come out here and say, here's what I saw as president, to kind of just spill the beans on everything. I think that would be terrific. And I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but I'd love to see it. Jerome, thanks for your call. I appreciate the entertainment and the alternative view. Always a pleasure. Big shout out to Charleston, South Carolina, WTMA. Let's go to the Welker interview. I'm getting in my ear from my producer. The most viewed Sunday program. Do you think it was because of Kristen Welker? Come on. Just shy of 3 million viewers. So there you go. Now let's go to Monica in Pendleton, Oregon on KUMA. Monica, go right ahead.
Hi. Good evening, Rich.
Hi.
Just to start off with, just on a quick little side note, my father, Richard Green, he's quite infamous here, he's always wanted a businessman for president. And we all know that our Donald Trump was a businessman. Mm-hmm. But on the main topic at hand, which is just, bugged me for years, there's all these touts of freedom of speech. And I see, I was taught that freedom comes with responsibility. So less than, you speak of something, one's got to know what they're talking about and do a fact check because they need to be held accountable for what they're touting off about. And in my view, they tout off a bunch of profanities, they look stupid. So that's about all I can come up with at the moment.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you so much for taking my call.
Oh, it's my pleasure. How's the weather in Pendleton, Oregon? KUMA.
Oddly, right now it's really windy. I'm hoping we'll have some rain. We have a cold front moving through. We're supposed to have winds about roughly 20 miles an hour tomorrow. Tonight the temperatures are supposed to drop like in the higher 40s, and tomorrow, I believe it's supposed to get in the 80s, just high winds. And
wow.
I'm not a fan of dry winds. I'm hoping we will get rain.
Yeah, but 80 doesn't sound too bad. Monica, thanks for the weather report, and I think you've got a great point. I appreciate it. Big shout out to Pendleton, Oregon, KUMA in the building. Folks, I'm going to take a quick pause right here. We're going to come back to your calls and more straight ahead.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you, your family, and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-3485. Call 800-209-3485. 800-209-3485. That's 800-209-3485.
Sponsored by Patriotic Hearts.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels. 32.1, Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2, Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3, One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4, Get TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5, The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7, Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8, Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9, The Weather Channel. 32.10, The Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11, the KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32 KRMS TV is free TV for you.
Love this. This is great. While not accurate, still fun nonetheless. But Vanna White is expected to be getting a raise, the first raise in many years, and she's back. And I'm glad she's back. What is Wheel of Fortune without Pat and Vanna? If you get Pat's gone, all right, let's just stick with Vanna, right? You don't want to change it up too much. I mean, sometimes change can be good, but it takes getting used to, and come on. Nobody turns a letter like Vanna White. Let's continue with your calls. Let's go to Todd, Atlanta, Georgia, WGKA. Todd, you're on with Rich Valdez. Welcome.
Hey, good evening, Rich. Great show. I really enjoyed your interview with Mr. Dershowitz, and I was a little intrigued that you didn't see the connection between, the left and what's being done to him with this 65 group. The persecution of lawyers. I mean, to me, this is the long march of communism in America starting in 1919, and this is the bitter fruit from that, on all levels. All of this stuff.
For sure. Well, I think he alluded to that on multiple occasions, saying this is, the radical left, the far left. And he's right. And that's, the far left, the radical progressive movement, whatever you want to call it, all of them have their roots. These are all communist sympathizers wrapped in new wrapping. Right, they're dressed in drag, as the great one would say, and lamentably, that's where we are. And you're right. And while he has a negative view of McCarthy for whatever reasons he had, ultimately, when I look back at Joe McCarthy, I think Joe McCarthy was right. Right, he may have lost credibility and had issues and was censured, but all of that aside, he was sounding the alarm for the Red Scare, and rightfully so. Because look at us today. And it's redder than ever, Todd.
Yeah, and with the equity, environmental equity, the Marxists have taken their red pentagram and simply painted it green. And I think there was an author had a book called New Lives for Old. So it's astounding. And also, the guests that you're having on, they're all victims of this political persecution. These progressive Marxists, these woke fascist. I mean, Mayor Giuliani, Kash Patel, Mr. Dershowitz. It's like every night the lady from Eastern Europe with her kid in college, the kids in school. You're having so many guests on. They're being persecuted by this. Marxism is political and cultural Satanism, and it just kind of blows my mind sometimes. I hear your guest, and it's like, it's kind of surreal. But
it really is.
David Horowitz, he would be a good guest.
We've had him on. We had him on recently, maybe like 4 or 5 months ago.
Well, did he ever debate Dershowitz about the left, or? Because to me,
I don't know.
ACLU is the American Communist Liars United.
Yeah, sadly, right? I mean, a once great organization that now really doesn't defend many civil liberties and kind of turns a blind eye when a lot of them get abused. Where was the ACLU on so much of the censorship that went on with during the pandemic and from big tech and from the government itself moving forward? We've seen so much and we've learned so much. And in retrospect, they did nothing. So, yeah, good point. I appreciate it. Todd, in Atlanta, Georgia, WGKA. Excellent call. And let me see. We pause here and we come back with calls from South Carolina, Maryland, and more. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
No hair, no care, and live on the air, it's Rich Valdez.
All right, let's go to Cumberland, Maryland, WCBC. Check in with Frank. Frank, you're on with Rich Valdez. Go right ahead.
As fast as I can, you mentioned Joe McCarthy. Joe McCarthy was given a raw deal. You've heard of the Venona tapes, I'm sure. They revealed that McCarthy was right. Harry Hopkins was right next to President Roosevelt. He was working for the commies. But there's a wonderful story by a man who was the Secretary of the Navy. He was a senator from Maryland. I forget his name now. But he told about two spies named Burgess and McLean who were working at the British Embassy. And the Koreans, the Red Chinese never would have invaded North Korea if they hadn't been assured by Burgess and McLean that MacArthur would not use nuclear weapons. If they thought MacArthur would have used nuclear weapons against the Communist Chinese, they never would have come south and defeated, pretty tied us in Korea. McCarthy really was onto something. There was a man named, I forget his name now, but he was the editor of the New Republic who was slamming McCarthy all the time. He was a friend of Burgess and McLean. He knew what they were doing in Korea, and he let it happen.
Well, I didn't know that story, and I'm glad you shared it. And what I could say is, you could say a lot of things about McCarthy and McCarthyism, but had we listened to that admonition back then, today we'd be in better shape. Instead of, dealing with politicians that are so incredibly sympathetic with communist ideas that it's scary. And lamentably, that's where we are, Frank. I appreciate your call. Big shout out to Cumberland, Maryland, WCBC, great station. Let's continue. Let's go to Robert in Charleston, South Carolina. Go right ahead. WTMA.
Hi. Okay, thank you very much for taking my call, Rich.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to let you know that, sir, you're right about that. You're 100% right. But it's the question of how you fight communism, not anything else, because you don't want to make them feel uncomfortable or threatened. We should do it like they do in Monaco, Monte Carlo. Monaco, Monte Carlo is probably the best protected country per square meter of any place in the world, but you rarely see a policeman and you practically never see a camera. Although every square meter in Monaco, Monte Carlo, every common area meter is observed. They can seal the border in a minute and 20 seconds. Nobody gets out of there in one piece if they ever steal or car or something like that. They'll never get out of there because by the time they'll notice that the car is being stolen, and they'll call the border guard really fast and seal it off. And the thing is, what we should do is the same thing, basically. We should work very hard on quantum physics and get way ahead when it comes to the use of photons, both for radio transmissions and for light, and also gravitons for the control of through gravitational force. In other words, streaming gravitons. And there are other subatomic particles in the core of the atom as well. And by getting up on that stuff and being way ahead of them, I'm talking generations ahead, and not advertising it too much, is a good thing to do. Now, if they start threatening us, then then Donald Trump did the right thing again. The little guy said to him, "Yeah, I got this big red button on my desk, and if you don't cooperate with me, I'll give you some trouble." So Donald Trump says, "Yeah, I got one on my desk too. It's bigger and it works."
Yeah, good point. I'll tell you this. Look, I'm not in favor of a police state, but we're there, right? We're there, and we're getting closer. I mean, I'll tell you a quick story about my car was parked outside my house. And once a week, I have to move it to one side or the other for street cleaning and whatever. And I didn't move it fast enough. And I got a ticket. And I also got a ticket for expired registration, which I thought I'd renewed. But the reason the cop knew that I was expired was not because he just randomly ran my plate, was because the police cars are outfitted with plate readers. And it's just another example of the police state is alive and well. And we're getting closer and closer. And if the people that push the environment, social governance movement, the ESG movement, if they get their way, we're going to have even more surveillance. And that's more control for the government with the corporations. And that doesn't sound like liberty to me. Robert, thank you for your call. I appreciate it. Take care, good night, and God bless. Thank you for listening. I appreciate each and every one of you. Hope to speak with you all tomorrow as well. Hasta la próxima. Until the next time, I am Rich Valdez, and I'll be back tomorrow. Keep it locked right here. There's more programming after this.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. That's 800-426-0557.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Striking Hollywood writers will be at the bargaining table Wednesday with the studios, says KCBS TV's Tina Patel in Los Angeles.
Many writers say they have mixed emotions. Some are feeling optimistic, hopeful that the studios are finally willing to negotiate in good faith now that they see that writers and actors are standing their ground. But some others say they've been burned before, so they're just going to wait and see if the studios will actually offer a better contract that they say respects what they bring to the entertainment industry.
President Biden is scheduled to meet with Israel's prime minister and Brazil's president at the United Nations on Wednesday, says CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The discussions follow Mr. Biden's address before the UN General Assembly.
If we allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no.
He discussed Russia's war against Ukraine and building a more stable and peaceful Middle East. He will continue that theme with Benjamin Netanyahu.
To California now, where Sacramento County District Attorney Tien Ho has sued the state's capital city, saying homeless encampments have become a threat to the housed and unhoused alike, and the city has failed to take appropriate action.
The unhoused are living in conditions typical of third world countries. All the while, the rest of the community is stuck between compassion and chaos.
Ho wants the city to set up professionally operated sites to help people who are living outside. You may have noticed that gas prices are increasing. The average price for a gallon of regular in Southern California is now more than $6. KCBS TV's Jeff Nguyen has been talking with some not-so-happy drivers.
It's become to the point where gas is so expensive.
Jamal Pittman had been heading back to Moreno Valley after a shopping trip in L.A., where he says he found some good deals. But with the price of gas...
I didn't save. If I'm being completely honest, I didn't save.
Gas Buddy says Southern California prices may come down in the next couple of weeks if the problems at the refineries are fixed and oil prices don't tick up.
An Amazon driver is in the hospital in Florida after a scary experience, says CBS's Matt Piper.
The Martin County Sheriff's Office says the eastern diamondback rattlesnake was coiled by the front door of the Palm City home when the driver came to make the delivery. Then she was struck by the snake in the back of the leg just above the knee. She immediately became ill and called 911. Dispatchers were able to use GPS coordinates to locate her.
That driver is very lucky. That species of rattlesnake that bit her has enough venom to kill 5 people. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: Major League Fishing's Phoenix Bass Super Tournament coming to an end with a familiar name finishing in the #1 spot among the top 10 boaters that competed in the two-day event this past weekend at the Lake of the Ozarks. Lawson Hibden out of Versailles weighed in 10 bass with a combined weight of 32 pounds and 12 ounces to edge out Sunrise Beach Michael Harlan, who finished with 10 bass and a combined weight of 31 pounds and 15 ounces. The top 10 Strike King co-anglers saw Jeremy Greel from Imperial rise to the top with a catch of 8 bass weighing in at 21 pounds and 14 ounces. The top 45 boaters and co-anglers based on point standings plus winners from individual qualifying events will advance to the regional championships in October in Oklahoma. You can see the full results on our website. Log on to krmsradio.com. If you like having your choice of several different kinds of food available to satisfy your hunger, then you might want to take a trip to the Osage Beach Lake of the Ozarks Food Truck Festival happening this weekend. That according to Mayor Michael Harmison, who says after a successful spring event, the festival is coming back to the city park.
We brought on more food trucks. We didn't know what to expect. It exceeded the last year at Lori over here, so we brought in more porta potties and we've got more entertainment and more food trucks, and so really looking forward to this next Saturday and Sunday, and just a great time.
The Food Truck Festival will run from 10 to 7 both Saturday and Sunday. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Partly to mostly cloudy throughout the early morning hours. Scattered showers and storms possible in the area. Lows will make it down into the lower 60s. Winds southerly 5 to 10 miles per hour. And then Wednesday, chance for more showers and storms and highs top out near 73. The current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees. And the temperature at the studios, right now it's 71.
Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels. 32.1, Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2, Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3, One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4, Gap TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5, The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7, Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8, Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9, The Weather Channel. 32.10, The Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11, The KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32 KRMS TV is free TV for you.
For international drug trafficking late last week, the Department of Justice said Ovidio Guzman Lopez was arraigned in federal court. President Joe Biden made his case before the UN General Assembly that the world must remain united in defending Ukraine against Russian aggression, warning that no nation can be secure if allowed to be carved up. Let's check in with online columnist Dr. John Curtis. John, what do you think of his speech?
Oh, I've got a few thoughts on that one, George. First of all, Biden's speech was a belligerent speech. It's warmongering at its best. I mean, look at the fact that he believes still that this war can go on indefinitely with the U.S. taxpayers footing the over $200 billion bill right now. And Zelensky, who's a manufactured PR guy, a salesman, is pitching that if we don't support, if Ukraine, quote, loses the war, get this one, that this is going to create World War III. Biden does not, everybody knows that NATO is the institution in Europe that's designed to defend NATO countries from any kind of an assault on democracy. War-battered and bankrupt Ukraine is not defending democracy in Europe. So the notion that Biden is promoting is that Putin is going to run roughshod over all of Europe is preposterous. He would never go up against a NATO country knowing that he would be facing not Ukraine, but all of NATO. And then you have Zelensky simultaneously delivering a speech referring to the Russians as terrorists now, and the New York Times today publishing an article saying that the missile that struck the open market in Ukraine that Zelensky continues to say was a Russian missile was a Ukrainian missile that went astray. Zelensky's known this for weeks, and this tells the real story about Zelensky. He wants U.S. tax dollars because his government is bankrupt. They cannot pay the ordinary salaries of anyone, including Zelensky, without U.S. tax dollars. So that's what the U.S. is dealing with right now, and no one has really woken up yet except for Trump, who said he would end this war in 24 hours.
You think he would, John?
I do. I certainly do, because he would pull the plug on Ukraine funding, and this war would be over with. They would have to go to the negotiating table. And don't forget, I'm not the only one saying this. Lula da Silva, the very respected president of Brazil, said that Joe Biden is the one that provoked this war by arming Ukraine to the teeth. And remember, all the talking points from Biden are this was an unprovoked and unjustified war. Well, if he didn't arm Ukraine with lethal weapons, Putin would have never crossed into Ukraine's territory.
John's website, onlinecolumnist.com. U.S. home building sank in August, dropping 11.3% from July levels as mortgage rates stayed elevated amid lingering inflation. Here's Charles Koppes, author of America's Financial Reckoning Day, with us here. Not good news, Charles.
No, and they keep raising rates, George. I mean, this is the lowest level since 2020, and it's down about 15% year over year. But they're going to keep raising interest rates probably for the 11th time tomorrow at the FOMC meeting. And home builders, they've been offering a lot of incentives, mortgage buy-downs, things like that, but it's not working much. Mortgage applications are down about, the lowest we've seen in 30 years. And around the country, I think people are canceling a lot of home purchase agreements. We've seen that. But residential sales right now are down about 20% this year. Wow. And we know inventory has been low nationwide, since most have mortgage rates less than 6% or even 2 and 3%, not 7%, whatever it is right now. And so right now the inventory is about half of what it normally is, maybe 650,000 homes. But there's another reason that's important that's contributing to low inventory around the country, and that's the Airbnb short-term rental market.
That's right.
In other words, instead of selling homes, people right now are listing homes on Airbnb, short-term or vacation rentals, and people can work more and more remotely, and this is also squeezing the long-term rental market and causing a lot of high rental costs for working people, like Howard Bloom and Mitch talked about that last week, So Airbnb, I mean, it's been around for about 15 years, but it really took off in the COVID years. And right now they have about 1.5 million listings. It's up about 23% this year, fivefold since 2016. And, people saw an opportunity to make some money as rentals. And so many people have taken out loans based on property income or the cash flow. These are not personal income. These are known as DSCR loans, debt service coverage ratio loans. And these are usually at higher rates and much higher risk right now. And so, we're seeing a major bust coming in the short-term rental market with Airbnbs, things like this, because bookings are down about 50% right now in some areas, Texas, Tennessee, about 30% overall. And Phoenix may be the worst. They've seen a 60% revenue decline in recent months, really overbuilt there. But now you have cities that are actually banning short-term rentals to bring down the high rental costs and housing costs, places like New York, New Orleans, Palm Springs. And this is being supported by the hotel lobby. So it's all very interconnected, home builders or rentals, interest rates, and as short-term rentals lose money, they'll be forced to sell these homes with these risky loans. And this shadow inventory should bring down most home prices that have been inflated in the past few years, bring some affordability for new home sales, the rental market, and so on. And also I could see a buying opportunity here for real estate, especially if they stop raising interest rates. I guess we'll see about that tomorrow. But anyway, there'll be more on that in my next newsletter, but that's where it is right now.
Sign up for the newsletter by going to idpconsultinggroup.com. Thanks, Charles. After spending nearly a year in the International Space Station, record-breaking astronaut Frank Rubio said he would have declined his space mission had he known he'd be in orbit so long. He would have declined it because of family situations. In a moment, pharmacist Ben Fuchs from criticalhealthnews.com joins us. Let's set another record. Get out your laptop, get out your phone, and go to the website, criticalhealthnews.com. Pharmacist Ben Fuchs next with us on Coast to Coast AM.
Are you tired of watching stock market swings? Want to say goodbye to the wild shifts in your portfolio? You deserve an investment that delivers consistent monthly returns and is built on solid American ground. Phoenix Capital Group invites you to invest in the heart of America and support U.S. energy independence. They're introducing investors to high-value oil and gas investments here in the U.S. They connect private investors like you with investments in tangible oil and gas assets. Phoenix Capital Group offers high-yield corporate bonds to investors with returns of 8 to 12% annual interest paid monthly. These are corporate bond offerings and they're open to both accredited and non-accredited investors. To find out more, download the Phoenix Capital Group's free investor guide packet today at investingwithphoenix.com. Before making investment decisions, you should carefully consider and review all risks involved. Learn how to diversify your portfolio and earn 8 to 12% annual interest with Phoenix Capital Group. Learn more and invest in America at investingwithphoenix.com. That's investingwithphoenix.com.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed, and I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I would gasp. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing has stopped since I've taken the Carnivora. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and they said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
More connected than ever before.
Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Pharmacist Ben Fuchs with us from criticalhealthnews.com. I'm going to give you a toll-free number to call for assistance, by the way. These are people taking notes to what Pharmacist Ben or what Doc Wallach says when he's on. 1-855-949-7234, 1-855-949-RADIO. Just keep that number always with you. And the website, of course, criticalhealthnews.com. We will begin calls earlier at the half this hour, and then full hour of calls with pharmacist Ben Fuchs next hour as well. He's a registered pharmacist, nutritionist, cosmetic chemist. He's been compounding custom medications, formulating nutritional and skincare products for years now. And here he is, Ben Fuchs. Hello, Mr. Fuchs.
Hello, Mr. Norrie. Good to talk to you again.
What's new with you?
No, just doing my thing, traveling around. I just got back from Dallas. I did a nice talk, longevity talk in Dallas. I'll be in California in a couple months, running my pharmacy. Same old, same old.
How was the talk received?
Oh, it's always received great. George, there's such a need for the kind of things we talk about on this program. I mean, you hear the listeners and you get the emails. There's such a dearth of information coming from the mainstream, and clearly the mainstream orthodox. What passes for orthodox wisdom in terms of medicine doesn't work. We got more doctors, more drugs, more devices, more hospitals, more protocols than any other culture in the history of mankind, and simultaneously we're the most obese. I don't know if you just read the obesity statistics that just came out a couple days ago. The most diabetic-ridden. Our life expectancy is dropping every year. I mean, it's crazy. The medical strategies, the medical protocol, while it excels in terms of heroic medicine, when you get hit by a car, you get a rock falls on your head, is a complete and utter failure when it comes to lifestyle diseases, when it comes to chronic degenerative diseases, which make up 80% of our health costs and our health misery. And so when people hear this kind of information, it's almost like, when I do my talks, I can see people's ears going boop, 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 kind of paying attention to what we're talking about here. Because people know that what they're being told by the mainstream just flat out doesn't work. And so when people start to hear some these alternatives, and that's what we're talking about here, is options, they're alert. They want to know.
I've always believed that a mixture of alternative with modern medicine is the best mix. What do you think of that?
There's a need for modern medicine, clearly.
Absolutely.
I'm a pharmacist, and I don't really like long-term, the kind of drugs people stay on long-term. I don't suggest them. But I always tell people, make sure you got some pain pills sitting in your medicine cabinet. Thank God for antibiotics. I was just reading a history book, history of medicine book a couple of days ago, and they were talking about how they had to do kidney surgery in the 16th century. Can you imagine doing kidney surgery in the 16th century with no anesthetic? People would die of the shock just from the surgery.
Absolutely.
So today, modern medicine is clearly miraculous, and the things that we can do when we get parts of our body get cut off and they can stitch back on are miraculous. But in terms of quality of life, in terms of helping us maintain our quality of life and longevity, it is an absolute and utter failure because we're missing the basics. The basics are nutrition, George, and not just nutrition, by the way. Exercise, breathing, spirituality, mind power, the mind-body connection. This is being missed by the mainstream, although I have to say it is changing.
They're talking about getting at least 5,000 steps in a day. It's good for your health. What do you think of that?
Yes, movement is so darn important. The body is an electrical system. While we talk about chemistry all the time, nutrition being chemistry, at the most foundational level, we are electrical beings. And when you move, you generate an electrical charge. Stagnation is always the enemy. Stagnation precedes disease, whether it's stagnation of the blood or stagnation of the skeletal system. So movement is so darn important, George. And this is why breathing is so important, by the way. When you breathe and your diaphragm goes up and down, you propel the blood through the system, and you generate these electrical charges that run the cells of your body. And while nutrition is important, clearly, and how we eat is important, at the end of the day, we are bioelectrical beings, and walking and stretching and exercise, jumping up and down on a rebounder, the Canadian mounting exercises that you do every morning, all of those are vitally, vitally important.
Absolutely. I've got a friend here in St. Louis, I'm here through the holidays, who has two friends who have died in the last 3 weeks in their sleep, Ben. Now, they seem perfectly healthy. They were normal, he said, late 50s.
Oh, my gosh.
What causes somebody to die in their sleep?
Oh, gosh, yeah. I don't know. That's
I mean, the
tragic.
actor Ray Liotta, same thing happened to him.
Yeah, well, he was a smoker. Ray Liotta was a smoker. A lot of times, you know about sleep apnea, I'm sure. A lot of times we don't get oxygen when we sleep.
You suffocate, basically.
Yeah, we suffocate, basically. And that's one of the reasons why people wake up in the middle of the night. You ever hear people say they wake up in the middle of the night?
Yeah, that happens. That's
yeah,
right.
When you wake up in the middle of the night, that's usually the end result of a surge of stress hormone, cortisol. And a lot of that has to do with sleep apnea and problems breathing. But also, if that happens, if you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night and you can't go back to sleep, try a little protein before you go to bed to keep your blood sugar stable. A little bit of Fit Shake if you're going to use longevity products, a little bit of protein before you go to bed, or a hard-boiled egg, and that'll keep your blood sugar stable.
You've got something called Sleep Ease, which is pretty nice. It's natural.
Sleep Ease. Sleep Ease has a really cool ingredient that everybody knows about for sleep, but they don't realize, what a lot of people don't realize, it's an anti-aging ingredient, and that's melatonin. Everybody knows about melatonin for sleep. Most people know about melatonin.
All natural.
Melatonin is an anti-aging, anti-stress, cortisol balancing hormone. Now, you have to be a little bit careful with melatonin because it is a hormone, but as we get older, our melatonin levels naturally drop, and so taking some melatonin before you go to bed is not a bad idea if you can't fall asleep, and plus it gives you great dreams, too. And by the way, melatonin is great for your skin, too. Melatonin, the word melatonin.
Melon.
Yeah, exactly, from melanin, from the pigment. So melatonin is also a wonderful skin protective substance. You can use it topically, or taking it orally can help prevent photo damage and photo aging.
As a pharmacist, have you ever personally, I know you'd never stopped, but have you ever not wanted to not give somebody a prescription because you didn't think it was right?
Never. That's not I don't take that. I hear that periodically. You hear pharmacists don't want to dispense, don't want to give out.
That's not their job.
That's not our job to decide. I don't decide for anybody. I don't even judge anybody. I don't think it's a smart idea to stay on antihypertensives or pain pills or medicine long term. Medicine is there as a Band-Aid, and you want to take it and then get off of it. But I don't judge anybody if they want to use the medical model and they want to continue with their lifestyle and just take medicines to kind of stave off the symptoms. But it's not a smart idea.
Emails are in for you. One is from Betty she does not say where, but she's suffering, and this is right down your line with skin. She says, I've got pimples all over my arms. What's causing them?
Oh, my goodness. And I take it that Betty's not a kid. Pimples are, when they're all over the arms anyway, they can be due to a couple things. Now, she didn't describe the pimples, and that is really important. If they're pimples that are white, that can be some kind of allergic reaction. But if they're pimples that are just bumpy, that's a condition called KP, which stands for keratosis pylorus. Some people call it chicken skin. And that is a classic, and I mean a classic, sign of vitamin A deficiency. And so what you want to do if that happens, and it happens a lot. And by the way, vitamin A is phenomenally important for the skin. A lot of folks who are listening to this program probably have heard of retinol and retinoic acid, which are considered to be go-to topical skincare ingredients. They're just forms of vitamin A. Take an oral vitamin A, 10 to 20,000 international units a day, which is way higher than the recommended daily allowance. The RDAs. You know what I call the RDAs, George?
What's that?
The ridiculous deficiency allowance.
I love it.
Right. It's designed to keep you ridiculously deprived of what you need. Anyway, 10 to 20,000 IU a day of vitamin A, which is higher than the RDA, taken internally and then using retinol topically on it can help if that's the kind of pimple she's talking about.
I take a multiple vitamin for men daily and Tangy Tangerine daily, in addition to all the other supplements I take.
A smart man, George.
With a multiple though and Tangy, am I getting what I need?
Probably need more. Is that all? That's all. If that's all.
Oh no, I'm taking a whole bunch of other supplements.
You're taking a bunch of other stuff, but that's not going to just the two alone. The Beyond Tangerine is not designed to be a multiple vitamin. It's designed to provide you with water-soluble nutrients that are urinated out when you drink a lot of water, especially the B-complex vitamins and the electrolytes. And let me tell you something. The B-complex vitamins are so underappreciated for energy, for the digestive system, for a condition that's called small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. A lot of folks dealing with chronic constipation, vitamin B1, which is thiamine deficiency will cause chronic constipation. It will slow up the digestive tract. Nobody is talking about this. There's a condition called beriberi. Have you heard of this disease?
I've heard of beriberi. Yeah.
Beriberi is.
It was in Vietnam a lot, wasn't it?
It was discovered in Asia, and this is when they discovered. This is actually when they discovered vitamins. That was the first vitamin to be discovered. Was the vitamin that took care of beriberi. Beriberi is Swahili for I can't, because when you have this deficiency, which is in vitamin B1, you can't move. But what people don't realize is you can have gastrointestinal beriberi, which is when your digestive system says I can't, and that's when you get clogged up. And thiamine deficiency, vitamin B1 deficiency, is a hidden cause of digestive problems, many digestive problems, including heartburn, acid reflux, and chronic constipation. And it's packed, the Beyond Tangy Tangerine is packed with thiamine. The RDF thiamine is around 1 milligram or so, 1.5 milligrams. You get 30 milligrams, and it's completely non-toxic.
Well, with pharmacist Ben Fuchs from criticalhealthnews.com, that's the website to go to. Slam it. Let's set another record. We're going to start right after the break. Calls with pharmacist Ben and calls next hour. So if you have a question about your health or the health of your friend or your loved ones or your children, give pharmacist Ben a call and he'll make some recommendations for you. And again, the website is criticalhealthnews.com. Ben, thank you again for what you do, and we'll be back with calls with you in a second, all right?
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hi, I'm Ty Pennington, and this is another one of Ty's tips. So floors take their share of abuse. Kicked, scuffed, spilled on, and yeah, sorry to say it, peed on. Look, dogs are man's best friend, and cats, well, I'm sure they've got friends somewhere. But when it comes to potty training, let's just say that very few pets are always perfect. Thing is, those pet stains can be a problem for you because, well, they smell. And they can be a problem for resale because they're ugly. So take care of them now. There are tons of pet stain removal products on the market. Many of them work well, but you have to use them right away. You can also try a more unconventional remedy like window cleaner or a 50-50 mix of vinegar and water. Whatever you do, don't let the stain just sit, or else you're in for a harder time later. I'm sorry, that pun really stinks.
Coast to Coast AM catches more flies with vinegar than honey.
I have some concerns about these questions.
Why do some rational people believe in irrational things? I'm George Norrie, and join us on our next program with a psychologist to explain all that. And later on, Spirituality of Animals with Lori Spagna, right here on Coast to Coast.
That's the recipe for great radio on Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes, more and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're going to start calls with pharmacist Ben Fuchs in just a moment to help you out a little bit. We want you around for a long, long time. Columbus, Ohio wants us around for a long time, but they're going to get us October 14th, Tommy.
They sure are. You know, somebody told me yesterday they think that a few people are going to come dressed up as you.
Dressed up as me with a little mustache and all that?
I don't know how they're going to do it. The show is Saturday, October 14th in the beautiful Lincoln Theater in Columbus, Ohio. We're talking about being dressed up as George because we want everybody to come dressed in costume. It's a Halloween spooky stage show experience. We're going to celebrate Halloween just a little bit early. 4 guests on stage: Ghost Professor John Kachuba, Bill Bean, the spiritual warrior, Mr. Lobo, the horror host, and mentalist Jim Carroll round out the night. A live band, a meet and greet, just all the fun stuff we do at these shows. We're going to have a psychic in the lobby. You can get a free psychic reading from psychic Erica Booser-Haney. And we have a special guest artist who's going to sing a Halloween song at the very beginning of the show. So a lot going on. You can head over to coasttocoastam.com. Oh, and I forgot one of the best parts, George. I'm going to put $500 in your hand and we're going to find the best costume in the house, and you are going to award that to them.
Super. Now, when we're going to do the award, do you know yet?
Yeah, we'll probably do it when you sing your last song of the night.
Okay.
So everybody can enjoy the show, and then we'll bring them out on stage. So this is going to be a fun show. Head over to coasttocoastam.com, and all the info is right up there in the carousel.
Tom, you were talking about costumes looking like me. My little 4-year-old great-grandchild, whenever she sees me, pulls her hair under her nose.
Oh, no way.
And goes, "I'm Papa." So who knows? We'll see.
It's too good.
And here's something for your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I would gasp. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped since I've taken the Carnivora. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and he said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
George here, and yet another happy ending from Carnivora. I've said it before, Carnivora has been now with us for just about 10 years, very successfully. Carnivora is 100% from nature and contains 17 naturally occurring compounds that are non-toxic to every normal cell in the body, act synergistically to heal, and will attack abnormal cells only. You've heard that right. Carnivora will attack abnormal cells only. Try it, and you'll see for yourself. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735, or visit carnivora.com. CARNIVORA.com. Vladimir Putin called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies in trade instead of the U.S. dollar. As demand for the dollar weakens, what are you doing to protect your savings? Harness the power of physical gold from Birch Gold Group, held in a tax-sheltered IRA. Text COAST to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. Again, text COAST to 989898 to claim your free info kit on protecting your savings with gold.
I always have my radio on at work.
News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Pharmacist Ben Fuchs with us. Here's that phone number to call for assistance. They're taking notes to everything Ben says. 1-855-949-7234. Call them tonight, call them tomorrow, call them next week. Somebody will answer the phone. The website, criticalhealthnews.com. We're on our verge of setting another record with Pharmacist Ben, so just hit that website and take a quick look at it. And we're going to take calls. If you don't get on this half hour, fret not, because next hour we're taking a full hour of calls with the Pharmacist Ben. How did you get involved in pharmacy, Ben?
You know, when I was a kid, I was one of those nerdy kids that had a chemistry set, you know.
I had one, too.
You had one, too?
You just called me a nerd.
Yeah, we were nerds. I got to own up to it, George. You know, only nerds had chemistry sets. But I was just always fascinated with chemistry. And then I got into weightlifting when I was a teenager. And when you were back in the day, probably it's the same way still. We were just fascinated with nutrition. We were always looking for an edge in nutrition. And I just got this idea that if I went to pharmacy school, I could study food as medicine. Well, come to find out that pharmacists don't do that, but I'd already enrolled in pharmacy school, so I stuck with it. And I'm glad I did, because it really gave me a deep understanding of how biochemistry can interact with the body for better or worse, from a health and a therapeutic and a healing perspective.
Chemistry made you a better pharmacist.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of times people ask me, what can I study? They want to study nutrition. What can I study to study nutrition or study health? I say study chemistry. And while, you know, a lot of folks are intimidated by chemistry, as it turns out, it really is not that intimidating if you understand how shapes work. It's basically just shape-shifting. And if you understand chemistry, George, you can understand not just nutrition, but you can understand pharmacy, and you can understand cooking, and you can understand plants and botany, and you can understand all kinds of stuff. Not only that, but if you understand chemistry, you can understand how to even talk to people, because chemistry is just how things interact. Relationships. That's all chemistry is, the relationships of things to each other. And by being a chemist, that makes me an excellent nutritionist, as well as a skincare chemist, as well as a pharmacist.
Folks, as we go to Pharmacist Ben, we're not giving you cures. We're trying to get you to feel better about your life and things that you've got going on.
I hate that word, cure. This is about reversal. You know, cure is magic. There's no magic here. The body can turn on a dime if we turn on a dime. And when we're sick and we're not feeling as good as we should, there's a process that's happening. And all we got to do is just turn that thing around. And this is just in the body's nature to heal itself. George, the body wants to heal itself. The body wants to be healthy. And that's why so many people start taking the Healthy Start Pack, the Beyond Tangy Tangerine, start to employ some of these strategies. Their blood pressure drops, they lose weight, their eyesight improves. All the markers of health improve because it's in the body's nature to recover.
Let's start with calls. First-time caller Linda's with us in Las Vegas. Hey, Linda, welcome.
Hey, Linda.
Hello.
Good to have you
yes.
with us.
I had a stroke about 3 years ago, and they gave me that TPA in the hospital, and that really saved my life. But anyway, they got me on this 40 milligrams of Atorvastatin and baby aspirin. But I've been doing cayenne pepper instead of the aspirin because I read a lot, and I got a lot of different vitamins I take. And I just want to know his thoughts on the vitamins I should be taking. And I did cut my Atorvastatin in half. I really don't like taking it, but I'm doing what the doctor says partly.
Well, yeah, you should do what your doctor says.
Always,
you don't want to just
absolutely.
get...
And, you know, if people they want to take some of these strategies and protocols and advice that we give on this program, work with your doctor. Doctors are there to help you, and it's not fair for another healthcare professional to come along and say, don't do this. You got to work with your doctor on everything. That being said, it's your right to do whatever you want to do. You know, a lot of people feel intimidated by their medical professional. It's your body, and it's your right to do whatever you want to do. Work with your doctor. If you're going to see a doctor, work with your doctor, but it's your right to do what you need to do. Now as far as stroke goes, Longevity made it very simple. I would get on the Healthy Brain and Heart Pack right away. A stroke is when you lose oxygen to the brain, to your brain, and parts of your brain, unfortunately, die. And so you can have some severe problems. But you want to prevent strokes from happening again. You want to prevent blood clots from happening again. That's why they gave you the TPA. Now, here's the thing. George, have you heard, and Linda, you probably heard this, it sounds like you have, that baby aspirins are now a problem?
I heard that. I don't agree with it, but I heard that.
Well, I'll tell you what. Essential fatty acids, the Ultimate EFA and Ultimate EFA+, are nature's aspirin. They have the same mechanism as aspirin, but they're not toxic. And you have multiple benefits. So anybody who's using a baby aspirin should consider using essential fatty acids. You'll get the same benefits, the same effects, the same blood thinning effects, but you'll get multiple benefits, including skin benefits and brain health benefits and hormone benefits. Ultimate EFAs are like a natural form of estrogen for women who are on estrogen replacement. There are so many incredible benefits to essential fatty acids. It's hard to even list them all. You know, when I do my talk, sometimes I'll ask people how many people have dry skin, and almost everybody raises their hand. And this is in a country where we sell $14 billion a year in moisturizing creams. Do you know in a laboratory, if you want to induce dry skin, scaly skin, itchy skin in a laboratory animal, you know what you do? You rob it of essential fatty acids. You take the EFAs out, and within a week, the animal has dry skin and scaly skin.
Interesting.
Right? So how many people who have dry skin are simply suffering from an EFA deficiency, and they don't even know it, and they're using moisturizers, which, by the way, make dry skin even worse in the long run. Get on the Ultimate EFAs, and not only will you have a baby aspirin-like effects, but you'll improve your skin health, and you'll improve your hormone health, and you'll improve your brain health, and on and on and on. Great for people dealing with inflammatory arthritis, too, by the way.
Ben, what causes a stroke like Linda had?
Blood that's not moving, blood that's clotting, blood that's not circulating.
Too thick?
What's that?
Is it too thick?
Too thick. Why is it thick? Because stuff's getting in. I've been talking about this for decades. It's called dirty blood. And dirty blood is blood that has basically pus in it from an infection, from toxins that leak in through the through a leaky gut, through the intestine. There's a connection between the bloodstream and the intestine, and over time, as we have problems in the intestine with our bacteria, which is a whole other issue, the lining of the intestinal wall becomes porous, and stuff gets into the blood, and this initiates an immune reaction. Then the blood becomes thick, and so by working on digestive health, working on leaky gut, you can go a long way towards improving the circulation of the blood. But there's more. Moving your body, like you talked about earlier, deep breathing. Oxygen's a blood thinner, George. Do you know oxygen's a blood thinner? That's one of the most important things you could do if you're dealing with sticky blood or DVT. Have you heard of this deep vein thrombosis issue?
Oh, yeah,
clotting
absolutely.
Issue. Oxygen and essential fatty acids and working on a leaky gut. And these are vitamin C and vitamin E. There are so many ways that we can do this. It breaks my heart to see people suffering with diseases and with long-term chronic health challenges when there's so many strategies available to them that nobody's telling them that.
Thanks, Linda. Hope everything works out for you. And again, here's that toll-free number, 1-855-949-7234. They're taking notes to what Ben is saying. Cindy's truck driving in New Mexico. Hey, Cindy, welcome.
Hey, Cindy.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good to have you with us.
It's good to be here.
Go ahead.
I was diagnosed with pulmonary hypertension back in 2012. I take a drug called Lateris, and then I also take Cialis. And I've been on those since then. The oxygen, that's one of the biggest things is oxygen.
You know,
is there any kind of thing I can be taking that will help?
I didn't quite hear everything that you were saying. I heard pulmonary hypertension, and pulmonary hypertension is another form of hypertension. It has to do with the lungs in this case, but hypertension is a very interesting issue. I don't know if you heard the latest on the World Health Organization came out with a hypertension report a couple days ago. I think maybe it was today. It was either today or yesterday. It turns out, George, 80 million Americans have hypertension, and they call it essential hypertension. A lot of it they call essential hypertension, most of it, and meaning they don't know what causes it. They just think it just happens. Some 60 million Americans are on these blood pressure-lowering drugs, which are among the most toxic, deadly drugs in the whole pharmacopoeia, and that's saying something because there's a lot of toxic drugs. For high blood pressure, there's many things you could do. For one thing, we talked about the relationship between the digestive system and the circulatory system, working on the leaky gut issue. Longevity, by the way, has a great product, which we don't talk about enough, called I-26, which is ideal for people who are dealing with messed up bacteria in the intestine, a condition called SIBO, and that's related to high blood pressure. Nutritional deficiencies are related to high blood pressure. What's your favorite mineral, George? That's the best mineral antihypertensive, magnesium.
I like magnesium, and I'm going to talk to you about. I've been seeing commercials for hyaluronic acid.
You must crack up every time you see it. There's a lot of commercials out there for that now. That's getting popular. And then also, we talked earlier about the B complex. The B complex are super valuable for pulmonary all hypertension, pulmonary or otherwise. Get on the healthy brain and heart pack. The Beyond Tangy Tangerine will get you your B complex, especially thiamine, B1, another very underappreciated vitamin for folks dealing with hypertension, and the ultimate niacin, as well as the Beyond Tangy Tangerine and the healthy brain and heart pack.
I like the name of this supplement, GABA.
I know, I like that too. You know what? GABA is, oh my God, that is one of my all-time favorites. There's a drug that mimics GABA. GABA is so important that even the drug companies know about it, and they have come up with a drug that mimics it called gabapentin or Neurontin. GABA is a phenomenal calming agent. It's used for seizure disorders. Gabapentin is used for seizure disorders, but you can take your own GABA if you have a tendency for seizures or migraine headaches or problems sleeping or muscle contractions or any kind of stimulating type of health challenge. GABA calms everything down. It's a natural brain chemical, and guess what, George? It's made from gut bacteria in the body. It's made from gut bacteria's response to fiber. And it turns out that when you eat fiber, bacteria will chew on that fiber and release this amazing compound, which is turned into GABA. This stuff is called butyric acid, and that's where we get the term butter from, by the way. Butter is has a precursor to GABA in it. Hopefully nobody's eating margarine these days. Butter is amazing.
Butter's much better than margarine.
Oh, my God, it's so much better. It's like a health food, butter is. And so anyway, butter has this, the term butter comes from butyric acid. GABA is gamma-amino butyric acid. And this butyric acid stuff is one of the most important things you could do to protect the health of your colon. In fact, it's been shown to be protective against colon cancer, in addition to having all these wonderful brain health benefits and helps you make GABA.
Doc likes cholesterol, but can it get too high?
Well, it does get too high, but it doesn't get too high because you're eating cholesterol. It gets high because you're eating sugar. No, here's the thing, George. Cholesterol is a building substance. Bodybuilders have higher cholesterol.
It's great for the brain, isn't it?
It's great for everything. It's the difference between you and a fern plant. Cholesterol is only made by animals. Plants don't make cholesterol. Cholesterol is the movement molecule. It's the the nerve molecule, the brain molecule. It's the molecule that separates us from the plant kingdom. So it's critical for movement. It's critical for growth. It's critical for repair. It's critical for brain health. It's critical for muscle health. And here's the thing. When we eat sugar, George, we trick the body into thinking it's supposed to be building. So the building chemistry kicks in. So we're tricking our body into thinking it's supposed to be building by eating all the sugar and the refined carbohydrates. So if you want to drop your cholesterol, treat yourself like a diabetic, whether or not you've been diagnosed. And what will happen is your cholesterol will naturally drop like a stone without needing any drugs. Get on the ultimate niacin. Watch what happens to your cholesterol. Get on the healthy blood sugar pack. Watch what happens to your cholesterol. Chromium, vanadium, niacin, the B vitamins, all the nutrients that help you process sugar naturally lower your cholesterol. And let me tell you something. Those statin drugs, they're not the worst drugs in the world, but they still have an effect on lowering things like coenzyme Q10 that are critical for heart health. So ironically, the statin drugs could be making your heart health even worse. And that's maybe where the heart attacks come from. Even though people are on statin drugs, they get heart attacks.
Well, you have to supplement with CoQ10
Heck yeah.
if you're taking a statin.
Heck yeah, you should. But why take a statin when you have all these other options available to you that don't require any intervention from a doctor and have multiple benefits? Not just don't have side effects, they have multiple benefits.
Pharmacist Ben Fuchs with us from criticalhealthnews.com. We're going to take calls with Pharmacist Ben next hour as well. Those of you on hold, just hang there. We will get to you when we come back after the break. It's amazing how many people you and Doc help, Ben.
You know what? It's my pleasure, my honor to be able to do that, George. That's the greatest gift. The greatest gift that can be given to me is the gift to be able to help other people.
You ever get stopped in the street with people, maybe they don't recognize you, but they know your name?
You know, not that often. You get stopped in the street all the time.
A lot.
I remember walking with you, and I couldn't even walk a block without everybody mobbing you. By the way, George, you tell me I do a great job. You do an amazing job. You are making a huge difference in the world, and thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you, Ben, and we will keep at it, of course. As this Thursday, we are going into fall. This is a fast year, folks. It really is, and we've got lots going on for the entire year here on Coast to Coast. And we'll be live on Thanksgiving. We'll be live on Christmas night. I've got my weekend people working Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. I'll be there on New Year's night. We're not leaving you. We'll be back with more and your calls on Coast to Coast AM.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
The Community Calendar is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant in Camdenton. Close to home, yet far from
The
ordinary.
Lake Arts Council offers many events, such as greater area choral rehearsals, art for the seasons, and spools and needles. Visit artsathelake.com for details. That's today's Community Calendar.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. The United Auto Workers Union says it will expand its strike against the big three automakers if there isn't, quote, serious progress in negotiations by noon Friday. CBS's Chris Van Cleve is in Wayne, Michigan.
They've already walked out of 3 plants, one belonging to each of the big three automakers, Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler parent Stellantis. We understand that negotiations, conversations are continuing between the big three and the UAW. However, at this point, none of the automakers has presented a cohesive new deal.
Hollywood writers are scheduled to meet with studios on Wednesday in their latest attempt to come to terms and end their strike. Meg James covers the entertainment industry for the Los Angeles Times.
The writers have really held out longer than people expected. They have displayed remarkable solidarity.
The family of a black high school student in Texas is considering suing because the boy was suspended for his hairstyle despite a state law banning racial discrimination based on hairstyles. More from CBS's Allison Keys.
Gerald George has already served more than 2 weeks of in-school suspensions over his twisted locks, and when he arrived this week with the same hairstyle, he was suspended again. His mother, Derisha, says the Houston area school is
basically picking with my child.
The school says his hairstyle, which he's been growing for 10 years, violates its dress code because of its length when let down. But his mother says
his hair is always up.
In Philadelphia, Temple University's acting president has died after falling ill on stage during a memorial service. Joanne Epps was 72. KYW-TV reporter Aziza Schuler has more.
University Provost Gregory Mandel said it'll take time for the Temple community to heal from this tragic loss.
She's been an extraordinary leader. She's been a mentor for me and many others. She's been a close confidant. The university has a spectacularly strong community. and we will get through this together.
The university's Board of Trustees will meet to discuss how they plan to move forward.
Commute times are starting to increase, but Associated Press census reporter Mike Schneider says commuting is getting greener.
You also saw an increase in the percent of people who are carpooling from 2021 to 2022.
The FTC has hundreds of millions of dollars it wants to give you and tens of millions of your fellow gamers. The $245 million comes from a settlement with the maker of the popular Fortnite video game, which the FTC says violated children's privacy and tricked players into making unintended purchases. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late news now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: motorists who normally use Route C in Miller County are putting up with another road closure between routes 42 and A, this time for work to be done on the bridge over Mill Creek.
We've closed that bridge today. We expect it should take likely almost to the month of December, through November, to replace that driving surface, the bridge deck, and make some substructure repairs and get that bridge back open.
That same detour using 42 to 54 to A Road are going to be used again for this closing along Route C. It seemed as if there was like a heck of a lot of visitors in the lake area for this year's Bike Fest, and that can be answered with a definite yes, but was it the busiest in the history of the event? The Convention and Visitor Bureau says there is not a system set up to check on the total visitation numbers for the three-county area of Camden, Miller, and Morgan, but a passport system used for visitors wanting to register in the lake area could give more of a feel to getting an idea on those total numbers. It had been estimated before this past week that there would be around 125,000 visitors for Bike Fest. A rough but unofficial estimate as to the numbers could be announced later this week. And employees with the Camden County Road and Bridge Department who passed the local technical assistance program will be recognized on Wednesday morning. Road and Bridge Administrator Pat Wolf says the recognition ceremony will be taking place at 9:30 a.m. at the South Road District Shed. The public is welcome to attend the ceremony. Next news in 1 hour. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Partly to mostly cloudy throughout the early morning hours. Scattered showers and storms possible in the area. Lows will make it down into the lower 60s. Winds southerly 5 to 10 miles per hour. And then Wednesday, chance for more showers and storms and highs top out near 73. The current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios, right now it's 70.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Ever have that nagging feeling that you might be leaving money on the table when you're filing your business taxes? Like your longtime bookkeeper or CPA might have missed a credit or deduction your business is eligible for. TaxReview.ai ensures you're not missing out on any state and federal tax credits or even industry or location-specific tax incentives. Plus, you may have major omissions on previous tax returns that can quickly add up to tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash for your business. Make sure you're not paying more taxes than you need to. Double-check your previous tax returns with TaxReview.ai's comprehensive artificial intelligence-driven algorithm. A licensed tax professional will review the AI recommendations, analyze your file, and tell you how much you're owed. Double-checking past tax returns could mean more money coming back to you. The analysis is completely free. Visit TaxReview.ai today to begin your free review. That's TaxReview.ai.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
We got a good one for you this Friday as the Lakers welcome the Zizzers from West Plains on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Pocket Radio is one of the most popular pocket radios on the market today. It has unbeatable AM and FM reception with crisp, clear audio for its small size, and you can listen with the built-in speaker or its amazing audio using the included CC earbuds that they give you. With the high-quality earbuds, they're tuned for voice clarity as well. The CC Pocket Radio has 5 memory buttons so you can instantly select your favorite station, and it also makes a great emergency radio because it has a lighted dial and the NOAA weather band with the emergency alert to help you out. It is very lightweight, capable, and it's very easy to hold with rubber sides and a pocket clip. It makes the CC Pocket Radio ready to go anywhere with you. You can order the CC Pocket Radio by calling C. Crane anytime. 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863, or go to their website, ccrane.com. Also available at REI, Bimart, and Amazon.com.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi. Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with pharmacist Ben Fuchs from criticalhealthnews.com. We'll get to your calls as well this hour. Ben, you're an expert in skin. What causes itchy feet?
You know, the feet are the extremities, and plus you got socks on and shoes on. So when there's a problem with the blood circulating when it's thick, or the heart's not working as well as it should, or the kidneys aren't functioning like they should, you don't get blood to the extremities. And this is one of the reasons why diabetics have notoriously bad feet. Not only dry, itchy feet, but also leading cause of amputation of the feet. So typically you're dealing with a circulatory problem when you have dry, itchy feet, although it can be compounded by socks and shoes, which keep the moisture in, keep bacteria and funguses present, and that can cause things like athlete's foot, fungal infections, etc., and that'll exacerbate the itchiness. But again, EFAs, whenever you have dry, itchy, anything, feet, hands, any part of the body, ultimate EFAs, ultimate EFA plus.
Interesting. There's a horrible story we had on the air last week about a family who had to amputate their son's arms
Oh my God.
and legs.
Why?
Because he had some kind of streptobacteria.
Oh my God.
Horrible.
That is heartbreaking. How old was the kid?
He was in his teens.
Oh my God, that's heartbreaking. Yeah, it's a jungle out there, George.
It really is.
That's why you got to take care of yourself. And by the way, the immune system is designed to take care of most bacteria. But the things we do as part of our 21st century American lifestyle all combine to keep our immune system suppressed, and that's one of the reasons why we have bacterial problems that we need antibiotics for, which end up causing bacterial resistance, by the way, and flesh-eating bacteria.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go east of the Rockies. Vinny's with us in New Jersey. Good to have you with us, Vinny.
New Jersey.
Hi, how you doing, George?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Hey, Vinny.
Yeah, I have problem. I have I'm on Eliquis for blood clot in my lower calf on my right leg. I'm type 2 diabetic, and I suffer from diverticulitis, and the newest thing is anal fissures that they want to do surgery. That's the most important thing that I would like to try not to have surgery for that. Is there anything I could use?
100%. 100%. First of all, you got to get the food under control. The diverticulitis, which is an intestinal issue, swelling of the lining of the intestine. That's the start of everything. That's the start of the type 2 diabetes. That's the start of the blood and circulatory problems. And, of course, it's related to the anal fissure. So get the digestive system under control, and there's lots of ways to do that. First of all, you got to change, as hard as it is, you got to change the way you eat, and you got to eat less. And that's one of the cool things about getting on a micronutrient nutritional supplement program. One of the first things that people notice when they start the Beyond Tangy Tangerine is they don't eat as much. And so getting on a micronutrient program like the Healthy Start Pack or the Healthy Blood Sugar Pack will go a long way towards making a difference in terms of helping you control foods. Second thing you want to do is make sure you're using the ultimate enzymes with your meals. Make sure you're doing a little bit of apple cider vinegar with your ultimate enzymes, and that will help control the bacteria in the intestine. Ultimate enzymes also have bile, and that's also going to help control the bacteria. People don't realize this, by the way. Stomach acid and bile are antibacterial. They kill excess bacteria in the intestine, which are involved in diverticulitis and other digestive health issues, in fact, other body issues. And then also there's a wonderful product that we talked about earlier called I-26, which anybody who has any kind of digestive health issue that involves bacteria, which it sounds like you do, should be on. I would get on the I-26 as well. So, and then, of course, probiotics and nightly essence is something else. Focus on digestive health. Everything else will start to come under control. Later on, you're going to have to work with the blood sugar, too, and help do things to thin the blood, but start with the digestive system, the intestine.
Ben, can these fissures in his colon turn into anything worse?
Oh, heck yeah. Well, these are anal fissures. But, yeah, I don't even, God forbid, fissures are, and any kind of deteriorating tissue, can be a precursor to cancer. Yeah, absolutely. That needs to be corrected. But that's what I'm saying. The diverticulitis is the cause of everything else. That's the thing, George. The small intestine is the center of the body. Did you ever play basketball when you were a kid, when you were in high school?
Yeah, I played football and baseball primarily.
Remember, they tell in basketball, they tell you, always look at the guy's belly. Don't go for head fakes or fakes with the ball. Always focus on the belly. The belly doesn't lie. The center of the body, which is where the small intestine is, that is where everything starts to tumble out of control in terms of bodily breakdown. And you know what, George? It happens at a shockingly young age. 30% of babies are born cesarean section. And when you're born cesarean section, and older folks, it's even worse, because back then they didn't even know about how important these bacteria were that bathe the baby. As the baby's coming out of the birth canal, the baby is coated with bacteria, and those bacteria become that baby's best friends, best health friends, little health angels for the rest of that baby's life. But 30% of babies don't get that. And then babies aren't breastfed long enough. And then moms aren't nutritionally competent. So the breakdown of the digestive system, specifically the small intestine, starts for some people in the womb, for most people within a couple of days to weeks after they're born. So this is the key to everything, is digestive health and wellness, specifically at the level of the intestine.
Eric's with us in Indiana. Hello, Eric.
Hey, Eric.
Hello, George. Hey, Ben. Just want to ask, does constipation contribute or cause cancer?
Well, I don't like the term cause cancer because cancer is really the end result of a cell. By the way, there's no such thing as cancer, like breast cancer and prostate cancer. There's cell cancer. Cancer is a cell issue. It's not an organ issue.
That happens to be in those
It happens to be.
organs
Exactly.
or locations.
It's a cell issue. We focus on the organ, but the problem is the cell. And so what's going wrong with cancer? What happens? What is this craziness about cancer? Well, cancer represents is a cell's coping mechanism. A cancer cell is a sociopathic cell. Under ordinary circumstances,
Within your body, it's not something you get from
correct.
some virus
Your
or
cell.
anything like
it's
that.
It's your cell. What happens is, George, it takes a lot of dedication for a cell to become a liver or a lung or a heart or a brain or a bone or skin or anything else. A cell has to give up its life in a way. It has to do a Christian thing, really. It gives itself up so that we can have life. And so takes a lot of dedication for a cell to do that. But if a cell is toxic, if a cell is starved, if a cell is suffocated, eventually, after a while, it's going to say, you know what? I'm not going to be a liver. I'm just going to go out and divide myself. I'm not going to be a bone. I'm not going to become a skin or a breast or anything else. I'm just going to divide. And this is what a cancer cell is. A cancer cell is a cell that is at its wit's end.
Well, now Eric's concern is cancer.
Well, here's the thing. Cancer is the end result of toxicity. It's the end result of starvation of cells and suffocation of cells. So the question is, does constipation cause cancer? Not literally, but the toxicity that builds up in the body upon constipation, and whatever's causing the constipation, either the toxicity or the leaky gut or the messed up gut bacteria, the nutritional deficiency, those will make a cell starved, suffocated, or toxic, and then the cell in turn will decide, hey, I'm just going to keep dividing, much like a bacteria. In fact, cancer cell is much like a bacterial cell. It ferments, it doesn't really work with oxygen, and it just divides. And so we got to get this idea that cigarettes cause cancer and radiation causes, I don't leave radiation out of it, but all these things that cause cancer, it's not that they cause cancer, it's that the cellular distress is...
But don't they contribute to the breakdown of the cell? Yeah.
Yes, that's right. But we want to get this idea that this is something outside of us that's doing it. It's not something outside of us. It's the toxicity that's in our body.
Why can't normal cells beat cancer cells?
They can. Most of the time they do. The vast majority of the time they do. 99% of the time they do. But every once in a while, one leaks out. In fact, there's a self-destruct program in cells. And when cells are mutated to become cancerous, they'll kill themselves. They'll commit suicide. But everyone, and then there's immune cells that will kill cancer cells. Everybody gets cancer all the time, George. We're getting cancer right now in terms of cancer.
Well, I've always said since I was a kid, every human has cancer cells in their system.
There was an article that came out in the New York Times in 2011, and it talked about how cancer reverses itself, and doctors can't figure out how it is. Well, it reversed itself because there's systems in the body to kill the cancer. But every once in a while, one leaks through, and then that's when you're off to the cancer races, So we want to understand that the cancer cell, first of all, is our cell. It's not an enemy cell. It's our cell. And it's just at its wit's end. It doesn't know what else to do. So to restore the environment of the body back to a health-conducive state by eliminating toxicity, by making sure that you're using nutritional supplementation, and making sure you're breathing correctly and moving your body. And, George, it's all the things that we all know we're supposed to do, and we just don't do it.
Tom's got a text or tweet for you. What do you have, Thomas?
Hey, Ben, Helen from North Dakota would like to know how you feel about drinking kombucha for digestive issues.
It's great.
Explain that. Explain what it is. Tell us what it is.
Kombucha is it's a liquid that is produced by a mushroom ferment. And people will put a mushroom in their fridge, and the mushroom will ferment will get fermented, and the liquid will have all the bacteria and the fungal stuff inside of it, and you drink it. And it tastes a little alcohol-y, slightly, but it's amazing for stomach acid, for help you digest your food at the level of the stomach and then downstream. Plus, it gives you a kind of good feeling, a kind of it's kind of a relaxing feeling. It has a nice mental effect.
What's the name of that cabbage that people eat? Starts with a K, doesn't it?
Kale?
No.
Cabbage to people? I don't know, but cabbage is amazing food. I don't know what you're thinking.
Let's go to Wayne in Tacoma, Washington. Hey, Wayno, go ahead.
Good evening, gentlemen. Serge. Forms has been. I've got a comment and a question about vascular improvement in circulation.
Yes, sir.
The comment is that most common cause of death is heart circuit disease, and the main cause and occurrence is cholesterol. Cholesterol is therefore the most dangerous substance in the world. This substance kills more people than alcohol, nicotine, and drugs combined, and it's said that 94% of the cases of cholesterol causes death under people of the age of 80. Now, cholesterol destroys health. If it did not accumulate in our blood vessels, we all would easily live to 120 years of age. Now, I'm wondering what is the best thing for vascular clearing of the bad type of cholesterol? Because we know there's two different types of cholesterol, right?
Well, there's not two different types of cholesterol, and
They call it good and bad.
They call it. There's just one cholesterol. They call it good and bad because one comes from the liver into the organs and the tissues and the cells, and the other gets stored in the liver. So it's the direction that it goes. And by the way, HDL and LDL, the so-called good and bad cholesterol, LDL is good cholesterol. It's important for the immune system. It's important for building things. It's got a major role to play in health. Cholesterol deposits in the vascular system, in the blood vessels, because the blood vessels are damaged. And the cholesterol is a protective mechanism. It's a Band-Aid. And then you got calcium and other minerals, and they form plaques, and that is a problem. But the real issue is the elevated cholesterol secondary to the blood sugar, and that's a whole other issue. However, Wayne's point is very well taken as far as the disturbance in the circulatory health and the vascular health secondary to these cholesterol deposits. And one of the best things you could do is something called chelation. I don't know if you ever heard of this.
Yeah, we just talked about it a couple weeks ago.
It's amazing. And the doctors don't like it or they don't believe in it, but I don't care. It is just amazing. We talk about dirty blood. This is what Wayne was referring to is partially what I mean when I say dirty blood. It's these cholesterol plaques, among other things. So chelation cleans out the blood. And there's lots of ways to chelate. You can chelate with nutrition. Vitamin C is a chelating agent, and
there's a company that makes special supplements for that too.
Absolutely, there are. Healthy Brain and Heart Pack has got all the natural chelating agents in it, and then you can also go to a chiropractor, a doctor, or a naturopath and have something called EDTA put right in the blood. You don't even you can benefit from chelation therapy just to keep for longevity. You know, we all have heavy metals just from the water we're drinking. You know, there's heavy metals everywhere, and those things deposit, and chelation clears the body out of heavy metals. So for keeping the blood clean, I highly recommend, in addition to chelating agents like you'll find in the Healthy Brain and Heart Pack, also niacin, by the way, is a great vasodilator, opens up blood vessels. And then vitamin C, believe it or not, George, is a great chelating agent. Vitamin C is like, I know you like baseball, George. Vitamin C, you know how there's baseball players and then there's Babe Ruth, right?
That's right.
Vitamin C is the Babe Ruth of vitamins.
I don't know how Babe got as good as he was. He was grossly out of shape.
I know, but he could hit the ball.
I don't get it.
Because it's reflexes. A lot of baseball players. You ever hear of this Cecil Fielder? You know, a lot of these
Oh
guys.
yeah, he used to play for Detroit.
That's right. A lot of these big guys, you know, they just got good hand-eye coordination and quick reflexes.
It's amazing.
Yeah. He was a great pitcher, too, right?
Babe, he was for a while, then they put him in the outfield.
Yeah. How about Shohei Ohtani? You been watching him?
Been watching everything. And I'm in St. Louis where Adam Wainwright just got his 200th career win. And now he's going to retire.
I can't believe he's been pitching that long. I remember watching him 20 years ago.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
Next up, let's go to, whose turn is it? It is Aaron in Pasadena, California. Welcome to the show. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron.
Hi there. So, in a nutshell, Tommy and I have diagnosed me with AID, which is autoimmune disaster. I have lupus, Sjogren's, fibromyalgia, sinus tachycardia, degenerative disc disease. I take hydroxychloroquine, amitriptyline, propranolol, you name it.
Gosh,
I've been doing so for a long time.
Guess what part of the body is responsible for every single one of your autoimmune diseases?
Could it be my heart or my stomach?
You're closer with the stomach, but it's really your intestine. And it may start off with the stomach, really. This condition of dysbiosis, or messed up gut bacteria, I keep saying dysbiosis, that means messed up gut bacteria, is behind everything, but especially autoimmune disease, which break my heart because they're so easy to deal with. And the doctors will tell you there's nothing they could do, there's no cure, we don't know what causes it, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you right now what causes it. Entrance of toxins into the bloodstream through a leaky gut, following something called small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. And you can take that to the bank. You know, I have a textbook here sitting in my library called, and I don't want anybody to freak out about this textbook, but this is a textbook, okay? And this is not for the general public. This is for academia. It's called Vaccines and Autoimmunity. And the reason vaccines cause autoimmunity is because when you put things into the bloodstream, George and Linda, when you put things into the bloodstream, you initiate immune reactions, and these immune reactions will eventually hit the various organs and tissues of the body.
That's right.
Autoimmunity is called, by the way, horror autotoxicus, because it's horrible. And fibromyalgia, by the way, also involves the intestine. That's not exactly an autoimmune issue, but that also involves the intestine. And this is something that even doctors some are starting to understand this. There's a complex of bacteria that live in the intestine called the estrobolome. And the estrobolome helps you process estrogen. Do you know 90% of fibromyalgia patients are women? 9 out of 10. It's very rare.
That's huge.
In men, right?
30 seconds left, Ben.
Oh, okay. Anybody who has fibromyalgia should be focusing on estrogen as well as the intestine. Autoimmune is also the intestine. Get on the Healthy Start Pack and throw in the Nightly Essence and the Ultimate Enzymes and the I-26 for all folks who have autoimmune disease. Thanks, Linda.
You like that, don't you?
Love the I-26. I take it every day.
Website to go is criticalhealthnews.com. The toll-free number, Aaron, if you need to call, if you missed anything Ben said, 1-855-949-RADIO, 1-855-949-7234. And we will be back with final calls in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, you know, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
You know those megaships that sail with thousands of passengers? It might surprise you to learn how much passengers win or lose in the onboard casino may determine whether or not the cruise is profitable. I'm Rudy Maxa with today's Travel Minute from Rudy Maxa's World. Cruise lines are offering low prices since several enormous ships came into service this past year. They want to put heads in beds because they have a secret. They often make their money on the ancillary stuff. Don Hanrahan, CEO of Celebrity Cruises, says 30% of the company's revenue comes from onboard spending, which is why cruise lines are increasing the size of their casinos, building big onboard shopping malls, and adding fancy restaurants where passengers pay a surcharge of as much as $30 a head to dine. Traditionally, bars, casinos, and art auctions generated most onboard revenue. But now malls, spas, photographs, internet services, and phone services, along with bingo cards, are important revenue sources. Once, bridge and engine room tours and yoga classes were free, not anymore. So consider that price to take a cruise just the beginning of what you'll spend. The cruise lines sure do. Info at rudymaxa.com.
Coast to Coast AM catches more flies with vinegar than honey.
I have some concerns about these questions.
Why do some rational people believe in irrational things? I'm George Norrie, and join us on our next program with a psychologist to explain all that. And later on, Spirituality of Animals with Lori Spagna, right here on Coast to Coast.
That's the recipe for great radio on Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials. It's to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Pretty as a midsummer's morn, they call her Dawn. Dawn, go away, I'm no good for you. Oh, Dawn, stay with him, he'll be good to you. Hang on, hang on to him. Think, what a big man he'll be. Think of the faces you'll see. Now think what the future would be with a poor boy like me. Don't go away, please go away. Although I know I want you to stay. Don't go away, please go away. Baby, don't cry, it's better this way.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Demons and UFOs. Next hour, John Malord joins us. We'll be talking about that on Coast to Coast, and we'll be back in a moment with pharmacist Ben Fuchs and take final calls here on Coast to Coast as well. The Paranormal Podcast Network is up and running, free to listen to. I hope you have joined us by now.
Yeah, we do too. Hope you've joined us. It's the iHeartRadio and the Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. These are podcasts of the supernatural and the unexplained, just Really cool stuff, and we'd like you to focus in on two shows. One, Shades of the Afterlife with Sandra Champlain, and Strange Things with Joshua P. Warren. Listen to these shows. They're very, very entertaining, very well put together. All you need to do is download the iHeartRadio app on your phone. If you use a PC, go to iHeartRadio.com. And we've also had Lex put up complete information up there. But if you're looking for afterlife stuff, Sandra's show's the way to go. If you just want the weird, go to Joshua P. Warren and Strange Things. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network.
And something for all of you, you should become members of the Coast Insiders Club.
Hi, this is Jerry from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas, from our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into Art Bell's show vault. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archives. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
You sure will. It's 15 cents a day. Sign up one of two ways. Our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that and fill out the information. The other way is to download our free app from the App Store, Coast to Coast AM, the app. Put it on your phone, and once you do, you can hit profiles and subscriptions and sign up that way. You get 2 weeks free through the app, by the way. And if you live in Canada, you can become a Coast Insider member now. It's the first time, so take advantage of that. Here's something for you to calm your nerves.
HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus help to fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. Take Elevate in the morning for energy and focus. Then Accelerate weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours of sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up to use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome.
I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person needs to feel this.
I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy. It helps you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%.
I was on a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, tons of therapy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. I've lost some pounds, inches mainly. My family has me back.
George's Power Pack. Elevate, naturally boosting mental and physical performance while naturally cleansing and detoxifying. And Accelerate for winding down. Improve sleep and weight loss. Plus free gift, Hydrate. Easy to use pH water enhancer and free shipping at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. 800-394-9930. More energy, better focus, a better mood, plus a great night's sleep. George's Power Pack at healthylooking.com.
Russia's Vladimir Putin has called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa have formally agreed to use local currencies in trade instead of the U.S. dollar. It's the first shoe to fall. As the demand for the dollar seems to weaken, the buying power of the dollar weakens, and that is why Birch Gold is busier than ever as investors and savers are looking to alternative ways to harness the power of physical gold held in tax-sheltered IRAs, and you can do this too. Simply text the word COAST to 989898 for your free info kit on gold, and with thousands of happy customers, an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, and countless five-star reviews, you can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. And as the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency, and central banks, simply arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. Text COAST to 989898 to claim your free info kit right now.
I want you to feel good, be healthy, and live long. That's why I want you to know about CriticalHealthNews.com, an information-packed website that's enlightening everyone about good health via proper nutrition and supplementation, instead of promoting the failed model of toxic prescription drugs with their side effects and unnecessary surgeries that make you worse, not better. Lots of people talk about vitamins, but only one source I know of says that without all 90 essential nutrients the body needs to function, vitamins alone will not work. Go to criticalhealthnews.com, listen to the fascinating lectures, watch the intriguing videos, and read the articles that make a whole lot of sense. Your knowledge of good health will increase and materialize into an aha moment. The information's free, and the products you can purchase online may well change your life for the better.
Go to criticalhealthnews.com or call 1-855-949-RADIO, 1-855-949-7234, 1-855-949-RADIO.
My station. We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with pharmacist Ben Fuchs. We'll get to your calls in just a second. Ben, I've got to ask you an Edgar Cayce question, the late prophet, of course.
Love Edgar Cayce.
It's always said, and this is what's so fascinating to me, that you eat a couple almonds a day, it will prevent cancer. Now, he didn't say if you had cancer, it'll fix you or anything like that. He simply said if you eat a couple almonds a day, it'll prevent cancer.
You know what's in almonds, right?
Well, what is it?
Oh, Laetrile.
Aha.
Oh, banned by.
It's also in apricot seeds.
That's right. So, did your mother ever tell you not to swallow seeds, not to swallow apple seeds or watermelon seeds?
Nope, she never told me that.
She never told you that. Well, some mothers will tell kids that. That's because seeds are medicinal. Seeds contain things that nature uses to prevent animals from eating seeds.
Pumpkin seeds are great for you.
They're medicinal. And seeds are very powerful medicines, but they're also have very powerful toxins sometimes. And the point being, when an animal eats the seed, it won't eat the seed any longer. This is what gluten is. These are protective molecules that nature makes to keep animals and humans from eating the seeds.
So what is it about these almonds then, the Laetrile? Because I remember as a kid, there was this big stuff about Laetrile, people going to Mexico for it and stuff.
That's right. You don't hear about it as much.
But the government shunned it and put it down.
Yeah, they're not interested in having any of these alternative things. In fairness, Laetrile is a toxin, but so is chemotherapy. So the whole idea, using these kinds of substances is kind of like using chemotherapy, except it's a natural form of chemotherapy. Nonetheless, Laetrile is a toxin. It's also known as amygdalin, by the way. And it's this bitter alkaloid kind of substance that has anti-cancer properties.
Well, if Cayce was right, yeah, well, he did it in his trance state. But if he was right, how does it work?
What are its anti-cancer properties?
How does it work? How does it fight cancer
cells? It kills the cells.
Wouldn't that be easy to test?
Yeah, it would be easy to test, and I would say it probably doesn't work because if it worked that well, people would be using it. Again, cancer is caused by toxicity by a stress on the cells. You can't really cure cancer or reverse cancer by killing the cells. That's not a good strategy because as long as the environment is conducive to carcinogenesis, to a cell becoming cancerous, it's going to come back. And this is why cancers come back, and this is why they can only tell you, you're okay for 5 years or for 4 years or for 3 years. You've got to change the environment that the cancer cell is living in. And by the way, George, this battle between the environment and the disease is something that's been going on since the advent of the pharmacomedical model. There was a guy named Claude Bouchamp who said, hey, it's the environment of the body that's causing the illness. There was another guy named Louis Pasteur who said, no, it's not. It's the cells. It's the bacteria that are causing the toxin. Well, Louis Pasteur won out, but even on his deathbed, supposedly, Louis Pasteur said, you know what? Claude Bouchamp was right. It's the environment. It's the terrain that causes the cancer or causes the infection or causes the disease, not the cell or the symptom, the apparent symptom itself. You've got to work on the environment that the toxin or the disease is showing up in.
Let's go to Chris in Ohio, west of the Rockies. He's on the west of the Rockies line, but he's not west of the Rockies. Hey, Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Chris.
I used to be west of the Rockies. I still have a program on my phone.
That's
so
okay. That's all right.
What do you do to reverse retinitis pigmentosa?
Yeah, that's a terrible condition. Retinitis pigmentosa is deterioration of the retina, pretty much. That's it. It's the deposition of old tissue and old various damaged cells in the retina. So what you do to reverse it? Well, you've got to figure out what causes it in the first place. It's same cause as everything else, although blood sugar is the first thing that I would think of. Retinitis pigmentosa and blood sugar problems and diabetes and messed up blood sugar go hand in hand. I call, by the way, messed up blood sugar dysglycemia to distinguish it from the name of the disease. Doctors, the medical folks own the names of the diseases, George. You can't say the names of the diseases, but you can say the biochemistry. The biochemistry is dysglycemia, and that's where I'd be focusing on. I'd be getting on the healthy blood sugar pack, treating yourself like a diabetic. You may have been diagnosed as such, but treating yourself as if you were one, and then get on the healthy blood sugar pack. And you might want to throw in the Vision FX and the Occutiv, which is really, really nice.
That's got lutein in it, doesn't it?
I was going to tell you, when you take the Occutiv and the Vision FX, the same pigments like lutein and zeaxanthin, a few others, the same pigments that protect your eyes from the sun will protect your skin from the sun, and you won't sunburn or suffer from photo damage as readily. If you're going to go out camping or not camping, but golfing or tennis or lay on the beach, and you don't want to burn, or you're one of those folks who burns readily, get yourself on the Occutiv and the Vision FX for a couple of weeks before you go plan on your vacation, and then you find that you won't be burning anywhere near as readily.
And Chris, call this number if you missed anything that Ben said, 1-855-949-7234, 1-855-949-RADIO. Text and tweets. Tom, what do you have for Ben?
Hey, Ben, this one's from Gabriel in Lansing, Michigan. He wants to know what it means if a toenail becomes black.
Yeah, that's probably a fungal infection, and that's not uncommon. Have you noticed all these commercials for toenail fungus?
Oh, my God, the stuff you just kind of put down on your toenail,
Yeah, it's the fungus. And fungal infections are becoming a big problem, by the way, probably because people's bacteria is thrown off. Nature has set up a system in the body where the bacteria will kill the fungus and the fungus will kill the bacteria. Antibiotics come from funguses. Funguses make things that kill bacteria and vice versa. So when we do things that throw off our bacteria, such as drinking chlorinated water, eating processed food, eating a lot of refined sugars, these things throw off the gut bacteria and the fungus overgrow. So the first thing you want to do if you have toenail fungus or any kind of fungal infection, really, which, by the way, are notoriously difficult to treat. Fungus have spores, and it's hard for the medicine to get through those spores. You want to work on your bacteria. That means things like we talked about earlier, the nightly essence and the I-26, and things that help you with your intestinal bacteria. And then any kind of fungal infection, you should always go low-sugar, ketogenic diet. There was a guy named William Crook who wrote a wonderful book called The Yeast Connection many, many years ago, probably in the 60s, I believe, 60s or 70s. And he talked about going low-sugar so to prevent, to cut off the source of nutrition to the fungus.
Ben, what is toe jam?
That's just stuff. George.
You're talking about the remedies, right?
Toe jam?
Thought I'd throw that out there.
Just gook in your toes, in your toenails.
Lori in Brighton, Illinois. Hi, Lori.
Hey, Lori.
Hi. How are you?
Okay.
What's going on?
Good. It's good to talk to you. I love to listen to your show.
Thank you.
Since this is weird, the last time I called in was my first time, and I've been sick ever since. I'm not saying you make me sick, George.
No, we don't do that. But what happened to you?
Well, I'm pretty positive I've had COVID.
Oh, jeez.
I guess it's the new strain because, my vaccinations are current, and it's been really hard on me. I feel a lot better right now. I just am not feeling like I'm getting over it. And
are you supplementing?
I take some vitamins, but okay, this might be a problem too. Like when I eat, I feel like I swallowed a watermelon, and then I don't feel like taking the vitamins because I don't want to put anything else in my tummy, and I'll just try to wait a little bit so I can take my vitamins, and like an hour goes by, 2 hours go by, and for about the last 3 or 4 days or so, I didn't even take any vitamins, but I finally took them today. I take a multivitamin and one that's an ultimate eye support with astaxanthin and zeaxanthin, and I take extra vitamin D3.
Well, if you could fix one thing on your body, Lori, what would that be?
If I could fix one thing.
And get rid of it.
Oh, gosh, there's so many. Because, I mean, I have also a seizure disorder.
Oh, boy.
And the illness triggered it, and so that didn't help either. But I want to tell you that I was using the, like, mineral ice, the blue menthol gel stuff, methyl rub stuff, on everything that was hurting from my seizure stuff and from the COVID stuff, and it helped a lot. And the menthol stuff helped my breathing, too, along with the Vicks Vapor Rub, If it wasn't for that, I'm not sure what I would have done, because I just felt like it was all...
Do you feel like you're getting better or worse?
Well, I feel I'm better. I'm just... Like today, I told my son, this pressure that was in my upper abdomen and all through my back and my upper abdomen and everything, it was kind of really hard, and made it hard to breathe and stuff, and that's partly what I was using the menthol gel on. That did help some,
All right, we're gonna have Ben give you an overall
I tell you,
glimpse.
I got a nice picture of what's going on. Do you ever feel a sense of fullness in your stomach and kind of like things you mentioned, swallowed a watermelon? Is this kind of like a sense of fullness after you eat or between meals where you don't feel like putting anything in your stomach?
Yeah, it's been like that for quite a while.
Yeah. It sounds to me like you've got a full-blown vitamin B1 deficiency. I get on the B. In fact, you know what? If you do this, can we get a phone number for this gal or an address for this gal from Tommy?
Tommy can get that after the show.
I'm going to send you out some Beyond Tangy Tangerine. That might make all the difference in the world for you, ma'am, especially with the migraines. And I would also start practicing some slow, deep breathing. Get online and look up Wim Hof breathing, and start practicing Wim Hof breathing, and that'll help you with your breathing, because that could be throwing off the neurology in your brain. But I'm thinking that you have what I was talking about earlier, this subclinical beriberi condition, which is following a vitamin B1 deficiency. That's what it sounds like to me, and that could also be involved mess up the digestive system. But I'm going to send you out some Beyond Tangy Tangerine. That's got a lot of thiamine in there. If you could give Tommy your information.
Okay, get her phone number, Tom, and give it to Ben after the show. First-time caller, Monica in Florida. Hey, Monica, go ahead.
Hey there.
Hi, Monica.
I appreciate you guys very much.
Thank you.
I have a niece that has fibroids. She has been taking the longevity product for a couple of years now, but this condition started about a year ago, and the fibroids bleed, and she only has 3 or 4 days a month when she doesn't bleed. She is allergic to many things, like beans and carrots and celery. And so I was looking at the Zerofem on longevity, but that has carrots in it.
Zerofem's not going to hurt. Zerofem's not going to hurt her, but she's got to work on that intestinal health. That sounds like a condition that's involving a chemical called histamine, which you've heard of.
Minute left, Ben.
We've heard of in terms of antihistamines. Bacteria produce histamine, and that'll make her allergic to all kinds of foods. That will also cause fibroids and inflammation. Fibroids are miserable. I assume you're talking about fibroids in her female system. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Get her on the Ultimate EFAs. Get her on the I-26. Get her on the Ultimate Enzymes and have her wash it down with apple cider vinegar. Use the Nightly Essence probiotics, and then eliminate problem foods. But as soon as she starts to work on her intestinal health, she may find that some of those foods that she can't eat, she can tolerate because of the histamine, once she gets that histamine under control.
What I find admirable too, Ben, is so many people calling for other people.
Nice, right?
It really is. Ben, stay on the line. Tom will get you the phone number, and you can ship it out, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, George.
Pharmacist Ben Fuchs, he's with us every 6 weeks. He rotates every 3 weeks with Doc Wallach. So in 3 weeks, Doc Wallach from Critical Health News will be here. And folks, here's the website again, criticalhealthnews.com. And here's the toll-free number to call anytime for assistance, 1-855-949-7234, which is the same as 1-855-949-RADIO. Up next, Demons and UFOs? Stand by.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Ford has avoided a second auto worker strike, says WWJ radio reporter Jeff Gilbert in Detroit.
Ford reaching a tentative deal with Canadian auto workers, preventing a threatened strike in that country. The Canadian union Unifor saying the deal gives members gains today and financial security for the future. It could become a pattern as talks in Canada now shift to GM and Stellantis.
The strike against the big three Detroit-based automakers enters its sixth day now. Well, here comes Christmas and jobs, says CBS's Matt Piper.
Holiday hiring is here. Target says it will add nearly 100,000 seasonal roles for the holiday season. Macy's and Bloomingdale's say they plan to hire more than 38,000 full and part-time seasonal employees. But Amazon must really need the help with all those holiday clicks. It'll hire 250,000 people. That is a 67% jump from last year.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had strong words for the Russian invaders Tuesday when he addressed the United Nations General Assembly in person. CBS's Nancy Cordes has that.
At the UN, a Russian official in the hall kept his eyes on his phone as Zelensky accused his country of kidnapping hundreds of thousands of children.
We are trying to get children back home, but time goes by. What will happen with them. Those children in Russia are taught to hate Ukraine.
Zelensky will be at the White House and on Capitol Hill later this week, looking for continued funding and more weapons as his country faces an existential threat from Russia. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office is seizing a piece of art from Pittsburgh. The painting's believed to be part of a collection that was stolen during the Holocaust. The collection is spread among 3 institutions across the country. Laura Cherner is with the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh.
We're really grateful when people fully cooperate and want to get to the bottom of, if this was a stolen piece of art, if it does belong in a family, cooperating with that.
A new survey of American workers finds them in a gloomy mood. The survey of thousands of workers at 1,600 companies found a sharp drop in job satisfaction. The CEO of software company Bamboo HR, Brad Rencher, says there are easy fixes for the worker malaise.
Appreciation and engagement is one of the most important things that indicate whether someone's going to be happy.
Elon Musk has sent up a trial balloon saying he might charge every user of X, formerly known as Twitter, a monthly fee. He isn't saying how much or when he might start charging. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger. KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. What does Miller and Morgan counties have that Camden County doesn't? Well, if you're thinking a county fair, you would be correct, but plans are now underway to try and change that, according to 2nd District Commissioner Don Williams, speaking Monday on KRMS Radio and TV.
So right now we're going through a feasibility study, having meetings, seeing who's interested, and it's moving along at a pretty good clip. I hope we can get something done. In addition to a county fair, we would have a county fairgrounds for kids to do FFA and 4-H type projects and that kind of thing.
Williams also says part of the concept would be for the county to purchase the necessary land for a venture which would focus on agriculture, but at the same time be available for several other types of events. No timetable was given for trying to firm up a decision on the possibility. Osage Beach Police report 5 arrests for this week, pending this past Sunday. Lieutenant Michael O'Day says 3 of those arrests were alcohol-related, with a 55-year-old man from Osage Beach and a 36-year-old man from Lake Ozark being picked up on new pending DWI charges. A third person, a 29-year-old Versailles man, was picked up on a Camden County warrant for not appearing in court on a DWI. That same individual was also wanted on warrants out of St. Charles and Lynn counties. 2 others, a 55-year-old man from Kansas and a 40-year-old man from Montgomery City, were also picked up on outstanding warrants. Next news in 1 hour, breaking news at once. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Partly to mostly cloudy throughout the early morning hours. Scattered showers and storms possible in the area. Lows will make it down into the lower 60s. Winds southerly 5 to 10 miles per hour. And then Wednesday, chance for more showers and storms, and highs top out near 73. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios, right now it's 68.
Embarrassed by ugly yellow toe fungus?
Living with toe fungus it's embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off. I hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody.
Introducing Crystal Flush. Crystal Flush is the only FDA-registered 2-in-1 home treatment that attacks your toe fungus from both the inside and out. Crystal Flush's new and different combination system knocks out toe fungus for good. Guaranteed.
Crystal Flush is different. After just a few weeks, my fungus was gone. I mean, 100% disappeared. Crystal Flush was the only thing that ever worked. So if you're skeptical because you tried a bunch of other stuff, Crystal Flush is different. This is a game changer.
Crystal Flush is now available without a prescription, but it is not available in stores. Get your risk-free supply today. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Stop being embarrassed by ugly yellow toenails. Go to crystalflush.com or call 800-204-4484.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
We got a good one for you this Friday as the Lakers welcome the Zizzers from West Plains on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glazed Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Where you blast off on your free adventure.
Attention taxpayers. If you're facing IRS debt you can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of the new Taxpayer Relief Initiative to free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing, the IRS has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. You may qualify for significant tax savings. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number, store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-508-0328. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled tax returns, you may now find the relief that you need. Call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-508-0328. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-508-0328 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-508-0328.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. John Malore back with us after 15 years, mostly known for pioneer research in the emerging field of Christian ufology, a combination of ancient astronaut theory but a Christian perspective, especially as current events relate to end times prophecy. He has been researching this field for 3 decades. John's interest in understanding the paranormal began at a very young age after hearing his great-grandmother's tale of seeing a UFO over 100 years ago. His great-grandmother's tale is unique because she was the wife of a minister since she was a teenager. This story and many other worldly encounters in his family have fueled Malore's requests to understand the unseen realities surrounding us. John, welcome back after 15 years, my friend.
Thank you very much for having me back on.
How have you been in 15 years?
Wow, a lot's happened. And honestly, the last time I had this interview, I kind of thought I was done with writing about this subject, but I continued to get a lot of traffic, a lot of emails and stuff, and it just kind of pulled me back in. And then, of course, I couldn't lay it down when, during the middle of the pandemic, they pretty much almost like soft disclosure, I guess you could call it. Their military changed its tune and decided, hey, we don't know what this is now. Total about face. And I'm like, well, I said this was going to happen, and here it's happening. So I had to write something again.
Well, I'm glad you did. And it seems to be that a lot of people who are religious Christians tend to believe that UFOs, John, are demonic. Do you feel that way too?
I do not believe they're all demonic. There's an understanding. I get why they think that. Those who, make that connection, they see it as somebody's going to immediately come out and say, if you can prove that ETs are actually real, that it would automatically prove evolution and disprove all the world religions in a single broad sweep. That we must accept this truth and evolve to this next great step in our human evolution, and transhumanism is here, and we all have to embrace it. We shall be as gods.
John,
so that's where they get a lot of that. But I don't follow that line of reasoning.
Tell us about your grandmother's experience that led you into this.
Okay, so I remember this crystal clear, and it dates back to when I was a 5-year-old. So this was 1975.
Wow.
And my mom would frequently drop me off at my grandmother's, and you sort of had to know who my great-grandmother was, wife of a minister all her life. If she was watching TV, it was gospel. If she played the piano, it was all gospel music. She was an avid churchgoer. She was involved in ministries her entire life. She was completely absorbed with her faith and with God, and teaching us kids about as much as she could about the Bible. So that's where I got the little bit of Christian upbringing I did get. Was from her. So during one evening when I was there and the family convened, and a lot of the members were there in our family. My mom was there, my dad was there, my uncle, my other grandparents were there. So during the middle of all of this, Grandma was reading a newspaper, and everybody was chatting and being social, and she suddenly piped up and said, "Hey, everybody be quiet. I have to announce something." And so it was like an E.F. Hutton moment, and everybody was like, okay, what's going on here? Our matriarch of the family is speaking up. And she proceeds to read this article in the newspaper that sounded very much like that scene in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where there's a UFO running around the countryside and a police cars chasing it.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently something exactly like that happened in Madera back in 1975. She read this, and after she finished reading the article, she dropped the newspaper and said, "When I was a young girl, I saw a UFO." And everybody's like, just sort of stunned, like, okay. And then she proceeded to elaborate that her sister, which I didn't even know she had a sister, because her sister died when she was 17, I found out later. But she and her sister were on the plains of Kentucky shortly after the turn of the century, and they saw what looked like a metallic cigar flying across the plains during broad daylight, had a bubble on top. They even saw the humanoid occupant inside, who turned and looked at them as he flew by. And he went over some bluffs and just kept flying, and then shot up into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And the two of them had never seen anything that would fly. They had never even seen an automobile where they lived. So they didn't even know what a vehicle looked like, much less something that could fly.
Right.
And they were completely shocked. They ran back and they told their mother. And she took them aside in the other room and said not to breathe another word of that to anyone ever again. And so they kept their mouths shut about it. their entire lives. And her sister died not long after that. So she had that to herself her entire life, and I guess it just kind of tucked away in the back of her mind. And then when she saw that article in the newspaper, everything came rushing back, and she felt compelled to tell everybody this story. And then she said, to conclude it all, I don't care what people think, those things are real. And my great-grandmother was a very godly woman, and she didn't have a problem with this. She just concluded it's real. She didn't feel compelled to reconcile it. She wasn't reading into it like, well, if that's real, then it must be evolution, and the ancient aliens guy must be right, and my religion is wrong, and there really isn't a heaven. And no, she didn't go there. She just, they're real. They must be another part of God's creation, and left it at that. But that stuck with me since a young age. So when I saw shows like Star Trek and whatnot, I just figured that's part of reality that's out there. It's got to be something like that.
That's remarkable. It really is. When you read the context of Genesis in the Bible, and they talk about fallen angels, if you replace those fallen angels with ETs, extraterrestrials, it fits in, doesn't it?
It does. And after I had a pivotal moment in my life, after getting out of the Army, and had like a vision, Jesus literally came to me, and I became a very devout believer after this vision. And almost immediately after that, I felt like I was just in a dither. Like, what do Christians do? Okay, I got to start going to church. Just pick one. Christians read the Bible. Okay, if Jesus is real, I'm going to start reading the Bible. And I immediately started reading it. And you have to understand that up until this time in my life, I was 21 when that event happened, that vision, that I was deep into paranormal, and it was just an utter fascination. Probably part of it was from my great-grandmother and that story, but my sister was also, messed with Ouija boards and always talked about ghosts and this and that. And my mother saw that I was interested in these things at a very young age, and she bought me this encyclopedia from Reader's Digest, and I basically memorized the whole set of encyclopedias about the paranormal. And so I was really into this stuff. I was Fox Mulder, In the Army, I was an oddball because everybody knew I was very knowledgeable about anything and everything paranormal. So at 21, after this encounter with Jesus, I started reading the Bible like cover to cover. And right away, Genesis chapter 6, I see this stuff about angels reproducing with humans and having these genetic freaks as offspring, so they obviously weren't human. And that totally threw a monkey wrench in my thinking about angels as being non-physical. Here they're as physical as you could be.
That's right.
The term B'nai Elohim, sons of God, it's also used in Job. So as soon as I got to that, I'm freaking out. I'm like, I know what this is. And the internet was in its infancy back then, but, I'm looking for books in the library and whatnot, and I can't find any Christian literature talking about the Nephilim possibly being aliens. So I started writing notes and stuff back then, and any Christian that I brought it up to, they're like, didn't want to talk to me about it, because it's all just demonic. And granted, the Nephilim, they're an easy case of demonic, but when I came across Ezekiel chapters 1 and 10, when I read about this giant cylinder floating in the sky following Israel in the desert for 40 months and feeding them, I'm seeing all of this other stuff. There's good guys out there too. So it's actually more and more like Star Wars or Star Trek. There's literally a war going on in the heavens. The word heaven itself is defined in Genesis 1:14. It's a plural word. It's heavens. 57 times it's used. In almost every instance, it's a plural word, and it refers to the abode of the sun and the moon and the stars. Then there's terms like the host of heaven. That means life forms that live out among the sun and the moon and the stars. That's used 18 times in the Bible. So I'm seeing this all over the place, and I'm scratching my head like, this is not the Bible that I thought. This is a sci-fi, most paranormal book I've ever read. So I really fell into it and wrote all these notes and everything. And so a couple of years later, I cranked out one of my first books on this, and that's kind of how it all started.
And the name of that first book was?
Aliens in the Bible. And the website's pretty easy to remember on that one, aliensinthebible.com.
And then you went on to write The Strong Delusion, about the Antichrist, The Gathering, The Paranormal Christian Ufology, or as you say, ufology, The Book of Wars.
Yeah, however you pronounce it.
Yeah, I've always said ufology.
These days it's probably UApology or something, I don't know.
Does it tie into end times prophecy?
Well, that's an interesting thing, because I didn't see any kind of connection at first. I started with, back in Genesis chapter 6, that's pretty early on. That's even before the flood of Noah. In fact, it's linked to why God brought the flood of Noah. And it turns out that almost every major pivotal incident that happens in human history, there's some kind of otherworldly influence right there. And it's interesting that Jesus picked out the days of Noah, which is your Genesis 6 events, when they said, when you return, how are we going to know when you're coming back? And he said, as the days of Noah were, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be. So out of all of human history, he picks out Noah and what was going on in his day, which we read about in the book of Enoch, which was so odd that the Council at Nicaea, by one vote, removed it from canon, even though they included a reference to it in the book of Jude. But that's the detailed version of what you see in Genesis 6 in the book of Enoch. And it's crazy stuff about otherworldly beings coming in here and interfacing with human society and the public out in the open.
It really is, John. And I've always said that believing in ETs in the Bible does not mean that you don't believe in God or angels or any of that. It is just a different interpretation.
Yeah, it is. It's just, I refer to it as a different lens through which to view it. And unlike the show Ancient Aliens, where they practically chant it as a mantra, that our belief in gods or whatever it's just a mistake, that they're all ETs, and they even take the word Elohim and they say that's referring to a race of beings, that it's because it's a plural word, but that's not what the Hebrews intended at all. It means God. Elohim means God. If anything, the plural connotation would refer to Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Jesus' identity in the New Testament makes it very clear that he was God in the flesh. 1 Colossians chapter 1, verse 13 through 20 tells you through him the universe was created. John chapter 1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word became flesh. So we're told this about who God is in no uncertain terms, and I believe it's 163 times that God repeats over and over again, I am the Lord, all throughout the Old Testament. Yep. It's like he wants to get the point across. Don't let there be any confusion about who he is. He's the creator. He's the one that made everything. Aliens didn't make the universe. They didn't create time-space. They can't do that. They're created beings. And that's something that show, Ancient Aliens, will never say. And that's one of the reasons I write what I write, because I want to get back to the basics of what it means to be a Christian, I do fully believe it's certainly possible and very compatible with Scripture to believe that ETs exist out in the cosmos. But you have to know what they are, because it's easy, and the deception that's coming will try to convince people to lose sight of that.
John, tell us who the Nephilim are or were.
Okay, so there's an interesting translation, some call it an error, where they were translated as giant, but the actual translation of the word in Hebrew is fallen ones. They're half-breed, They're not pure strain human. They're part human, part angel. Although, if you're looking at the book of Jasher, you see animals in the equation as well, that fallen angels actually corrupted themselves with both humans and animals, and Genesis 6 refers to that, saying all flesh corrupted its way on the earth. So at that time, you had all of these weird creatures running around, and hybrid, part human, part angel, part animal, part angel. And these are not immortal like angels. They're mortal. Although I believe Enoch said they lived anywhere between 500 to 1,000 years before they die. And when they die, they become demons. And the word Rapha in Hebrew is translated both as giant and shade or spirit. And the reason for that is that that's where demons come from. God didn't create demons. God created angels. Angels rebelled against God, sired demons through various means. And then when they died physically, they became these demonic things that are not corporeal, but they're always seeking a host. And that is the essence of what a Nephilim is. It's these days, there actually are a few remnant Nephilim around, and I have a contact who actually shot one in Iraq.
I heard about that story. John, stay with us. We're going to take a short break. John Milo with us as we are talking about demonic forces, the Nephilim, fallen angels, you name it, we've got it on Coast to Coast AM.
Always on your phone? Then you'll be happy to know the Coast website is now optimized for mobile users. Just point your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
More connected than ever before. Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Classic Cuts.
Boston's self-titled first album was one of the most successful debuts in rock history. One of the great songs from that record is Long Time, which was coupled with a short instrumental called Foreplay. The band's late singer, Brad Delp, once provided the background on those tracks.
Long Time was one of my favorite songs to do when we played out live. It's a really fun song to sing, and it's one that I still enjoy listening to. The little organ piece to that the entitled Foreplay, is another thing that goes back to when I first met Tom. He had this little sort of semi-classical piece that he really liked a lot but didn't know where to put it, and it worked out very nice after we did Long Time. We said, hey, this is a perfect spot for that. So that's how those kind of came together.
Classic Cuts.
Coast to Coast AM catches more flies with vinegar than honey.
I have some concerns about these questions.
Why do some rational people believe in irrational things? I'm George Norrie, and join us on our next program with a psychologist to explain all that. And later on, Spirituality of Animals with Lori Spagna, right here on Coast to Coast.
That's the recipe for great radio on Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Lady, I'm your knight in shining armor, and I love you. You have made me what I am, and I am yours. My love, there's so many ways I want to say I love you. Let me hold you in my arms forevermore. You have gone and made me such a fool. In your love, and oh, we belong together. Won't you believe in my song, lady?
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And welcome back to Coast. We're going to take calls next hour with John Mylor as we talk about aliens and demons. And he's doing a great job. His latest book is called Christian Ufology, right here on Coast to Coast. ParanormalDate.com keeps cruising along. 14 people to go, that's all, to hit 173,000 members at ParanormalDate.com.
You can find your date at ParanormalDate.com, but let's say you're looking for a date or a friendship with someone a bit more mature. We've got you covered there, too. We'd like you to try ParanormalDate.com/seniors. Now, these are folks that can relate to you. They think like you, and they're just a bit more mature. So check it out. You can find a friend. You can find a date at ParanormalDate.com and ParanormalDate.com/seniors.
At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm here to meet someone who understands me.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But can't seem to find anyone who gets it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
I can't meet anyone when I'm out, and I really can't find a website for my unique interests. What is one to do?
Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com?
What? Who are you?
I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember?
Interesting. I'll give it a try.
Well, let's try this again.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com looked very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as meeting you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works.
Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and, of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site Inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone.
2 popular casinos were hit with data breaches in the last month. The hackers admit to stealing the data from MGM Resorts and Caesars Entertainment. Loyalty members' social security numbers, driver's license numbers were included in the information exposed in early September. If exploited, cybercriminals can use this information to commit identity theft. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cybercriminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code GEORGE for 25% off.
Are you tired of watching stock market swings? Want to say goodbye to the wild shifts in your portfolio? You deserve an investment that delivers consistent monthly returns and is built on solid American ground. Phoenix Capital Group invites you to invest in the heart of America and support U.S. energy independence. They're introducing investors to high-value oil and gas investments here in the U.S. They connect private investors like you with investments in tangible oil and gas assets. Phoenix Capital Group offers high-yield corporate bonds to investors with returns of 8 to 12% annual interest paid monthly. These are corporate bond offerings and they're open to both accredited and non-accredited investors. To find out more, download the Phoenix Capital Group's free investor guide packet today at investingwithphoenix.com. Before making investment decisions, you should carefully consider and review all risks involved. Learn how to diversify your portfolio and earn 8 to 12% annual interest with Phoenix Capital Group. Learn more and invest in America at investingwithphoenix.com. That's investingwithphoenix.com.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with John Myler. We're talking about his latest work, The Christian Ufology, a book that he just wrote a couple years ago. John, fill us in on that monster, that giant in Iraq. What happened?
Well, yeah, it was during another one of these interviews where I was on, I think it was with Art Bell's wife, Midnight in the Desert, when she was running that show.
And that was a friend of his.
Okay. Anyway, during that interview, somebody called in and told his story on the show, and then I later got his email address, and I corresponded with him since. So I'm still in contact with him, but he was a sniper in the Army, and I believe his story's accurate and reasonable. And I couldn't detect anything totally off. I was in the Army for 3 years, active duty. I was an M60 gunner.
Thank you for serving, by the way.
Huh?
Thank you for serving.
Oh, thank you. And anyway, the way he described, what the sniper does and stuff, and he had a 50 cal with him. That's your standard sniper rifle. And he said that he was sent on a mission to take out a high-level Taliban operative that he'd been scoping out for a while. And it was a group of Taliban around this cave, and he saw, when he was looking from a far ways away, he saw what he thought was a big guy walking around with a dog under his arm, and that there was a batch of kids kind of following him around wherever he went. And he thought it was odd, like, why is this guy carrying a dog, and who are these little kids? But when he looked through his scope, he was shocked to see that was a full-grown cow, and that they were all adults.
Yeah, exactly. This guy was so big that, yeah.
Yeah, he said this thing must have been at least 12 foot tall. This giant muscle-bound freak walking around with a cow under one arm.
It was his dinner, right?
Probably. And he, out of impulse, shot him. And he said that he hit that thing with his 50 cal and saw a chunk of flesh flying off of its body. And he hit him right in the center of his back. He thought he hit his spine. Apparently didn't injure him so bad that he couldn't just drop the cow and sprint off as fast as he could, which also shocked him. You don't sprint away from getting hit by a 50 cal.
No, that's right. That's right.
So a 50 cal, if you hit a human-sized target, it basically vaporizes your entire body.
They're gone. They're history.
Yeah. My stepbrother was in Iraq, and his Humvee was hit by a 50 cal round in the engine block, and it was such a powerful shot that it shoved the engine block all the way through the vehicle and sliced it in half. So, to get hit by something like that and then to be able to just run, incredible. But that was his story, and he was, of course, sworn to silence. He wasn't allowed to tell anyone about that, but he since just said, man, screw that. I don't even care who knows anymore. What are they going to do?
The biblical story of David and Goliath, I've always believed Goliath was a giant, part of the Nephilim. What do you think?
Definitely, yeah. The size of Goliath, it sounded like he was at least 9.5 foot tall.
Yep.
The size of the sword that he had, ridiculous. He wasn't just a big guy. Saul was head and shoulder taller than everybody, the king of Israel at that time, and they didn't call him a giant, for being 6 foot. He might have been like 6'3", 6'4", something like that, or a really tall guy, but he wasn't called a giant. They made a big deal in that narrative talking about Goliath being ridiculously large. And I firmly believe that, yes, he was definitely a Nephilim.
Biblically speaking, John, I think the Bible is very accurate context of events that happened a long time ago. They may have mixed things up between angels, ETs, etc., but their stories were probably very accurate. Would you agree?
Very much so. Very much so. And in fact, I think even in the areas where you would say maybe they mixed up their terminology. I would say that actually I think they might have got it really accurate. An example is the connection with angels and stars, which are often used somewhat interchangeably.
Yeah.
In Job 38, for example, it says the stars of God shouted to glory. I mean, it's talking about life in the heavens. So it's accurate by saying the stars. Well, it's life among the stars that we're giving glory to God, you know, in a perfectly glorious universe where God created everything perfect in the beginning. And then when sin entered the equation, which predates Adam and Eve, sin entered creation through Lucifer prior to Adam and Eve. And it ended up in a war with the angels. And something that I didn't know when I wrote my first book, but I saw it in the second book, was something called the Flood of Lucifer. So if anybody has time, maybe do a little internet searching on that Flood of Lucifer, because I didn't know about that. But it really explains a lot about Earth's ancient history and Satan's connection with this planet in particular. And it's something that you sort of have to understand and explain. If there are ETs out there, why is the devil somehow connected to Earth and not other planets? Well, I think he probably has connections to other planets. Ezekiel 28, for example, says that he walked amidst the stones of fire, and that when he lost his position of authority and he fell from glory, he no longer was allowed to walk amidst the stones of fire.
Now, how do we know the devil wasn't a demonic E.T.?
That's exactly what he was. It's just a synonymous term. Angel is a specific type of ET that has reached the highest level of glory, and it's immortal. And they're extremely powerful. And the stones of fire in that verse in Ezekiel 28, that's solar systems. That's him being able to go to all of these different worlds all throughout the heavens. He had unrestricted access before, but he doesn't anymore.
It's truly remarkable. And in your opinion, do the theologians have it all wrong?
No, I don't think that they're wrong. It's just the way that you talk about it. A theologian isn't going to tell you that the devil was restricted from the stones of fire. You know, he's, totally just using different language to describe the same thing. To say that an angel is an intelligent life form, not native to Earth. I think a lot of Christians would agree with that.
Sure.
I mean, how is it not? They just get tripped up on the idea of angels using technology, even though the Bible clearly states that they do in many places. A chariot, in the basic sense, is technology. Even if you're talking about something 2,000 years ago, it's just you have to really look in it, think about it in terms of how a person back then would describe something that was flying.
Like Ezekiel's wheel, for example.
Exactly. Ezekiel's wheel. Why that shape? And, calling a chariot, calling it a chariot, that's just a generic word for vehicle. Would it have wheels on it if it could fly? That just makes no sense. So I think that they just used the word generically, that it wasn't like some sci-fi Lord of the Rings actual chariot with the wheels on it that's flying. That's just the word that they used for it. And when you actually dissect Ezekiel and see what he's describing, this dome on the top.
I mean, clearly he saw something in the sky.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not described like he's in a dream state or whatever. And obviously in 2 Kings, where Elijah snatched up off the ground in a whirlwind, pulled up into one of these chariots and taken away to heaven. Elijah was there with him, and he saw it happen. So that wasn't a dream. That was a physical abduction.
What do you think about the miracle of Fatima, John? I'm convinced when all these witnesses say the sun came down, now there's no way the sun came down. You know that, and I know that. I think what they were looking at was a very bright, shiny UFO that came down.
I think so, too. I think you might have had a similar phenomenon with the Star of Bethlehem, that could have been an angelic interdimensional spacecraft that was leading them. And, stars don't typically move around in the sky like that. So, the cylinder, the giant cylinder, column of fire that guarded Israel, and coincidentally, the Red Sea split beneath it. I think that was angelic technology. So that's not saying God didn't do it. That's just saying God delegated angels to do his work.
Right. And it's not saying there is no God.
Exactly. I just think God delegated angels, and angels sometimes use technology. In that case, I think it's clear they did, because the water itself, if it was wind that split the Red Sea, why wouldn't it blow the people out? I mean, you're talking about millions of tons of water getting pushed out of the way.
It's like a tsunami, right?
That was a force field that moved that water. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. They're beginning to think, some people are beginning to think that Sodom was hit by an atomic bomb. What do you think of that?
It was hit by some kind of angelic technology. And Sodom and Gomorrah is actually linked with, it's always linked. When they mention the days of Noah, and then right there next to it, in several places, Sodom and Gomorrah is mentioned. And I think the reason for that is the things that they were doing in Sodom and Gomorrah were very much like the things that they were doing in Noah's day, and that there was a Nephilim infestation in that area. And the behavior of the people when those angels walked in to Sodom and Gomorrah, they acted as if they were not foreign to the idea of some otherworldly beings coming in. They just weren't used to the good ones. They were used to the bad ones. And they actually they wanted those angels so bad that, they would turn down anything else just to get at them. So their behavior is weird. And it's also mentioned, the word used, other flesh is the reference used in that Sodom account. So the behavior of the people and the interaction, the intercourse between these angelic beings and humans, there's an indication that was going on there before God sent those angels into that area. And that's part of why he sent them there, like, go check in on that. And obviously angels had been going there and corrupting that society and getting it so bad that, God actually came in there and intervened and wiped that whole area out. It wasn't just Sodom and Gomorrah either. There's actually 4 cities around the Dead Sea there. And to this day, you can walk out in the desert in that area and pick up a chunk of rock and light it, and it'll actually be flammable.
Wow.
There's still sulfur on the ground out there.
It's amazing, isn't it? What happened a long, long time ago. Wouldn't you love to have been there as a witness, John?
Oh, I don't think I'd be looking at it. Or I would have been ending up like Lot's wife. And that's one of the reasons why I think that whatever that technology was, I don't think it was an atomic bomb. It changed her looking at it into it says a pillar of salt.
Yeah, turned her basically into stone, didn't it?
Yeah. So it didn't vaporize her, but it actually changed her molecular structure. So whatever the heck that was an unknown technology. We don't know anything about it.
We're going to take calls next hour with John. You hear what we're talking about, so chime in. It's truly remarkable. What's your take on the latest developments with some of these hearings in Congress about the UAPs?
Well, like I said, I knew that this was going to happen, and it's yet another one of the many signs showing that we're getting very close. all of these different things that are happening all over the world, the Euphrates drying up, the push for digital currency, the digital passport that they were trying to push in 2020, everything kind of going toward this mark of the beast sort of thing. Everything is all happening now. And this is yet another thing. Jesus said, you'll see signs in the stars and the sun and the moon, and the heavens will be shaken. What did he mean by that? I think this is exactly what he meant. We're returning to the days of Noah.
Is it happening faster than you thought?
No, actually, it's happening a little slower than I thought. I thought we were going to be further along by now.
All right, John, we're going to take a short break, but we will come back with an hour of phone calls with you in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA, and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath & Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
At your 1951 News Talk, KRMS Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Striking Hollywood writers and the studios will be back at the bargaining table today. More on that from KCBS TV's Tina Patel in Los Angeles.
Many writers say they have mixed emotions. Some are feeling optimistic, hopeful that the studios are finally willing to negotiate in good faith now that they see that writers and actors are standing their ground. But some others say they've been burned before, so they're just going to wait and see if the studios will actually offer a better contract that they say respects what they bring to the entertainment industry.
Analysts believe the Federal Reserve will pause interest rate hikes despite a recent increase in consumer prices. More from CBS's Jill Schlesinger on the decision expected later today.
It looks like inflation is re-accelerating, mostly due to energy prices. Crude oil's up by about 30% over the last few months. But the Federal Reserve is likely to be heartened by the progress made at the core level, which strips out food and energy.
And speaking of oil and energy, that increase increase is being felt in Southern California, where the average price for a gallon of regular is now more than $6. KCBS TV's Jeff Nguyen has been talking with some not-too-happy drivers.
It's become to the point where gas is so expensive.
Jamal Pittman had been heading back to Moreno Valley after a shopping trip in L.A., where he says he found some good deals. But with the price of gas...
I didn't save. If I'm being completely honest, I didn't save.
Gas Buddy says Southern California prices may come down in the next couple of weeks if the problems at the refineries are fixed and oil prices don't tick up.
President Biden is scheduled to meet with Israel's Prime Minister and Brazil's President of the United Nations today, says CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The discussions follow Mr. Biden's address before the UN General Assembly.
To allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no.
He discussed Russia's war against Ukraine and building a more stable and peaceful Middle East. He will continue that theme with Benjamin Netanyahu.
The UN's World Health Organization is putting a spotlight on the world's most preventable cause of death. CBS's Vicki Barker reports on that from the Foreign Desk in London.
The WHO says about 1 in 3 adults worldwide lives with high blood pressure, but most aren't getting adequate treatment. In its first ever report on hypertension, it says if even half of those who have high blood pressure kept it under control, 76 million deaths could be prevented by the year 2050.
Actress Bijou Phillips has filed for divorce from actor Danny Masterson days after the former That 70s Show star was sentenced to 30 years to life for 2 rape convictions. The two have been married for 12 years and have a 9-year-old daughter. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: Major League Fishing's Phoenix Bass Super Tournament coming to an end with a familiar name finishing in the #1 spot among the top 10 boaters that competed in the 2-day event this past weekend at the Lake of the Ozarks. Lawson Hibden out of Versailles weighed in 10 bass with a combined weight of 32 pounds and 12 ounces to edge out Sunrise Beach Michael Harlan, who finished with 10 bass and a combined weight of 31 pounds and 15 ounces. The top 10 Strike King co-anglers saw Jeremy Greel from Imperial rise to the top with a catch of 8 bass weighing in at 21 pounds and 14 ounces. The top 45 boaters and co-anglers based on point standings plus winners from individual qualifying events will advance to the regional championships in October in Oklahoma. You can see the full results on our website. Log on to krmsradio.com. If you like having your choice of several different kinds of food available to satisfy your hunger, then you might want to take a trip to the Osage Beach Lake of the Ozarks Food Truck Festival happening this weekend. That according to Mayor Michael Harmison, who says after a successful spring event, the festival is coming back to the city park.
We brought on more food trucks. We didn't know what to expect. It exceeded the last year at Lori over here, so we brought in more porta potties and we've got more entertainment and more food trucks, and so really looking forward to this next Saturday and Sunday, and just a great time.
The Food Truck Festival will run from 10 to 7 both Saturday and Sunday. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Partly to mostly cloudy throughout the early morning hours. Scattered showers and storms possible in the area. Lows will make it down into the lower 60s. Winds southerly 5 to 10 miles per hour. And then Wednesday, chance for more showers and storms and highs top out near 73. The current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees. And the temperature at the studios, right now it's 67.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go, so I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with Beacon. With the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like Certainty Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. It's like having my Beacon rep in my pocket 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through November, Purchase CertainTeed through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
Can I get a weight reading on the cat in exam 3?
Zuri needs a new vet tech after their current one literally moved to a farm. But finding an ideal replacement takes some training.
This is like herding cats.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Schedule virtual interviews and talk to candidates right from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
We got a good one for you this Friday as the Lakers welcome the Zizzers from West Plains on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
This hour we'll take your calls with John Millar as we talk about Christian ufology, so get ready to make the call. Let's talk about marvelous entertainment and some fun that they've had with comic books. All of it is based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. The acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team brought that sense of wonderment and thrills and straight-out action adventures that you might remember during those old comic book days. Our lines are just fantastic with those comic book times. And we now offer free bronze membership options that give you access to behind-the-scenes content, free comics, and other memberships that provide access to promotional and bonus items like secret decoder rings, puzzles, and even more. Tommy, did you ever have a secret decoder ring?
I never got one of those, but I did indeed have comic books. And comic books are such Americana and so much fun to have. And I'm glad they're coming back, like within this one.
I think so, too. They're great and they're colorful. Thanks a lot. Join the excitement with titles like I Waggit, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggit Jr. Simply go to iwaggit.com. I'll spell it for you. IWAGGIT. iwaggit.com, where you blast off for your free adventure.
Attention taxpayers. If you're facing IRS debt you can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of the new Taxpayer Relief Initiative to free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing, the IRS has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. You may qualify for significant tax savings. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number, store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-508-0328. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled tax returns, you may now find the relief that you need. Call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-508-0328. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-508-0328 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-508-0328.
I always have my radio on at work.
News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with John Millar as we talk about Christian ufology. How would you say, John, you differ from most Christians when it comes to UFOs?
Well, I tend to think out of the box. I don't just put that demonic label on everything. In one of my books, The Strong Delusion, right at the beginning, I say, here's 4 primary perspectives of ufology among Christians. One is it's a hoax. It's like hoax-type stuff.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as ETs. They just don't bridge the gap there. The second is that there is something real, but it's all demonic. That's the most common, actually. The third is that it is real, but they're divine beings. And they have a few people, a few notable Christians. One is Barry Downing. He's been on that Ancient Alien show.
He's been on our show, too, many times.
Yeah, I've corresponded with him. He's a great guy. Very, very intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
And he believes that they're primarily divine. And, of course, he's got a lot of valid references. And that's where I kind of changed in my views between writing Aliens in the Bible and the one that followed, which is Aliens in the Antichrist.
Was it a dramatic change for you?
Oh, kind of. Because I used to have kind of a difficult idea of, like, why would angels need technology? I would think that they'd be more powerful enough to not need it. And that may be the case, but it's not actually what you see in Scripture. The angels in Ezekiel chapter 1 and 10, those are angels, and that looks like technology. The cylinder that followed the Israelites, that looked like technology. The angels that fly around in these chariots, the multiple instances all throughout Scripture, chariots of technology. Even the sword, the flaming sword that flew around by itself, protecting the tree of life, that's a force field. So you see this technology, godly technology, and good angels using it. And that was one of the areas where I focused my research and really changed my perspective. And that's the last area is where you put them together. You see the stuff with the Nephilim, you see the obviously demonic connections, but you also see God, with his faithful angels involved in this too. And then it becomes like Star Wars, literally. A war among the stars is what we have. It's an ancient war that even predates humanity, but it's centered here on Earth because, according to Isaiah 14, Lucifer's throne was in the Garden of Eden, and it had to be at a time before Adam and Eve, because Adam and Eve were given dominion over the earth.
What about the possibilities, John, that Jesus was an extraterrestrial? He went up into the clouds. Maybe he was beamed aboard.
He did definitely go up into the clouds, and I do believe heaven, where New Jerusalem is located, I believe it's a physical planet, but it's in a higher dimension. We live in a multiverse. All the planets are multidimensional. So if you were to travel to planet heaven, where New Jerusalem is currently at, it might just be a rock, You'd have to change to a higher level, to a higher dimension in order to perceive it as where New Jerusalem is at. But it's a physical world because that New Jerusalem is going to be transported to earth in the future. It literally says that in Revelation 21. You can't transport a physical city, a non-physical city, to a physical earth. Heaven's going to be moved to earth. We are going to be translated. Our bodies are going to be resurrected from the dead and translated, our physical bodies. So there's a physicality to heaven that a lot of people don't get. And that's what I see in our future. And that's what the Bible clearly describes.
John, where do you think they went? Where did they go? How come they're not here? Or are they?
The Nephilim?
Yeah, or the ETs that came down here.
ETs and stuff. So yeah, I think that there are... Earth, the word heaven, there's actually 3 heavens. You can literally look that up in Strong's Enhanced Lexicon, and it describes a realm in the sky, the immediate atmosphere around the earth. Then the greatest usage is the heavens, where the sun and the moon and the stars are, and then there's a few instances where it refers to the heaven of heavens, and that's the location of God's throne. All 3 are described as physical places. But concerning the first heaven, I believe that earth is a larger planet and a higher dimension. And that we're like Middle Earth, where we're at right now. If you were to change your glory, your atomic resonance to a higher level of glory, you'd find yourself inside of solid rock. That the Earth is like an onion of lithospheres. And in that higher realm, there's an entire civilization, cities, and it's just like here. And it's a mirror reflection. In the countries where you see the most oppression and the most horrific things happening, demonic entities are ruling in the heavenly realms directly above those areas. And in the areas where you have more freedom, where you're like free to worship and believe as you want and not be persecuted for it, I believe that you have angelic beings. Michael, for example, the Archangel Michael, is affiliated with Israel. I believe geographically, right over the top of that country, you have a portion of that higher realm in heaven that's a literal physical place on a larger planet with an angelic civilization that lives there.
Yeah.
And you even see this description in Daniel when you get Gabriel coming down to earth to try to meet with Daniel to tell him what his vision meant. He had to actually, he got countered and had to get Michael's help to counter this Prince of Persia that was over that area. So you can literally picture him coming in from outer space, from second heaven, and countering this opposition and having to battle his way through it to puncture that upper atmosphere to get down to earth. And then he said when he left, he had to go fight him again. So he had to go up through that upper atmosphere, penetrate that area again in order to get back where he came from, which is in the heavens. So you see that structure actually clearly defined and described in the Bible.
Let's go to the phones for you as we start. Let's start with first-time caller Keegan in Arkansas, driving around. Hi, Keeg. Go ahead.
Hey, what a trip to call for the first time and actually get on. Yeah, I'm on my way to Nashville right now, but I was listening and had a couple of quick questions. I grew up, was basically lived in a possessed, haunted house for like 7 years, and then had several sightings of UFOs and things. I've always been very interested in this kind of stuff. And about 10 or 12 years ago, I came across your show, so I was delighted, of course. And you had somebody, I can't remember his first name, but his last name was Quell, I believe. And he was talking about a redheaded...
Stephen Quayle.
That's it. Yeah, he talked about a redheaded giant that was, I thought it was in Afghanistan that was killed, and I thought that's where John was going a minute ago with that story. But was that the same... Was that tied into the same thing or totally different incidents?
It may be the same. You're right. Steve did say it was Afghanistan. He may have gotten that area wrong, or it may have been two different, unrelated giants.
Yeah, I believe it's two. That's known as the Giant of Kandahar.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. The
Go ahead.
Nephilim are commonly linked with red hair. The Giant of Kandahar is a very well-known incident. You can research that. The one that this guy was talking about was in Iraq and not commonly known.
All right.
Because he was a sniper by himself.
Always living in caves. Good memory, Keegan. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, just curious that that's two things in kind of a similar area. I wonder if that's more common there than we hear about. But the other thing I was curious about, you mentioned it a second ago about the Great Deception that's coming, possibly, and just curious as to if you could elaborate on that, if that involves the staged alien invasion kind of thing, Project Bluebeam and all that stuff.
Elaborate on that if you would for us, John.
I do believe it's related. I think that there's a high probability that the Antichrist, part of the reason he will have supernatural ability is that he may very well be like a Nephilim 3.0. He won't be a giant, but not all Nephilim are giant. They're men of renown, according to Genesis 6. So probably a lot of them were giants, but remember that was a mistranslation. Some of them were giants, but others were just men of renown, but they were all of a fallen nature. And exactly the description of the Antichrist fits a Nephilim in terms of personality and temperament. My second book, Aliens and the Antichrist, talked about that quite a bit. I mean, I go down all of the characteristics of the Antichrist, and I discuss him in my other books, The Strong Delusion, which is a reference to 2 Thessalonians. And the thesis of that entire book is about how all of this converges on a deception that's coming in our future. And another sign of that is AI. So this year we're like seeing a huge emergence of AI, and now businesses are having to adopt this and everything. You literally see AI in Revelation chapter 13. The image of the beast is a man-made thing that can talk and behave and think rationally, and it takes over the global economy. So the things that we're seeing in the world today with computers and all of that is all moving in that direction.
It sure is. Let's go to Catherine in British Columbia, Canada, west of the Rockies. Hi, Catherine.
Good evening, George. Good evening, John. I want to talk about John's vision when he was writing down Revelation 6:13. And he's talking about the stars falling out of heaven onto earth. And I'd like to know, what do you think that's making the stars fall, besides God allowing it? But if there's a big fight with aliens, or it's just God's just pulling the plug.
Well, the big question is, John, were they meteorites or were they flying saucers that he saw come down?
So this kind of goes back to what I was saying about the word stars used interchangeably with angels in multiple places in Scripture, Job 38 being one, but there's another in Revelation where it speaks about Satan dragging a third of the stars from the sky, throwing them down to earth. And there's another reference in Revelation where, it talks about raining hail and fire and a mountain being thrown to the earth, into the ocean. And so there's a lot of that stuff going on, but there's also literal angels that are going to be consolidating here on earth, and it's like there's a proxy war going on this planet. It's also referred to in the book of Daniel, where the Antichrist will have a war with the hosts of heaven, and he will cast some of the stars down to the ground and stamp on them. And the book of Daniel mirrors a lot of the book of Revelation. It's sort of like the Old Testament version of Revelation. So you see a lot of crossover on a lot of those things.
Here comes Cornelius in Alexandria, Louisiana. Hello, Cornelius.
Hey there, John and George. And I hadn't disappeared yet there, George, and the listeners and everything. So just pray for me and everything. John, I was a military police officer and stuff, so I know some of the stuff. I was an M60 gunner, too. So I understand that loading that M60 is a pretty heavy weapon, I tell you. Now, George, I tell everybody I'm the God, Guns, and Gold man, the Bible, Bullets, and Beans man, and we need to get ready for all this stuff that's coming. The first caller was right. They may have a Project Blue Beam where they'll put a false flag operation. But if you've been in security and stuff, air police, security police, and all like that, these UFOs, like our nuclear vessels and our nuclear missiles. And the Air Force, it shut down that site in Montana totally. And it's done it over there in the Russians with George Knapp coming out about it with the hearings and stuff. So I think there's a great grand deception coming, ladies and gentlemen. And George, these ETs, and that guy you had on last night, Mr. Benson, he had the Bible all wrong. So I'm glad you got John on here to get the Bible straight about what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah and all like that. John, my question for you, I was watching Jan Markell's Understanding the Times. She's got a clip of the Jamaican guy saying that, they've told us we've got to go to this digital dollar and everything's got to be digitized. Here in Alexandria, Louisiana, we've gone cashless at the Coliseum. You can't use no more cash to try to buy tickets like for rodeos and all like that. So I think you're right. The artificial intelligence is the Antichrist intelligence. And so do you think that in the next 2 to 5 to 10 years, And Biden has his Biden bucks. He signed that last year where we're supposed to go to a digital dollar. So how close do you think the Antichrist is and cashless society? God bless you, George. God bless the audience.
All right, keep in touch, Cornelius. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I know that they're pushing it, and the WAF wants it more than anything. And I hope that we can hold it off as long as possible, because once it's in place, of course, the thing that everybody's talking about that they don't like it is because it tracks everything. So
that's right.
Incredible control of the government in terms of, you can't have a yard sale without the government knowing about it and the IRS saying, okay, give us our share of that yard sale. So, I mean, that's the practical aspect of it. But the other aspect of it is when you read about the global economy that we're going to have in Revelation 13, that's how they're going to manipulate and control everybody. I mean, how long can you go without buying or selling anything? And then when they come out with some kind of mark, which everything that they were doing with this, passport, digital passport, tracking vaccination status and everything, it's almost like they're screaming that they want some kind of technology to associate your identity with a chunk of information. And then the next step to that is a chip. And to implant that thing so you can't get away from it. And they're trying to sell it. They're trying to make it to where it's something that you have to have. It's an emergency. It's a concern. You have to have it. You're not being a concerned, caring citizen if you're not all bought out and into this. So it's all going in the same direction, and I honestly hope we can stave it off as long as possible, but I just don't know how long that's going to be. And next year I have a feeling next year is going to be a doozy.
Isn't it amazing, John, how a book, the Bible, written thousands of years ago, could foretell the future, except, some will say it's the Word of God, and God knows, of course, of what's going to happen, but it is amazing, isn't it?
It's very amazing. I mean, to these details, like the size of the army crossing the Euphrates is 200 million. That size of a military was unfathomable. It's completely out of the question that could have been a literal army.
That was the world population at the time, probably.
Exactly. But now it's a reality.
It is a reality indeed. John, stay with us. We're going to take a short break. Come back and take final calls. When we come back, I'm going to ask you where we can get your books, your volumes of books. John's websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com. He's got a Facebook presence as well. Spells his last name Milor, and you can find him on Facebook with his name, and he's also on YouTube, same way.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer, and today's tip of the day, sugar pie pumpkins. If you want to make a wonderful pumpkin pie or a wonderful pumpkin soup, the sugar pie pumpkin is the kind to use. These pumpkins here are very edible and very delicious, although all pumpkins are, but these are a little bit sweeter. When you select these little pumpkins, what you want to do is make sure they're bright orange. If they're not orange, if they have any greening to them, don't buy them, and make sure they're not soft. Now, one thing about pumpkins that everyone should know, that pumpkins is a soft squash, not a hard squash. So don't hold them for too long, otherwise they'll become super soft and there's nothing you can do with them because they'll be full of decay. So there you go, the sugar pie pumpkins. Make that wonderful pumpkin pie and invite me over with some ice cream and coffee, and we'll have dessert. And I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer. For more recipes on pumpkins and other produce items, just go to TonyTantillo.com.
Coast to Coast AM catches more flies with vinegar than honey.
I have some concerns about these questions.
Why do some rational people believe in irrational things? I'm George Norrie, and join us on our next program with a psychologist to explain all that. And later on, Spirituality of Animals with Lori Spagna, right here on Coast to Coast.
That's the recipe for great radio on Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Venus, if you will, please send a little girl for me to thrill. A girl who wants my kisses and my arms, a girl with all the charms of you. Venus, make her fair, a lovely girl with sunlight in her hair, and take the brightest stars up in the skies and place them in her eyes for me.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back with final calls with John Myler in just a moment. We'll tell you where you can get your books as well. On our next Coast to Coast program, we'll be talking about what makes rational people believe irrational things, and then an animal communicator joins us, so we should have a pretty good show tomorrow on Coast to Coast. Beyond Belief, that is our television show, and we invite you to sign up at beyondbelief.com.
We sure do. The website, beyondbelief.com. We've put some ad-free episodes that you can watch, so just sit back, ad-free, just enjoy those. Scroll down just a little bit. There's a 7-day free trial. Once you get that trial, George, you get access to over, how many have we done? 500, 600 shows?
At least.
At least that. And the trial is really cool because you also get access to all the other videos on the Gaia Network. So it's pretty cool. Check it out. It's beyondbelief.com.
You can stay home for the next 10 years and never have to leave your house. You can watch all those videos. And, of course, we've got a free YouTube channel up and running. Tom, how do people subscribe?
Well, now it's going to be 20 years because these are interviews of recent and past shows, and they're all for free, so it's more to watch and check out and listen to. A lot of fun. Go to coasttocoastam.com, and at the very top, there's a YouTube icon. Just click that.
And build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better, faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
2 popular casinos were hit with data breaches in the past couple of weeks. The hackers admit to stealing data from MGM Resorts and Caesars Entertainment. Loyalty members' social security numbers, driver's license numbers included in the information exposed in early September. If exploited, the cyber criminals can use this information to commit identity theft. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for these cyber criminals to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE when you call 1-800-LifeLock. Remember that, 1-800-LifeLock, or head on over to LifeLock.com. When you're there, use promo code GEORGE for 25% off.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on.
I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
Welcome back. John Myler with us. John, where do people get your books?
You mentioned my main website, John Myler, JohnMylor.com. And, of course, the other books, The Strong Delusion is by the same title, thestrongdelusion.net, ChristianUFology.net, AliensInTheBible.com, and AliensAndTheAntichrist.com. So they're all out there.
Are you on Amazon too?
I am on Amazon. I have an Amazon author page. I'm on LinkedIn. And then, of course, you mentioned Facebook and also YouTube channel with my same name.
Good for you. What's your next project? What's next for you?
Boy, that's mostly doing shows like this and just trying to get the word out. I feel like we're just so close that more needs to be done for people to know. Was sort of invited to kind of like a archaeological thing going on in Arkansas with a friend of mine that does cave explorations, sites known to link the indigenous Indians that used to live there with Nephilim in those areas and the mound builders. So that's a possibility. There's so many different things to do. And then, of course, writing projects, and those are always abundant. So I have several ideas.
Well, let's not let the 15 years go by before we get you back again.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I literally got 2 master's degrees in the time that I would last talk to you.
Good for you. Let's go back to the phones. Don in Kent, Ohio, to get us started. Hey, Donald, go ahead.
Hey, Brother George and John, you guys doing a great job. Great program today. And Cornelius, you're right on, guys. Stay with it. You know, I was looking at your picture, John, and I just like the way you guys wear that belt of, 308 rounds. That back in the day, we had to carry them in the cans. Talk about adding weight, you know. But, thank you for your service. You know, what I wanted to talk about was in 2 Corinthians 11, it talks about Satan is transformed into an angel of light and also his ministers. You know, that's kind of like a religious term, not so much ET, but, they're trying to fake us out. You know, it tells us in, 1 John 4 to test the spirits, because there's many false prophets that are going out there. What I wanted to mention, in Hebrews 1, the Bible refers to, God created the worlds plural, and you also have it again in the 11th chapter. But, you made a comment about the stones of fire in Ezekiel 14. I do a shortwave program every Thursday for half an hour, and I entertain calls sometimes. But from what I understand, those stones are actually piezoelectric crystals. It's like those barbecue lighters. When you push down on the button, you get that spark. Well, as he was walking on the stones of fire, he was gathering this energy. If you read about the way he was constructed in verse 13, he's made out of crystals. His skin is, gold, and basically it just sounds like a giant capacitor. He's storing energy that way. So, I thought that was kind of interesting.
What are your thoughts on that, John?
Well, one thing we can agree on is I do believe that those stones are linked to his access to the heavens. I do believe that he had a presence on other planets, that his footprint in this solar system is probably extended to Mars, possibly Venus, the moon. I've seen documentaries on the moon. I think that there's a lot more there. China went over there and went to the dark side of the moon. But the more you find out about the moon, the more it's looking a lot more like it's created artificial structure. But then, you get back to the fact that, God created it, but he could have created it through his angels, creating something up there. Whether you believe it's artificial or not, there is most likely a dome on the other side that shows up in a lot of the photographs and stuff. So there's a footprint of other life all over our universe, and I did talk about that in my very first book, Aliens in the Bible. Steve Quayle also talked about it. Richard Hoagland talked about it, and that's where I got a lot of my research from. Saturn, for example, the ring on Saturn, it's not spinning the way you would think. Something actually hit it and knocked it perpendicular to its orbit. So something cataclysmic happened in our solar system a long time ago, and I think that cataclysm is actually talked about in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2.
Have you come to your thoughts, John, on how the Big Bang even started?
Well, I definitely God said, in the beginning. You find out in science now, in physics, that boson is the most fundamental particle in existence, and it's linked to sound. So it's interesting that before even light existed, God said, "Let there be light." And that is, according to the laws of physics, accurate, scientifically accurate. So I think it all starts with that God said. Now, whether that translated to an explosion, it very well could have.
Let's go to Mary in New Jersey. Hi, Mary. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Hi, George. Hi, John. I'm going to tell you a little thing about chapter 4 and in the book of Revelation.
Mm-hmm.
And starting with the Church of Philadelphia, where it says he can open, no man can shut it, and he can shut it, no man can open it. And I go up to chapter 4 where there's an open door, and John's in the throne room. And we're seeing through the eyes of John. And when I see that, it says there's 4 beasts, and they're talking about animals, and it sounds like angels and animals, and it sounds like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, to me, the gospel. And it throws me back to Genesis, where Adam was created, and there's animals, and there's angels, and there's the Old Testament. And so it's talking about Christ as the second Adam. And when I go around, it's going to sound silly to you, but this is the way I learned the Bible. I learned everything under the age of 4, all right? But I went around like John is the eagle, which is an E, and Matthew would be a lion, which is an L, and then you have Mark, which is an O, an ox. That says like Elo, and then in the background there's a him, a man. It's not a her, it's a him. So that's saying like Elohim to me. Does that make sense to you so far?
That's an interesting connection. I don't think I would make that connection in terms of the, actual literary connection in terms of the words and whatnot, because our English language is not the language that those were originally written in. Although the letters, Hebrew was translated phonetically, but the letters, their alphabet is somewhat different, and I don't know if it's a direct English translation that you could call that, but it is interesting. And in that particular area, Revelation chapter 4, I really love that part because he's like not even sure if he's in his body or not, and it's just like he could have even physically been taken there. So it's just an amazing passage of Scripture there.
It really is. Cornell's with us next in Cincinnati, Ohio. Hello, Cornell.
Well, hello. I didn't know if I was going to get through.
You just made it.
Oh, well, thank God. And honestly, I'm thanking God because I am a tried and true disciple of Yeshua, HaMashiach Sikenu. That's Jesus the Messiah, our righteousness. Brother John, I don't want to mess up your last name, so I'll call you Brother John.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm right here in the book of Genesis right now. The Big Bang, I heard you mention that. When he walked in and said, "Let there be light," that was the bang. When he said, "Let there be light," there in verse 3. But if you recall, the sun and the moon wasn't created yet. He's that light.
That's right.
Right.
And I'm so overjoyed. I've been listening since Mr. Bell, but since I've had the experiences I've had in life, I've been kind of leery about calling. And because I'm in Cincinnati, I hear you on several channels, so I didn't know if I could make it in. But I did, and I thank God. Brother, I don't know if you call yourself a disciple or not, but you are. You're telling the truth. And as it pertains to the Bible, it is the Word of God. I found that out when I was 23 years old, and I'm getting ready to be 68. But when people see me, they don't believe it. And I tell them it's the grace of God. Because in 93, I was told I only had 5 years to live. But I'm all over the place, just like your grandma. I've seen the cigar-shaped objects twice in my life. And I haven't heard it preached, but there was a major prophecy fulfilled back in March when Syria and Turkey got hit by those major earthquakes. That was Isaiah 17 all day long.
What do you think of that, John?
I would have to look that one up.
Yeah.
But there's so many things happening nowadays that it certainly wouldn't surprise me.
Couple minutes to go. We'll take some final calls. Thanks, Cornell. Appreciate you being part of the program. Next up, let's go to Mike in Connecticut. Hey, Michael, go ahead.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call, George.
Sure thing, Mike.
I saw what I thought was a UFO, and it looked like it was 100 feet high, and it was completely round, and a ball of fire that was moving like water. But I also know that those are considered thrones in heaven and an angel in heaven, and I felt like it really was an angel. And I think you guys' show tonight is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit more about the angelic realm, John. A lot of people think that they are exactly the way you portrayed it.
And I think that he's right on target. I believe it's the Merkaba that's referred to in Hebrew, the throne of God, God's portable throne. And so while Ezekiel chapters 1 and 10 do describe, I think, a transdimensional craft, I think it's actually opening a portal to God's throne above it. So you have what could be like a wormhole, just basically it's just going to open this piece of the sky up and you can see directly into God's throne. And there's multiple instances of portals being created where people were able to see directly into heaven. Stephen, for example, when he was being stoned to death, looked into heaven and he saw God's throne. So that's God, and he can create these portals, but these ships, they're interdimensional, and they're capable of flying from one side of the universe to the other. To do that, they have to punch a hole in our dimension, and that same capability is probably capable of opening a portal, and you could see right into heaven and God's throne. It has to look utterly fantastic.
Let's get a quick question from David in California. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, George. Hey, John. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thank you.
I have a question to a reference of Deuteronomy 28:15 through 68, Isaiah 47, Jeremiah 50 and 51, and going back to Revelation 18. All of these scriptures that I just pointed out are pointing to is the Babylon the Great looks like it's America, because all of the language used from Isaiah and what's happening now in the current day from Deuteronomy 28 and so on and so forth. I was wondering, John, if you have any insight or have seen any correlation in these scripture verses of if we are the true Babylon the Great.
Interesting. 40 seconds left, John. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, you just confirmed my next area of research, because this has been a recurring theme for some reason. I originally used to think that Mystery Babylon was strictly Rome, because Rome is definitely a city on 7 hills, and there is definite references to Rome and linking it to Rome. However, Rome is the empire of where Christianity started and pushed throughout the entire world through Constantine the Great. And the next great Christian nation, well, was England, and then came here to the United States. And we're the newest country in the world with that influence, with that type of democracy, and also with that kind of power.
We're the new Babylon, to be sure. John, thanks for being on the program. Keep in touch. For Dan Galanti, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean Ladesseur, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Banal, George Knapp, and Ian Punnett, I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. Hunter Biden goes back to court soon. Or does he? Correspondent Catherine Herridge has the latest on his case.
According to the newly filed court records, Hunter Biden's legal team says the president's son will plead not guilty to the felony gun charges, which include allegations that he lied about his drug use to obtain a handgun in 2018. Hunter Biden's attorney also wants his initial court appearance by video conference, citing excessive security costs and the burden on government resources.
The good news is that Ford says it's averted a strike at its Canadian plants. The bad news, says WWJ's Jeff Gilbert.
The UAW says more plants will join the strike Friday unless they see serious movement from car makers. Stellantis Chief Operating Officer Mark Stewart says they are very serious.
We gave a very strong and competitive offer
We were at a 20% pay raise over the 4 years with 10% at ratification.
The union is seeking 40% raises. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
More than 4 months into the writers' strike against Hollywood studios, contract talks are set to resume in a few hours. Los Angeles Times senior entertainment writer Meg James.
The studios have tremendous leverage. They obviously are the ones that write the checks, but the writers have really held out longer than people than expected. They have displayed remarkable solidarity.
2 people face federal drug charges after 1 child died and 3 others were hospitalized after being poisoned by fentanyl at a New York City daycare center. Prosecutor Damian Williams.
We're now ready to bring these defendants to justice. This is a tragedy, and my heart breaks for the children and their families. But I promise you this, we're going to keep fighting for justice. In this case and in every other case involving this deadly poison.
Sometimes the best solution to a problem is to do nothing. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger says that's exactly what the Fed may do today.
All eyes will be on the Federal Reserve when it convenes its 2-day policy meeting. There are a lot of opinions about what the Fed should do. The most likely outcome, according to economists, is that the Fed will not take any action at this meeting, leaving the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%.
He's arguably baseball's greatest star.
How great to see Shohei Ohtani on the hill here at the Big A, 5th start, 2-0.
But a month after he was sidelined, doctors say they've surgically repaired L.A. Angels pitcher and slugger Shohei Ohtani's elbow. Ohtani says he won't pitch next year, but still plans to hit. He'll be a free agent when the season ends. Looking ahead to the day on Wall Street, S&P futures are up 8, Dow futures up 49. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: motorists who normally use Route C in Miller County are putting up with another road closure between Routes 42 and A, this time for work to be done on the bridge over Mill Creek.
We've closed that bridge today. We expect it should take likely almost to the month of December, through November, to replace that driving surface, the bridge deck, and make some substructure repairs and get that bridge back open.
That same detour using 42 to 54 to A Road are going to be used again for this closing along Route C. It seemed as if there was like a heck of a lot of visitors in the lake area for this year's Bike Fest, and that can be answered with a definite yes. But was it the busiest in the history of the event? The Convention and Visitor Bureau says there is not a system set up to check on the total visitation numbers for the 3-county area of Camden, Miller, and Morgan, but a passport system used for visitors wanting to register in the lake area could give more of a feel to getting an idea on those total numbers. It had been estimated before this past week that there would be around 125,000 visitors for Bike Fest. A rough but unofficial estimate as to the numbers could be announced later this week. And employees with the Camden County Road and Bridge Department who passed the local technical assistance program will be recognized on Wednesday morning. Road and Bridge Administrator Pat Wolf says the recognition ceremony will be taking place at 9:30 a.m. at the South Road District Shed. The public is welcome to attend the ceremony. Next news in 1 hour. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Partly to mostly cloudy throughout the early morning hours. Scattered showers and storms possible in the area. Lows will make it down into the lower 60s. Winds southerly 5 to 10 miles per hour. And then Wednesday, chance for more showers and storms and highs top out near 73. The current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios, right now it's 65.
From Compass Media Networks, this is America's First News. This morning with your host, Gordon Deal.
No funding yet. Good morning, I'm Gordon Deal, along with Jennifer Kashenka. On this Wednesday, September 20th, glad you could join us. Here's what we have for you this hour.
The Republican-led House has missed on a pair of opportunities to avoid a partial government shutdown at the end of the month.
A hearing next week on the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Meanwhile, Hunter Biden will plead not guilty to gun charges.
People in San Francisco are urged to limit outdoor activity due to wildfire smoke. The city was the most polluted major city in the world last evening.
And why it seems like everyone's going on strike under President Biden.
It really does seem like since Biden took office, there's been all of this really high-profile labor activity, from the Starbucks negotiations to even just this week, obviously UAW going on this big strike.
Olivia Olander at Politico on the significant labor and management clashes for the man who calls himself the most pro-labor president ever. House Republicans have failed to pass a pair of spending bills thanks to intra-party disagreements. They're trying to fund the government and avert a partial shutdown at the end of the month. The House voted 214 to 212 to defeat a measure that would have opened debate on an $886 billion fiscal 2024 defense appropriations bill, with 5 conservatives joining Democrats to oppose the GOP measure. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
Every time we found a way, and you know what? Getting there is never easy, but we're willing to listen to all voices, something much different. We're willing to build up from the bottom up.
Meanwhile, a larger division within the Republican majority prevented lawmakers from agreeing on a short-term measure to keep federal agencies open after funding expires in 10 days. Even if House Republicans had been able to advance the defense bill or the short-term measure, either would face stiff opposition from Senate Democrats and from the White House, which has already threatened to veto the defense bill. Hunter Biden plans to plead not guilty to federal gun charges and also wants his initial court appearance to be held by video conference, so he won't have to travel from Los Angeles to Delaware. More from this morning's Mike Gavin.
The government is expected to respond today to the request for an appearance by video conference. That initial hearing has not yet been scheduled. The son of the president is charged with knowingly deceiving a firearms dealer when buying a gun 5 years ago by falsely filling out a federal firearms form denying he was addicted to drugs. A previous plea agreement in which he would avoid jail time fell apart. Meanwhile, congressional Republicans have attacked the charges against Hunter Biden as a sweetheart deal because his father is the president. Gordon.
Thank you, Mike. Meanwhile, House Republicans are set to hold the first committee hearing a week from tomorrow on its impeachment inquiry against President Biden. The House Oversight Committee will explore constitutional and legal questions and also intends to subpoena personal and business bank records of Hunter Biden and James Biden, the president's brother. The United Auto Workers strike at 3 Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis plants is hardly the only significant labor management clash under President Biden. After all, he's positioned himself as the most pro-labor president in history. Maybe it's not coincidental we're seeing the strikes. Here's Olivia Olander, labor reporter at Politico. Olivia, take us through it.
A big part of that is just because, Biden's branded himself as like a labor guy. So every time these unions want something, when they want to go on strike, when they could possibly disrupt the economy, people turn to Biden and say, what are you going to do about this?
Okay, so the timing for these different efforts, whether it's the United Auto Workers, as we're seeing now, or Hollywood, UPS, Starbucks, the timing is not coincidental.
Well, I think a lot of it also has to do with kind of like the economic conditions, and also during the pandemic, a lot of workers were getting fed up with their conditions, with how they were being treated in their workplaces, and then also, that tight labor market. A lot of people, were quitting because they realized they could find better work elsewhere. So it's kind of this like confluence of factors. And then it's all coming, obviously, under Biden, who, again, has, branded himself as being very pro-union and put out support for some pro-labor policies. So it's all kind of coming at once with this timing.
And he said he has stepped carefully, or the administration has stepped carefully so far with the United Auto Workers strike.
Yeah, that's correct. So unlike, something I looked at in this piece was the rail negotiations, and that's covered by a different law than auto negotiations, because rail negotiations have a potential to disrupt the economy in kind of a more major way. So with these auto negotiations, yeah, Biden has had to be a little bit more careful with what he does, because he doesn't have the same kind of legal authority to directly intervene. But what we've kind of found from our reporting is that his administration is still engaging a bit behind the scenes on both sides with the union and the companies. But yeah, he can't kind of step on it and make a huge intervention in the same way that he could last year with those rails.
We're speaking with Olivia Olander, labor reporter at Politico. Her story is called "Why It Seems Like Everyone's Going on Strike on Biden's Watch." Review the Biden administration's role here with UPS and the Teamsters.
Yeah, that was an interesting one, because the union president, Sean O'Brien, basically told the president, please stay out of it. We can handle it. He has this quote where he's like, from my neighborhood in Boston, if you saw two people in a fight and you weren't involved, you just walk along. And that's what they wanted from the Biden administration. And that is, for the most part, what they got. They were able to come to a deal, the UPS and the Teamsters union, that was able to get some raises for workers and a few other concessions for the union. And that was pretty much without Biden's intervention, because the parties didn't want him involved.
Yeah. What about with the Hollywood writers and actors?
Yeah, so Biden's been a little bit more hands-off with this. Obviously, it's kind of a different situation than the big kind of supply chain meltdown crisis that we could see with the rails possibly, and some of these other things, the Teamsters and UPS. So he's kind of just said, I support the right of all workers, including the actors, to strike and, to get a fair living wage. But he hasn't kind of gotten his hands in there in the same way as this has stretched on, since May and July for these unions.
You said, too, it's been unusual because some cabinet members have actually shown up on the sites of these strikes to be supportive?
Yeah, that is unusual. So in 2021, there was this moment called Striketober. That's what the labor movement called it, where a bunch of different companies went on strike. And during that period, the Agriculture Secretary, Tom Vilsack, he went to support UAW workers, actually separate from the current negotiations, but people striking at a John Deere facility. And also Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, who was in office at the time, went to support Kellogg workers in Pennsylvania. So yeah, that was pretty unusual for them to get out there in the same way. Obviously, we're not sure if we're going to see Biden do that with these UAW workers, but it's definitely something interesting to watch who gets involved.
Wow. Touch on, too, how the president and or the administration was involved with Starbucks and the Amazon unionization.
Yeah, so with Starbucks and Amazon, those folks are just kind of starting to want to get off the ground, unionizing their individual workplaces. But Biden has, kind of acknowledged those efforts. He has put the spotlight on them by signaling his support in like a tweet and a video, but he didn't necessarily exactly endorse that effort. It's very contentious. And the administration also did host organizers from Amazon and Starbucks in recent months.
Thanks, Olivia. Olivia Olander, labor reporter at Politico. Meanwhile, the union representing Hollywood writers, the Writers Guild of America, will meet today with the Major Studio Alliance as negotiations resume after a month-long hiatus. 15 minutes after the hour. On This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, a rallying call for world leaders. If you need to hire fast and hire right, you need Indeed, the #1 source for hires in the U.S. according to Talent Nest. Sponsor a job, and Indeed will help you attract, interview, and hire candidates fast. With Instant Match, you'll instantly receive a short list of candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. You can easily schedule and conduct virtual interviews, all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit to get $75 toward your first sponsored job. Get started at Indeed.com/credit.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code HANDSOME at checkout. That's harrys.com, code HANDSOME. Enjoy.
Ever have that nagging feeling that you might be leaving money on the table when you're filing your business taxes? Like your longtime bookkeeper or CPA might have missed a credit or deduction your business is eligible for. TaxReview.ai ensures you're not missing out on any state and federal tax credits or even industry or location-specific tax incentives. Plus, you may have major omissions on previous tax returns that can quickly add up to tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash for your business. Make sure you're not paying more taxes than you need to. Double-check your previous tax returns with TaxReview.ai's comprehensive artificial intelligence-driven algorithm. A licensed tax professional will review the AI recommendations, analyze your file, and tell you how much you're owed. Double-checking past tax returns could mean more money coming back to you. The analysis is completely free. Visit TaxReview.ai today to begin your free review. That's TaxReview.ai.
News Talk, KRMS.
The top national stories with the context to make sense of it all. This is America's First News This Morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for being with us. Welcome into Wednesday. President Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky are trying again to rally world leaders to pressure Russia to end its war on Ukraine. Mr. Zelensky promoted Kyiv's principles for ending the conflict, which include the return of Ukrainian sovereignty over areas now occupied by Russia. The UN Security Council, where Russia has a permanent member, wields a veto, is unlikely to make progress towards ending the war during a high-level session later today. Moscow only sent its deputy ambassador to yesterday's meeting. Here's President Biden.
If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no. We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow.
Some countries question whether the Biden administration's policies may be short-lived should former President Trump return for a second term. Tomorrow, Mr. Zelensky travels to Washington to visit Capitol Hill and the White House, seeking long-term, sustainable support to limit Ukrainian casualties and help regain more territory. 20 minutes after the hour on This Morning, here's Jennifer Pashenka.
And now, the three big things you need to know. Number one.
House Republican leaders are working to salvage a short-term spending bill that sparked angry disagreements among the party's rank and file, but they remain short of the support needed to pass the measure and show the party can unite to avert a government shutdown. A procedural motion to advance the legislation was canceled yesterday to allow more time for talks, and an afternoon measure related to advancing a full-year military appropriations bill failed after 5 Republicans voted against the rule. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's take on the dissenters.
Put your ideas up. We are one body. The Senate is another body. If they have a different idea, put their idea up, and then let's go to conference and figure out the differences.
Some House Republicans are infuriated by the continued impasse. Congressman Mike Simpson of Idaho says the GOP is being dragged around by 20 people with 200 others in agreement.
Number two.
The House House Oversight Committee is set to hold the first hearing of its impeachment inquiry into President Biden next week and plans to issue a subpoena for bank records from two of the president's family members. Committee Chair James Comer called the hearing a refresher on the information he and fellow GOP lawmakers have gathered during the course of their investigation into foreign business dealings by Hunter Biden and James Biden, the president's brother.
Number 3.
Police say the Chicago area family of 4 fatally shot, along with their 3 dogs over the weekend, was not killed in a random attack. Romeoville Deputy Chief Chris Byrne.
We will continue to exhaust every possible resource available, and we will not rest until those responsible for this tragedy are brought to justice.
Investigators continue to seek information from the public, including doorbell video. Police say they have ruled out murder-suicide. Authorities are scrambling to recover thousands of mink that were released from a Pennsylvania farm. State police say someone broke into a mink farm in Rockefeller Township over the weekend and cut holes in the fences. Game warden Mike Workman says anyone who comes across a loose mink should give it lots of space.
Just stay away. Don't touch it. Don't try to trap it. Don't try to catch it. They will bite you. They can potentially hurt you. We want to make sure the public is safe.
Between 6,000 and 8,000 mink were released from their enclosures.
Man. Like a foot and a half long or whatever, but they're nasty apparently.
Yes,
I didn't realize that.
They look mean too.
They will come at you. Thank you, Jen. 22 minutes after the hour on This Morning, America's First News.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com/welcome to now. That's Dell.com/welcome to now.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for being with us. A new study by NerdWallet finds 70% of engaged Americans say they're facing money challenges during wedding planning, and 54% of engaged Americans don't agree with their partner on financial goals. Here to explain the disconnect is Kimberly Palmer, personal finance expert at NerdWallet. Kim, what do we have?
Well, getting married is actually very financially stressful. As anyone who has gotten married knows, weddings are so expensive. And so they take a lot of effort to plan and budget for. And one challenge is that in a lot of cases, couples aren't exactly on the same page when it comes to what they want to spend money on, what they want to cut back on. So basically, anyone getting married has to sort through all of this, and it's quite a challenge.
Sounds like failure to communicate.
It is all about communication. I mean, really the first step is to talk with your partner about what you really want, what you care about. For some people, it's going to mean scaling back on the number of people you invite so you can spend more on the food per person, for example, whereas other people want a huge party and, spend less on other things. You could get married on a weekday, for example, or you could DIY some of your decorations. There's all kinds of ways to save money. It's really all about what you want.
I don't envy anybody who's getting married these days. It just seems so expensive, whether it's for the videographer or a DJ, the venue. I mean, plus I presume like most couples, maybe you're trying to save money for a house. It just seems impossible. I mean, what do these folks do? How do they even begin this discussion?
Well, I think what you alluded to, the fact that people are also juggling other financial goals, really gets at the core of what's so challenging. Because, for example, when you get married, you might also want to go on vacation or buy a home. And so you're juggling all of those priorities. And so it really starts with figuring out what is most important to you, because you might have to cut back on some things just so you can make some other dreams come true.
We're speaking with Kim Palmer, personal finance expert at NerdWallet. She's got a survey, or the company has a survey with regards to 70% of couples facing money challenges while planning a wedding. They're barely even off the ground yet as an official couple. This one stat jumped out too, Kim. 54% of engaged Americans don't agree with their partner on financial goals. Yikes.
It is pretty shocking, but it just speaks to the fact that really getting in sync about what you're most looking forward to and what you want to put money on in the first year of marriage and beyond, just talking about that up front. A lot of couples say that they wish they had more of those chats before actually walking down the aisle. So it can be really helpful to talk about money, talk about your priorities, just so you can get on that same page before you even have the wedding. And then that can also make the whole wedding budgeting process go a little more smoothly too.
All right. So it sounds great in principle, right? Just communicate more, talk about it. But how do you begin the conversation sometimes about money? It's a tough subject.
It is tough, and because it can be potentially awkward and uncomfortable, you really don't want to ambush someone by just bringing it up out of the blue. It can actually be helpful to let your partner know, hey, I want to talk about money. Let's have this conversation. How about we set aside time, 3:00 on Saturday, so everyone is mentally prepared, because if it just, comes up out of the blue at night, it can lead to more tension and even fights. And so planning ahead to have that talk even before you have it can help.
Do we? I presume we still do prenups these days?
Prenups are such a personal issue, and of course it varies a lot. It's interesting, a lot of people's perspective on prenups and how we talk about money and whether or not even to combine accounts after marriage really comes down to what you're bringing into the marriage. A lot of couples who are getting married at older ages now, they already are used to having that independence and having their own bank account, so it seems more of a surprise, or they're more resistant to sharing accounts post-marriage. So it's so personal, and it really comes down to what you both want.
Thanks, Kim. Kimberly Palmer, personal finance expert at NerdWallet. 30 minutes now after the hour on This Morning, America's First News.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the Winter Blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case, and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
News Talk, KRMS.
Cutting through the clutter to bring you the people and stories that matter to you. You're listening to America's First News This Morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for being with us. Welcome into Wednesday, September 20th. Gordon Deal, Jennifer Kashenka. Some of our top stories and headlines. Hunter Biden to plead not guilty to gun charges. A House committee next week holds its first hearing on the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. House Republicans fail to pass a stopgap funding bill. Attorney General Merrick Garland testifies today before a House committee. Officials in Texas say a man accused of killing 22 elderly women was murdered by his prison cellmate. Disney to spend $60 billion on its parks and cruise line over the next 10 years, and how to get motherly services at college for a fee. That story in about 20 minutes. The Federal Reserve concludes 2 days of meetings this afternoon. It's poised to leave interest rates unchanged, but this does not assure that we won't see another interest rate increase in the months ahead. Inflation pressures are easing, broadly speaking, but remain well above desired levels. In-depth analysis from Greg McBride, Chief Financial Analyst at Bankrate.com. Greg, expectations?
Yeah, pretty clear signal, Gordon, that the Fed is going to leave interest rates unchanged at this meeting. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily that they're done raising interest rates. We may get another rate hike later in the year if conditions warrant. But, a lot like driving in a world before GPS, where, as you got closer to your destination, a place you'd never been before, you're like, is this right turn? Is it the next one? You'd go a little bit slower, be a little bit more deliberate about where you made that turn. That's kind of where the Fed is at now with regard to interest rates. They're almost done. They're trying to find that right spot, that proper place to turn off.
All right, inflation broadly has come down, but we did see a little uptick in August, correct?
We did, and you can chalk that up to gasoline prices, oil and gasoline prices, and that in and of itself could be a trouble spot in the months ahead. I mean, we have seen broadly the rate of inflation come down, which, by the way, doesn't mean prices coming down, just means prices not going up as fast. But the risk factor is that oil or gasoline prices, not only do they sap consumer spending power, but those higher prices could then spill over into other products and services. You think about everything we buy in a store or online has to be transported at some point. There are a number of service-oriented businesses that are very sensitive to higher fuel prices, and so a sustained high level of oil and gasoline prices could affect the pricing on other goods and services. That's just going to be something we're going to have to watch in the months to come in hopes that it doesn't derail the otherwise positive trajectory we're on with regard to inflation.
Has the Fed achieved a soft landing?
Too early to say. I think the odds are certainly better now than they were 3 months or even 6 months ago. But still too early. I mean, I'd say it's a little like trying to call a no-hitter in the fifth inning at this point. Okay. It's not only once the Fed is done raising rates, but then there's a lag time before all that is fully reflected in the economy. We got to work our way through all that, I think, before we can feel comfortable in assessing whether or not they've pulled it off.
We're speaking with Greg McBride, Chief Financial Analyst at Bankrate.com. We're talking about the Fed might do with interest rates at its September meeting here. How might the resumption of student loan payments affect things, if at all, here? Is that something the Fed will be watching?
Watching, but not losing sleep over. Just from a macro perspective, it's not something that is much of a headwind to the economy. Now, at the household level, it could be a big deal if all of a sudden you've got a $250 or $300 a month payment to start making again. You got to find room in that in the budget for that. But in aggregate, the resumption of student loan payments is less than 1% of consumer spending, more closer to half of 1% of consumer spending. Okay. So no, not a major economic impact from it.
There was a note that you had mentioned about the savings rate, our personal savings rate.
Yeah, one of the things that you and I talk about a lot in terms of what are consumer steps, one's pay down debt, the other one is boost savings. And I just want to double click on that because you're getting paid for that savings now in a way that you haven't been in 15 years, but you got to look in the right place. If you are putting your money into an online savings account, if you're looking at CDs, but you're shopping around to get the best deal, you're earning returns of 5% or better. And more importantly, that's above the rate of inflation. So you're getting paid, you're earning a return that has actual growth of your buying power. We haven't been able to say that in a long, long time. So that money you put in savings, it is not a drag on your portfolio. It is a very vital contributor.
Go back to the Fed for just a minute here, and I know we can't say for certain whether the Fed is done raising interest rates, but will it signal something like that?
No, not at this point. And even if they do finish, they're not going to say that they're done because that in and of itself could loosen financial conditions and undermine some of what they're trying to do. So I would expect them to kind of maintain this posture of, hey, we may have to. You never know. We might have to. I expect them to maintain that posture through the end of the year, just in an effort to kind of preserve these tighter financial conditions that they're trying to engineer in order to reduce demand and get inflation lower.
Thanks, Greg. Greg McBride, Chief Financial Analyst at Bankrate.com. 20 minutes in front of the hour. On this morning, America's First News. Coming up next, the mic drop.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code HANDSOME at checkout. That's harrys.com, code HANDSOME. Enjoy!
Now at Staples, the prices of HP printers are dropping. Save on HP Smart Tank and enjoy even more savings on ink. Save on the HP Inkjet, perfect for high-quality pics. Save on HP laser printers, great for tackling high-volume document printing. Now through September 30th, save on Staples' entire selection of HP printers, some as low as $69.99. With HP printer price drops at Staples, now is the time to upgrade to HP, America's most trusted printer brand. See staples.com/HP for details.
I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. All the cash back from eating at your favorite soup dumpling restaurant doubled. All the cash back from that trip where you sort of learned to snowboard also doubled. And the best part, you don't have to do anything ridiculous to get it. Nope, Discover does it automatically. Seriously though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for being with us. Welcome into Wednesday. Time now for the mic drop with this morning's Mike Gavin.
Good morning. Well, we know eating out these days can often lead to sticker shock from the time the menu comes all the way through the paying of the bill. We've got a couple stories like that today, including someone who even called the police. More on that later, but we start in California, where a restaurant there is taking heat for their unusual tipping policy. A customer at this Vietnamese restaurant in Cupertino posted their receipt of their bill on Reddit, which included an 18% gratuity charge automatically added, something typically done for larger parties, even though this person was dining solo. At the bottom of the bill, the restaurant explained that they automatically include the tip for all parties of one or more. Commenters to the post were universally not having it, especially as guilt tipping has become a hot topic recently. One user wrote that there's no better way of saying we do not pay our workers enough.
Yeah.
What? I mean, at least they explain it at the bottom of the bill, so you at least give them that. It wasn't, it's it's always, I guess, a surprise charge, but at least I guess they have to make sure that you understand the policy, but the policy is pretty crazy.
For parties of one or more.
One or more, yes.
What other parties are there?
Yeah, exactly.
Just all parties.
Yeah, that's it. You're getting charged a tip no matter what.
I think that does speak to just we don't pay our workers enough if you have to do that.
Yeah.
For a party of one?
Right. Well, I think that's what, not only these kind of fees, but they talk about there's other types of fees that get added onto bills now, like kitchen charges and wellness fees, they call them, and things like that. All so that the restaurants don't have to raise the prices on their menu.
Yeah.
To make it seem like that their food's a little cheaper than it actually is.
I must say, it's been a while now since we've been out.
Yeah.
We'll order like pizza for delivery or to go pick it up, but
Chinese pickup. Still.
Okay, yes, for sure, for me.
I mean, don't tell me that you've stopped doing that.
No. I mean, the rest of the family gets pizza. I'll sometimes, go the Chinese route.
Of course.
But sitting out, just hasn't been a thing lately.
No.
For whatever reason.
I don't know. You don't necessarily always have patience for that either, especially if the service is slow. Or
maybe,
I've grown to know you a little bit over these years.
Just a cheapskate, that's the bottom line.
That's also it, yes. And eating on vacation is always expensive, especially when you're dining in a foreign country and may not be familiar with the local customs or be able to read the menu clearly. Even so, one tourist was so mad after being charged nearly $700 for one meal, they called the cops. This incident took place at a seafood restaurant in Singapore, where a woman visiting from Japan says she took her waiter's advice and ordered the eatery's signature Alaskan king crab chili dish. She says she was told it was $30 in Singapore dollars, but that was actually the price per 100 grams. So when the massive 7.5-pound dish arrived, it was too much food for her and her table, and she was stuck with the bill, which was just under $700 American dollars. The woman was so outraged that she called the police and the Singapore Tourism Board. The restaurant claimed that the woman knew what she was getting into, having shown her the massive crab before preparing it. Eventually, the restaurant offered the customer a $100 discount on the bill.
Whoa!
So that means she was still in for $600. So.
That would be alarming.
Yeah, that's not a good night. I don't care how good the crab was.
Wow. So speaking of Singapore, that's my new favorite Chinese food dish.
Oh, okay.
Singapore Mei Fun.
All right.
It's got the curry spices in there. And that Mei Fun noodle is the rice noodle, not the flour noodle.
Oh, okay.
It's the little skinny one.
But not costing you $700.
No,
most likely
closer to the $7 range in this case.
Just the way you like it.
Thanks, Mike. 13 minutes in front of the hour. Innovation Refunds has been asking small business owners to see if they might be eligible for a payroll tax refund through the Employee Retention Credit, also known as the ERC. The ERC is a tax refund for businesses that kept 5 or more full-time W-2 employees on payroll during 2020 and 2021. Small business owners can check ERC eligibility at innovationrefunds.com. Thanks to Innovation Refunds, CPA Bill Goodman of Ford & Goodman accounting firm in Richardson, Texas, referred over 12 of his clients once he discovered his company qualified for the ERC. Go to innovationrefunds.com to determine your eligibility. There's no upfront charge. They don't get paid unless you get paid. innovationrefunds.com. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. innovationrefunds.com.
Through the years, you've really kept up with the times. You're on social media.
Like, dislike, block.
Maintained your health.
10,000 steps. I'm a beast.
You even programmed your own smart home.
In 10 minutes, remind me that I'm a genius.
In 10 minutes, I'll remind you that you're a genius.
If you can do all that, you can definitely save for retirement. Just go to aceyourretirement.org, a free online tool sponsored by AARP that can help you get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. At aceyourretirement.org, you'll meet Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach, and in just 3 minutes, get personalized recommendations to help boost your retirement savings. They're easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's brought to you by AARP, so you know they got your back.
You are a genius.
Take charge of your retirement. Go to aceyourretirement.org now. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
I'm 54, so basically, it's too late to start saving for retirement, right?
Not right. Starting to save, even in your 50s, can really make a difference.
Well, right now, saving seems hard to wrap my head around. Plus, with the way this year's been going...
Hey, listen, it's okay. You still got this. Just go to aceyourretirement.org. It's an online tool from AARP that can help you get your retirement savings on track no matter your age. It's free and only takes about 3 minutes.
I like 3 minutes.
Yeah, at aceyourretirement.org, you'll chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer a few questions and you'll get a personalized plan and tips to help boost your retirement savings. Tips that are easy to understand and tailored to your lifestyle.
I like that too.
Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back. Just head to aceyourretirement.org and make your plan to start saving for retirement.
Thanks.
That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
News Talk, KRMS.
We don't take sides. We deliver the information you need to start your day. You're listening to America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Glad you're with us. If your main fitness goal is weight loss, you may want to consider the time of day you're exercising. A new study published yesterday in the journal Obesity says exercising between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. has been associated with having a lower waist circumference and body mass index than people who work out during midday or evening. Findings regarding the best time to exercise to shed pounds have been mixed, so the authors of the latest study looked into what influence doing activity at different hours might have on the relationship between exercise and obesity. One expert not involved in the study told CNN that people who exercise regularly in the morning could have more predictable schedules. Predictable schedules could have other advantageous effects on weight that were not measured in the study, such as with sleep length or sleep quality and stress levels. 8 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning. Once again, here's Jennifer Kushenka.
And now, the 3 big things you need to know. Number 1.
President Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called on their counterparts to defend the idea that powerful nations can't seize territory from their neighbors, part of an appeal aimed at isolating Russia on the world stage. Before the UN General Assembly yesterday, Zelensky accused Russia of using food and energy as a weapon in ways that hurt the countries represented in New York this week.
Many seats in the General Assembly Hall may become empty. Empty if Russia succeeds with its treachery and aggression.
Biden urged world leaders not to abandon Ukraine, warning that Russia is pinning its hopes on other nations growing weary of the fight.
Number 2.
The 2 people arrested in the drug death of a 1-year-old at a daycare facility in New York City are now facing federal charges because of the amount of drugs found. 3 other children were hospitalized after being exposed to fentanyl that was allegedly being processed at the site in the Bronx. U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams.
We allege that the defendants poisoned 4 babies and killed one of them because they were running a drug operation from a daycare center.
Authorities say they found enough fentanyl to kill 500,000 people.
Number 3.
Fed officials are set to hold interest rates steady at their meeting today while debating what it would take for them to lift borrowing costs again this year. Their anticipated decision would mark the second time in 6 policy meetings this year the Fed hasn't raised rates, slowing the pace of increases to allow more time to study their effect on the economy. The conservative advocate who successfully challenged affirmative action in college admissions is suing the military academy at West Point, arguing that race-conscious admissions policies at the military's higher education institute violate the Constitution. Students for Fair Admissions filed suit in New York federal court. A signed piece by famed painter Bob Ross for the first episode of his popular TV show, The Joy of Painting, has sold for $9.8 million at an auction house in Minneapolis. The oil-on-canvas painting titled A Walk in the Woods was created in 1983. At the start of the late artist's illustrious public TV career, the painting was described by the auction house as the most historically significant Bob Ross original painting ever created.
28 years after he died. Man. Thank you, Jen. 6 minutes in front of the hour. On This Morning, America's First News.
$10 says your local Staples now accepts Amazon returns. $10 says you can make those returns at Staples 7 days a week. $10 says you'll get in and out fast and easy. $10 says when you make an Amazon return at Staples, you'll get $10 off your Staples purchase of $30 or more. $10 says it's pretty cool to get $10 to spend on something you want just for returning something you don't. $10 says Staples will be your new favorite place for Amazon returns. $10 says you knew I was going to say $10 says. Offer good in store only. Exclusions apply.
If the weather is cooling off, but luckily your business is staying hot and you need to hire, then you need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. With tools like Instant Match, the moment you sponsor a post, you'll instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. And you can even schedule and conduct interviews all from the Indeed website. Visit Indeed.com/credit to get $75 towards your first sponsored job.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed-upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it. And see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-557-7920. 800-557-7920. That's 800-557-7920. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for being with us. If your kid attending college far away needs attention from mom, the Wall Street Journal says you can hire motherly services. At $450 a year, Mindy Horwitz performs some of the same duties students would expect from their own mother, like finding a sport coat for a student at the last minute who needed one the next morning. She services students at Washington University in St. Louis, Northwestern, Skidmore, University of Hartford. The businesses grew more popular after the pandemic made it difficult for many parents to reach their kids at far-flung campuses. Among the services, accompanying college-age children to doctor's appointments. Concierge Services for Students, based in Boston, charges $10,000 for the academic year. Each kid has access to as many as 5 women, collectively referred to as their second mom. Rochelle Arnold, owner of Daisy Bug Delivery, helps students at the University of Tampa. She uses her house to receive their packages. $25 for same-day delivery. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. Representatives from the Writers Guild and Hollywood studios are expected to resume negotiations in a few hours. The writers want higher pay and protections from artificial intelligence. Writer Ariana Wright says the 4-month walkout has been tough.
It's hard. I hear people saying it's hard. We are tired. People need money. People are really, really struggling. But everybody understands that we have to be in this fight until we actually get a fair deal, because that's what's actually going to make a future for all of us.
Still no movement on the auto workers' strike. CBS's Chris Van Cleve is in Detroit.
None of the automakers has presented a cohesive new deal. Instead, it appears that they are trying to talk issue by issue, trying to find places where there is agreement and use that as a foundation.
Ford says it has an agreement with workers in Canada to avert a strike there. President Biden meets with two of his counterparts at the UN General Assembly today. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The president will hold separate meetings with the Israeli prime minister and the president of Brazil. The discussions follow Mr. Biden's address before the UN General Assembly, where he discussed the climate crisis, Russia's war against Ukraine, and building a more stable and peaceful Middle East. He will continue that theme with Benjamin Netanyahu, despite admitted discomfort over Israel's controversial judicial overhaul.
Hunter Biden's attorneys have asked that he be allowed to enter his plea by video conference because of security and other issues. CBS's Chanel Call.
In court documents, lawyers say President Biden's son will plead not guilty to federal arms charges. Hunter Biden was indicted after a plea deal in a long-running investigation collapsed weeks ago. He is accused of lying about his drug use when he bought a firearm back in 2018.
King Charles is in France. Here's CBS's Vicki Barker.
The 3-day state visit finally happening 6 months after rioting and strikes in Paris forced its last-minute postponement. Then King Charles and Queen Camilla will attend a grand banquet in the Palace of Versailles and visit Paris and Bordeaux.
This morning we say farewell to a member of the CBS News radio family. Michael Friedman has died of pancreatic cancer. Mike wasn't somebody you heard on the air. He was our boss from 1998 to 2000. During his tenure, he did his best to uphold the traditions of CBS News while dealing with a media environment that was changing quickly. On a personal note, if it weren't for Mike, I might not be anchoring this newscast. Mike was the executive producer for TV's Calb Report, president of the National Press Club, and taught at George Washington and the University of Maryland. We remember him for many things, including his passion and kindness. Mike Friedman was 71. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Guys, stop putting your love life on hold. U.S. Pharmacy has...
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger. KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. What does Miller and Morgan counties have that Camden County doesn't? Well, if you're thinking a county fair, you would be correct, but plans are now underway to try and change that, according to 2nd District Commissioner Don Williams, speaking Monday on KRMS Radio and TV.
So right now we're going through a feasibility study, having meetings, seeing who's interested, and it's moving along at a pretty good clip. I hope we can get something done. In addition to a county fair, we would have a county fairgrounds for kids to do FFA and 4-H type projects and that kind of thing.
Williams also says part of the concept would be for the county to purchase the necessary land for a venture which would focus on agriculture, but at the same time be available for several other types of events. No timetable timetable was given for trying to firm up a decision on the possibility. Osage Beach police report 5 arrests for this week pending this past Sunday. Lieutenant Michael O'Day says 3 of those arrests were alcohol related, with a 55-year-old man from Osage Beach and a 36-year-old man from Lake Ozark being picked up on new pending DWI charges. A third person, a 29-year-old Versailles man, was picked up on a Camden County warrant for not appearing in court on a DWI. That same individual was also wanted on warrants out of St. Charles and Lynn counties. 2 others, a 55-year-old man from Kansas and a 40-year-old man from Montgomery City, were also picked up on outstanding warrants. Next news in 1 hour, breaking news at once. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
Get 11% off your appliance upgrade now at Menards. We offer the lowest prices with the largest in-stock appliance selection. Ready to take home today. New appliances from Menards are meant to make your life easier. Upgrade your home with top appliance brands including KitchenAid, Maytag, Whirlpool, Amana, and Criterion. Upgrade your home with new energy-efficient appliances and save 11%. Good through September 24th. Savings are mail-in rebate. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Showers and thunderstorms likely today, cloudy with our high nearing 70. More scattered showers continue overnight, staying cloudy with a low around 61. Showers continue into Thursday, otherwise sunny with a high of 81, and more rain may continue into Thursday night with a low of 65. And rain on Friday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 64 degrees.
I'm John Trout. It's Wednesday, September 20th, 2023. Here's what's coming up on America in the Morning.
President Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky urge allies to continue supporting Ukraine's war effort at the UN. I'm John Stolnis in Washington.
Kevin McCarthy faces a nearly impossible task as the deadline for keeping the federal government open approaches. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
The operator of a New York City daycare center conspired to run a drug lab out of the facility, leading to the death of a 1-year-old. Julie Walker, New York.
West Point, the target of a new lawsuit. I'm Clayton Neville.
On Wall Street, the Fed is widely expected to hold interest rates steady when its meeting finishes today. I'm Jessica Ettinger.
A Mexican railway operator has announced it is suspending train runs because so many migrants are climbing aboard freight cars and getting hurt. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
For the 263rd day of the year, it's all ahead on America in the Morning. It's now 7 past. President Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky urge allies to continue supporting Ukraine's war effort at the United Nations. Correspondent John Stolnis has the story.
In his speech before the General Assembly, President Biden forcefully defending the West's support of Ukraine, telling those gathered now is not the time to pull back.
If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no.
19 months into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, some U.S. lawmakers are calling for the United States to reduce or withdraw financial and military support altogether. But the president said resisting Russian aggression is of paramount importance.
We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow. That's why the United States, together with our allies and partners around the world, will continue to stand with the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity and their freedom.
Biden wants Congress to approve $24 billion in security and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. However, that money is at the center of the budget battle and potential government shutdown looming at the end of the month. Later in the day, President Zelensky alerted other leaders to what he says are the mass deportations of tens of thousands of Ukrainian children to Russia.
Those children in Russia are taught to hate Ukraine, and all ties with their families are broken. And this is clearly a genocide.
Zelensky says Russia is using food and energy as weapons in this fight and urges nations not to cut any deals with Vladimir Putin or the Russian government.
And I am aware of the attempts to make some shady dealings behind the scenes. Evil cannot be trusted. Ask Prigozhin if one bets on Putin's promises.
Zelensky will soon travel to Washington for meetings at both the White House and Capitol Hill tomorrow. Biden also talked about the need to restore healthy competition with China without resorting to conflict and continued to champion America as a stabilizer in the international community. John Stolness, Washington.
It's 9 past now. With the narrowest of voting margins, there's no GOP consensus, and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy faces an uphill battle as the deadline nears for keeping the federal government open. Washington correspondent Sagar Magani reports.
I'm not voting for a continuing resolution. I'm not voting to continue the failure and the waste and the corruption and the election interference, and in some cases, the efforts that could lead this country into World War III.
Think about what they're voting against. They're voting against even bringing the bill up to have a discussion about it, to vote on it. If you're opposed to the bill, vote against the bill at the end. You've got more than 170 amendments. You could change it if you don't like it. But the idea that you vote against a rule to even bring it up doesn't make sense to me.
McCarthy said this week he likes a challenge, and this is certainly that. If Congress does not pass a funding bill by month's end, the government will shut down.
I don't think anybody wins a shutdown. Think for one moment what a shutdown does. It stops paying our troops. How do you have more leverage in that situation? I've watched shutdown after shutdown. Everybody loses.
So he's furiously trying to unite Republicans into passing a conservative compromise and needs nearly all of them on board.
If my conservative colleagues want to vote against that, go explain that. Go explain that you're voting against a 30-day 8% cut to the federal bureaucracy while having a piece of legislation attached to it that is the strongest border legislation ever passed.
But even with sharp spending cuts and GOP priorities, it stands little chance of passing, with Republicans like Ralph Norman demanding steeper cuts.
Will it take a couple of weeks of shutdown? Probably so. That's a fight we need to have right now. The American people are tired of the spending spree that we've had. And what are we going to do, just keep going?
What top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer says.
The more time House Republicans waste trying to pass this MAGA wish list while ignoring chances for real bipartisanship, the greater the odds they will push us into a costly government shutdown.
They need to stop wasting time with the proposal, which has no chance of passing in the Senate.
House Republicans want to cut virtually all non-defense spending by a devastating 8%. 8% cuts to law enforcement, cancer research, and other critical priorities. Not one penny is dedicated to the president's disaster relief request, despite the anguish in so many states. And with no Ukraine funding, the proposal is an insult to Ukraine and a gift to Putin.
Sagar Meghani, Washington.
12 after now. When we return on America in the Morning, Drug Lab, disguised as a child daycare center after these messages.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/chatter today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. HELP.com/chatter.
Guys, stop putting your love life on hold. U.S. Pharmacy has some exciting news. If you've been wanting to try Viagra or Cialis, now is the perfect time. Call today and receive 50 little blue or yellow pills for only $120 with free shipping. Why order some low-dose sildenafil from one of those subscription services when we can give you what you want now? Call 1-800-990-6271 and we'll rush your order, discreetly packaged, to your door. Been thinking about trying Viagra or Cialis? Call U.S. Pharmacy at 1-800-990-6271 for as little as $120 for 50 pills. Need your package in a hurry? Call 1-800-990-6271 and ask about our express shipping option, and we will rush your order to you as soon as possible. Save money on the little blue or yellow pill you've been wanting to try. Again, 1-800-990-6271 now. That's 1-800-990-6271.
It's 14 past. This is America in the Morning. AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski is in, looking for any severe weather on the horizon.
Some potent thunderstorms are rolling through northeast Texas on Tuesday evening. These were the same thunderstorms which generated hail greater than 2 inches in diameter during the day Tuesday in western and central portions of Oklahoma and in North Texas. And there's a marginal risk today for strong storms in eastern portions of Oklahoma, so a very vigorous disturbance continues to slowly move through the southern plains. Elsewhere in the southeastern states, there were some torrential thunderstorms in Florida. These located near a front which is nearly stationary, draped over South Florida. Today, a few storms should refire. They could produce some heavy rainfall, but we're not really expecting gusty winds. Across much of the Northeast, the weather has been fairly quiet as of late, compliments of a high-pressure system, although it'll be getting off to a chilly start this morning, especially across the Northeast interior, where some temperatures will be in the upper 30s and low 40s. Later today, expect lots of sunshine and less wind than yesterday. Highs will mostly be in the 60s and lower 70s. Meanwhile, in the Midwest, a few spotty showers in Michigan and Indiana today. Highs mostly in the mid and upper 60s. Eventually, as we talked about yesterday, there will be some snow in the higher terrain of western parts of Montana and in Idaho. That associated with a low-pressure disturbance that will be dropping out of western Canada. It appears that snow levels will drop below 6,000 feet later Thursday and Thursday night. Till then, today, there should be some sunshine and highs will mostly be in the 50s and 60s. Dry weather is expected across California and along the West Coast. And that's the weather across America. Today in Birmingham, sunny and pleasant, high 84. Partly sunny in Boise, high 71. That's the nation's weather. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
America in the Morning continues at 16 after. I'm John Trout. Federal officials say the operator of a New York City daycare center and a relative conspired to run a drug lab out of the facility, leading to the death of a 1-year-old from suspected exposure to fentanyl. Correspondent Julie Walker reports.
Police found a kilo of fentanyl inside the Bronx daycare, including residue under a mat where the kids nap. When they did not wake up Friday, the feds say owner Gray Mendez called her husband before calling 911. Video captures him removing bags before EMS got there. Mendez's lawyer says she rented a room to Carlisa Acevedo Brito, who may have been responsible for the drug operation. Mayor Eric Adams.
This is just total madness that we lost a child to this dangerous substance. And we almost lost 3. We almost lost 4 children.
Police say 3 children ages 8 months to 2 years were sickened by fentanyl exposure, while a 1-year-old boy died. Mendez and Brito face federal and state charges, including murder and drug conspiracy. Julie Walker, New York.
The debate over affirmative action is now making its way into military institutions. Correspondent Clayton Neville explains.
In June, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled on admissions policies at Harvard University and the University of North Carolina, essentially rejecting affirmative action policies used to boost the number of minority students enrolled. In the ruling, though, Chief Justice John Roberts noted that military academies had potentially distinct interests, and because of that, those were not included. This week, Students to Fair Admissions, the same group behind the Supreme Court case, filed suit, asking the court to expand the ruling to include military schools. The suit specifically accuses West Point of racial balancing when deciding who to admit into the school. and setting targeted percentages of each class to be filled by minorities. West Point hasn't publicly responded. I'm Clayton Neville.
It's 18 past. Up next on America in the Morning, Fed meeting on interest rates today, and 250,000 workers needed. After these messages.
No more mold, no more damage, no more outdated old bathroom, no more slipping and hurting, no more stress. Make your ordinary bathroom extraordinary for only $99 per month. New shower, new door, new tub, new wall, new anti-slip technology. Be stress-free. Call 800-976-8524. BCI Bath and Shower is made in America for the highest quality. Ask about our military and senior discounts. Your dream bathroom in as little as 1 day. First 50 callers save $1,500 on a never clear glass treated door. Call now for free premium color upgrades. 800-976-8524. Call BCI Bath and Shower, the leader in bathroom remodeling. Be smart, safe, and stay a step ahead of inflation with our interest-free financing options. Call 800-976-8524. Love your bathroom with free upgrades. Call 800-976-8524. 800-976-8524.
Paid for by BCI Acrylic.
Hun, we need to stop putting off getting life insurance.
I know. It's just been so busy, and I'm sure the cost is out of our budget.
Well, Jen told me that they got a $500,000 term life insurance policy from Ethos for less than $23 a month. All online with no complicated forms and no medical exam. All they had to do was answer a few health questions.
Wait, no medical exam and all online?
I know, right? It's not easy to think about, but if something happened to you, James and I would be...
Okay, I get it. Let's get a quote from Ethos right now. Wow, you were right. There's no medical exam. And Ethos makes the whole online process fast and easy. And look at these rates and coverage options. It's great protection and totally fits our budget.
Ethos. They've removed all the barriers from getting coverage. Go to checkethos.com to get your free online quote. That's checkethos.com. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 30-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
20 after. America in the Morning is back. Seems they're not happy with being a small world after all. Disney announced it will sink about $60 billion into expanding its theme parks, cruise lines, and resorts over the next decade. The Wall Street Journal reports that possibilities include Frozen having a presence at Disneyland, park features for Wakanda, and adding more cruise ships and adding a new home port in Singapore. Disney parks have seen less visitors this past summer as they tackled various social issues and raised ticket prices. CNBC's Jessica Ettinger has Wednesday business.
Wall Street opens this morning after a down day for the major averages yesterday, but they did finish off their lows of the day. Still, they're all in the red for the month.
September's kind of living up to its reputation as being a lousy month for the markets.
CNBC's Bob Pisani. Instacart priced shares at $30 each for its first day of trading as a publicly traded company yesterday, the IPO. Then they opened instantly at $42 and ultimately pulled back to under $35. That means some of the people who had the IPO price were selling. The app-based grocery delivery company was a member of the CNBC disruptor list in 2016. Not everybody's a fan.
The action that we see in the stock today is misleading. And this is a well-orchestrated pop that's typical with an IPO, obviously working with the float and some of the excitement. So I think this grocery business, even though it seems to be a big opportunity, it just isn't yielding the critical metric of order growth.
Deepwater's Gene Munster on CNBC. Home builders started working on the fewest number of new homes last month in more than 3 years. They're now resorting to bigger discounts and incentives to sell the ones they've already built, as 7% mortgage interest rates are holding buyers back. Holiday hiring watch. Target says it wants to hire 100,000 workers for the holidays. Macy's looking for 38,000. Amazon is hoping to hire 250,000 workers for the holidays. It says it's bumping pay. Warehouse and delivery workers will now stand to make $20.50 an hour on average, up from $19 an hour.
Jessica, any movement on the UAW strike?
The United Auto Workers Union says it's going to strike at more plants this Friday if there's no meaningful progress on a contract, repeating what union leaders telegraphed last weekend. Right now, they're picketing in front of 3 locations, one for each of the big 3 companies, and other union leaders are out there supporting the picketers.
You're hearing the no justice, no Jeeps line in back of me. But what I do know is that in the arc of what has happened in modern times, in 2008, 9, 10, the automakers were about to go under. They got a federal bailout, but the workers actually took it on the chin, concession after concession. And fast forward to now, what you see is huge profits by the automakers. And what the workers are saying is we need fairness.
American Federation of Teachers President Randy Weingarten on CNBC as teachers are supporting the workers. On today's watch list, earnings will be out from KB Home, General Mills, and FedEx. The Powerball jackpot tonight is a healthy $672 million.
Lump sum, please. CNBC's Jessica Ettinger at 24 after. When we return on America in the Morning, Mexico's migrant crisis and Americans skeptical over U.S.-Israeli relations. Those stories after these messages.
Consumer Cellular's award-winning customer support is 100% based in the U.S., and you are 100% based in the U.S. That's something you have in common with Consumer Cellular's customer service. Consumer Cellular's customer service likes pizza, and you like pizza. You want a free month of service, and we want to give you one. We obviously can't wait to hear from you. Visit consumercellular.com/free month and enter code FREEMONTH to get your second month free. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Promotion is subject to terms and conditions.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
"26 after, this is America in the Morning. A number of U.S. cities are dealing with a migrant crisis, and so is Mexico. As Lisa Dwyer reports, a Mexican railway operator has suspended all train runs in the northern part of the country because so many migrants are climbing aboard freight cars and getting hurt in the process.
The Ferromex Railway says it has temporarily ordered a halt to 60 trains, which could adversely affect Mexico's commerce. The company said in a statement that in recent days, there have been about a half dozen regrettable cases of injuries or deaths amongst migrants hopping freight cars. The company, part of Grupo Mexico, said some even hopped on moving freight cars with children. Migrants have long used the trains known collectively as the Beast. About a decade ago, the Mexican government briefly staged raids on the trains to discourage the practice, but later largely abandoned that effort. Now, migrants have become increasingly desperate to reach the U.S. border. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A new poll finds many Americans view Israel as a partner that the U.S. must protect, but some question whether the current government shares America's values. Correspondent Jennifer King reports.
61% of Americans disapprove of how President Biden is handling the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's according to a new poll from the Associated Press Nork Center for Public Affairs Research. About 40% of Americans describe Israel as a partner, but about the same amount said Israel does not share U.S. interests and values. 30% describe it as an ally that does share U.S. interests, while 20% describe Israel as a rival or adversary. 2/3 of Americans are neutral on the Palestinian conflict or the creation of a Palestinian state. Jennifer King, Washington.
America in the Morning for Wednesday, September 20th, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay, senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it, riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear, and tips he shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085. The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day. 10 an hour. 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it. Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. I'm John Trout. Coming up this half hour.
The striking auto workers union has a warning for automakers. I'm Rita Foley.
Ukraine's president says Russia is weaponizing several other things against the world. Sagar Magani, Washington.
The first hearing in the Biden impeachment inquiry slated for next week. I'm Clayton Neville.
Steve Byer of Indiana has been sentenced to prison for insider trading. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
5 Americans held prisoner in Iran are now back on U.S. soil. I'm Julie Walker.
Democrats win a key seat in the Pennsylvania State House.
The Wheel of Fortune keeps turning with a mix of new and old co-hosts. I'm Kevin Carr.
Back after these messages.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/chatter today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. HELP.com/chatter.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings in long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen, All-Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of Newstalk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
Discover the power of radio.
If you're a business owner looking to grow, you should know that radio sells with intimacy. When you have something important to communicate, which would you prefer? To show them a picture? To write to them? Or would you talk to them using the emotion of the human voice? Radio sells with intimacy.
Discover the power of radio.
Put the power of radio to work for your business. Call KRMS and 93.5 Rocks. We can help. Call 348-2772.
Welcome back. You're with America in the Morning. It's 25 till. A check of the nation's weather shows some heavy showers for some. Chamber of Commerce forecast for others. Here's AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski with the outlook.
Today is expected to be a gorgeous day across much of the Northeast. There should be plenty of sunshine. And with a high-pressure system building into the Northeast interior, there should be less of a breeze than there was yesterday. Of course, Monday, rain soaked much of New England and parts of the Mid-Atlantic region. But through at least Thursday, nice weather is expected, and highs today will be in the 60s across northern and central parts of New England and the lower 70s along the I-95 corridor. In fact, it'll be a very nice day in near 76 in cities like Philadelphia and our nation's capital. In the southeast, it'll be dry as well, except in parts of central and south Florida. A nearly stalled frontal boundary is the catalyst for a few thunderstorms, which did produce some heavy rain yesterday. Today, we're expecting more of the same. Speaking of thunderstorms, some of those were potent in Oklahoma and North Texas on Tuesday, producing hail greater than 2 inches in diameter. Well, there were some strong storms Tuesday evening in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Today, there's a marginal risk for some strong storms in eastern parts of Oklahoma. Spotty showers are expected in areas surrounding the Great Lakes, especially in lower Michigan and in Indiana today, but there should also be some sunshine. We're waiting on a low-pressure system in western Canada, which will eventually drop into the northern Rockies. Today, much of northern Idaho and western Montana should be in the 50s and 60s with no less than partial sunshine, but tomorrow showers will be arriving. We do expect snow levels to drop, and the higher elevations, snow levels by late Thursday will be below 7,000 feet. There should be some snow accumulating Thursday night and early Friday. That's the nation's weather. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
23 till on America in the Morning. I'm John Trout. It's day 6 of the auto workers' strike, and the UAW has put the big three automakers on notice, warning that in 48 hours from now, unless progress is made, the strike will expand. Correspondent Rita Foley reports that threat comes in a video message from the UAW union president.
We're taking a stand against corporate greed. We're taking a stand against inequality. And we're taking a stand to end tears, to win back cost of living allowance, to raise wages, and to protect our communities from plant closures.
We're not messing around, says Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, who has this pointed message for the big three Detroit automakers.
If we don't make serious progress by noon on Friday, September 22nd, more locals will be called on to stand up and join the strike. That will mark more than a week since our first members walked out. And that will mark more than a week of the Big Three failing to make progress in negotiations toward reaching a deal that does right by our members.
Right now, the limited strike is targeting plants in Missouri, Michigan, and Ohio.
Our brave union family at Wentzville Assembly, Toledo Assembly, and Final Assembly and Paint Departments of Michigan Assembly were called on to stand up and go out on strike. And that's exactly what they did. Just as importantly, all the rest of you stayed on the job. That is the only way this strategy works.
Automakers say they're trying to make progress. President Biden is sending 2 top administration officials to Detroit to meet with both sides. Treasury Secretary Yellen is hoping for a quick resolution, but says it's too soon to gauge the strike's impact on the economy.
We're going to keep hitting the company where we need to, when we need to. And we're not going to keep waiting around forever while they drag this out.
I'm Rita Foley.
21 till, it was a very busy day at the United Nations where President Biden warned that what is happening to Ukraine can happen to any nation unless countries support the Ukrainian people in their darkest hour. In the General Assembly, Ukraine's president said Russia is not just using controversial weapons in its war against its country, it's weaponizing several other things against the world. Washington correspondent Sagar Magani reports.
Russia alone has the power to end this war immediately. And it's Russia alone that stands in the way of peace, because Russia's price for peace is Ukraine's capitulation, Ukraine's territory, and Ukraine's children.
Volodymyr Zelensky says while there are global restrictions on weapons themselves,
there are no real restrictions on weaponization.
He tells the UN General Assembly Vladimir Putin's taking advantage.
The aggressor is weaponizing many other things, and those things are used not only against our country, but against all of yours as well.
Weaponizing everything from food prices.
The impact spans from the Atlantic coast of Africa to the Southeast Asia.
To energy.
Turning other countries' power plants into real dirty bombs.
And Ukrainian children through kidnapping.
What will happen to them? Those children in Russia are taught to hate Ukraine, and all ties with their families are broken. And this is clearly a genocide. When hatred is weaponized against one nation, it never stops there.
Zelensky's warning to fellow leaders?
Ukraine is doing everything to ensure that after Russian aggression, no one in the world will dare to attack any nation. Weaponization must be restrained. War crimes must be punished. Deported people must come back home. And the occupier must return to their own land.
Sagar Magani, Washington.
House Republicans plan to begin their impeachment inquiry hearings surrounding President Biden next week. Correspondent Clayton Neville has more on the story.
The House Oversight Committee is slated to hold the first hearing in its impeachment inquiry into President Biden on September 28th.
This impeachment inquiry is about one thing and one thing only, and that is providing answers for the American people. Nothing more, nothing less.
House Majority Whip Tom Emmer says the panel's chairman, Congressman James Comer, has led a thorough investigation into the Bidens for months.
Chairman Comer has shown that the Biden family engaged in a disturbing pattern of corruption that included selling government access to foreign adversaries like China. Throughout our investigations, we found that President Biden repeatedly lied to the American people about his involvement in his family's corrupt business dealings. We also discovered that then Vice President Biden likely used his official office to coordinate with Hunter Biden's foreign business partners.
President Biden denies any involvement in his son's business dealings, and Congressman Emmer noted that the impeachment inquiry gives committee members more power to investigate.
And if they uncover evidence of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, then and only then will the next steps towards impeachment proceedings be considered. I fully support Speaker McCarthy's commitment to follow the facts wherever they lead and ensure that no one, not even President Biden, is above the law.
House Democrats, meanwhile, say there's nothing there and point to politics.
The MAGA impeachment is being done at the insistence of Donald Trump as a revenge tour
of his prior impeachments.
Congressman Pete Aguilar.
This is a desperate attempt to hurt President Biden politically. Even other Republicans will admit that there is no evidence.
In addition to holding its first meeting next Thursday, the committee is expected to issue a subpoena for bank records from two of the president's family members. A committee spokesperson says the hearing will focus specifically on constitutional and legal questions surrounding the president's alleged abuse of office. I'm Clayton Neville.
American prisoners back in the U.S. At 17 till, we'll have that story and more when America in the Morning continues after these messages.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you, your family, and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-3485. Call 800-209-3485. 800-209-3485. That's 800-209-3485.
Sponsored by Patriotic Hearts.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it. Riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear, and tipsy shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
Me too.
Now, 15 before the hour, America in the Morning rolls on. I'm John Trout. He was once a congressman who was an impeachment prosecutor at former President Bill Clinton's 1998 trial in Congress. Lisa Dwyer reports that Steve Buyer of Indiana has been sentenced to prison for insider trading.
Former U.S. Representative Steve Buyer of Indiana has been sentenced in New York to 22 months in prison for making illegal stock trades based on inside information while working as a consultant after he left office. The Republican served in the House from 1993 to 2011. A lawyer and Persian Gulf War veteran, Buyer once chaired the House Veterans Affairs Committee and was a House prosecutor at former President Bill Clinton's 1998 impeachment trial. Buyer was convicted in connection with insider trading involving the multi-billion-dollar merger of T-Mobile and Sprint in 2018 and illegal trades in the management consulting company Navigant when his client Guidehouse was set to acquire that company in a deal publicly disclosed weeks later. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
5 Americans held prisoner in Iran for years are now back on U.S. soil. Correspondent Julie Walker reports.
It's unbelievable. We're so grateful. It's just, you feel like it's a dream. The nightmare is finally over. I've dreamt about this moment.
They got off a plane in Fort Belvoir in Virginia to cheers from loved ones like Babak Namazi, whose brother Siamak Namazi was held in Iran for 8 years.
We take it for granted having a family together. We've been apart for 8 years, and finally we're together, and it's just completely unbelievable, and we're grateful for this moment, really. And we're going to start building our lives again.
Namazi, a businessman along with venture capitalist Imad Sarji and conservationist Morad Tabaz, were held on spying charges, which the U.S. government denies.
The real hero of this story, surviving 8 years of brutal treatment, but never losing hope.
2 other Americans were released but wanted their names withheld. In the deal, President Biden released 5 Iranians along with unfreezing $6 billion in oil assets, a move criticized by some Republicans. I'm Julie Walker.
It's 12 till on America in the Morning. A special election for a seat in the Pennsylvania State House has given Democrats control of that Keystone State Chamber. Lindsey Powell won the special House race in a district in Pittsburgh, and that victory gives Democrats a 1-seat majority, 102 to 101, giving Dems control of the State House and governor's office in a key battleground state. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro also announced the state will now automatically register residents to vote when they get their driver's license or state-issued ID. YouTube says Russell Brand will no longer make money from the video streaming site. Correspondent Charles De Ledesma explains.
Ellie Tomset, a senior lecturer in media and communications at Birmingham City University in England, who studies the stand-up circuit, says it comes as no surprise that the shows have been pulled.
I think it was necessary in the wake of any huge allegations. I think the immediate response is, we don't know how this is going to play out. So I think a lot of people would have encouraged him to cancel it.
Tomset adds, Brand is a product of a live comedy scene that was riddled with misogyny and still is, despite progress made by women and others to diversify the comic landscape.
There's lots of ways that problematic people are recovered within the industry. So there is a template there.
Brand has denied allegations of sexual assault published by 3 UK media organisations. Charles De Ledesma, London.
Another big government computer system has been hacked, this time at the International Criminal Court that handles war crimes. Here's Chuck Palm with that in today's Tech News.
The International Criminal Court at The Hague said on Tuesday their computer systems had been hacked. This is a breach of one of the world's most high-profile international institutions and one that handles highly sensitive information about war crimes. In a statement, the ICC said immediate measures were adopted to respond to the cybersecurity incident and to mitigate its impact. Highly sensitive documents at the ICC could include anything from criminal evidence to the names of protected witnesses, though the court did not disclose what part of the system had been accessed. Lawyers for crypto kingpin Sam Bankman-Fried said that his parents are fighting back against claims made by FTX, which is now suing them. Lawyers for Joe Bankman and Barbara Fried said this is a dangerous attempt to intimidate Joe and Barbara and undermine a jury process just days before their child's trial begins. The filing claims that Bankman lobbied his son to increase his salary from $200,000 a year to $1 million and invoked his mother to push this forward. For more tech news, visit allthetoptech.tech. I'm Chuck Palm.
9 till on America in the Morning. Robert Workman has a check of midweek sports.
The Braves battered the Phillies last night 9-3. Ronald Acuna Jr. hit his 38th and 39th homers and stole his 67th base. He could become baseball's first 40-70 player ever. Spencer Strider struck out 11 and won his 18th. Orioles clocked the Astros 9-5. Austin Hayes hit 2 of their 4 home runs. Rays scored 4 in the 8th to top the Angels. Two-way star Shohei Ohtani had surgery on his right elbow yesterday. His surgeon says Ohtani should be ready to hit by opening day and resume pitching in 2025. Blue Jays spanked the Yankees. George Springer celebrated his 34th birthday with his 57th leadoff home run. Cubs buried the Pirates. Alexander Canario hit a grand slam in the 8th for his first homer in the show. Padres blanked the Rockies. Blake Snell threw 7 hitless innings. The no-no ended in the 9th, and the Dads got the win on Sander Bogart's walk-off homer. Twins shut out the Reds. Kenta Maeda and the Clarks with a 4-hitter. Willie Castro homered and made 2 nice catches in center field.
We just go out there, to help out the pitchers. You gotta just make good plays, just get some good reads out there.
Minnesota's magic number to clinch the AL Central is 3. Milwaukee's magic number in the NL Central is 6. The Brewers bopped the Cardinals. Wins for the Diamondbacks, Dodgers, Rangers, Mariners, Marlins, Nationals, and Royals. NFL defensive lineman Julius Peppers and tight end Antonio Gates, each a 3-time All-Pro, lead the list of 9 first-time nominees for the Pro Football Hall of Fame announced Tuesday. Peppers is 4th all-time in sacks, while Gates caught more touchdown passes than any tight end ever. A total of 173 players are under consideration. That's Wednesday Sports.
There's Robert Workman at 7 till. Coming up on America in the Morning, new game show host set to take things for a spin after these messages.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150-milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
It's 5 till. America in the Morning continues. I'm John Trout. I'd like an R, please. Kevin Carr reports that the new host for TV's Wheel of Fortune has officially signed on for next year.
Pat Sajak's final spin on Wheel of Fortune has yet to come, but the show is already set to go on. Sajak will be replaced by Ryan Seacrest, who made the rounds on morning talk shows this week to promote the transition. He told Good Morning America he prepared for this as a fan.
Now, were you the kind of person who would watch and play from the couch? And how good were you?
What do you mean were?
Yeah, you still
am. I'm shouting out the puzzles, and my dog is staring at me. I'm also practicing the hosting part, too, in my living room, just to make sure I've got the rules down.
Seacrest already has a lot on his plate, including multiple radio shows. He is best known on television for hosting American Idol and taking over Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. Yet he told Live with Mark and Kelly he jumped at the chance for another hosting gig because the show is such a legend.
It's a lot of fun. You're giving away a ton of cash. People are so excited to be there, and they grew up with the show. Yes.
Right?
I mean, it's a franchise we all watched forever and grew up with.
Co-host Vanna White also made news on Tuesday when the studio announced she had extended her contract to turn letters for another 2 years, keeping her by Seacrest's side until at least 2026. White, who is now 66, started working on Wheel of Fortune in 1982, only a year after Sajak took over hosting duties from Chuck Woolery. Sajak surprised fans in June when he announced his retirement, making the current 41st season his last. Seacrest will take his spot by the titular wheel at the start of the 42nd season next year. I'm Kevin Carr.
If you've been out to dinner lately, you know you'll find a charge for state or local taxes on the bill. But as Stephen Kaufman reports, your restaurant tab might also have an extra and a somewhat controversial line item tacked on, a service fee.
In case your $20 salad and $15 cocktail weren't expensive enough, your final restaurant tab might now have something else tacked on, a service charge.
A service charge is a mandatory charge. The guest has no choice but to pay it. And auto gratuities also fall into this category. You might see them as back-of-house service charges or anything else that a customer cannot opt into.
Denise Mickelson with the Colorado Restaurant Association says the service charge is not something that's hidden from the customer. That would be against the law.
There has to be language on the customer's bill with an explanation of the purpose of the charge, be it to replace traditional tipping, add to back of house wages, offset expenses, and the amount and the percentage of the service charge has to appear.
While many diners may not read the fine print, Mickelson says service charges are disclosed somewhere.
Sometimes you'll see tabletop signage, you'll see notes on menus, and then definitely, again, that charge is explained on a customer's bill.
She says the pandemic put many restaurant owners in a do-or-die situation. A service charge is needed in order to stay afloat.
An industry like hospitality and restaurants, where in a good year you're hoping for 3 to 5% profit margin, that profitability is being slashed. Restaurants cannot increase their menu prices enough to offset all these increased expenses. If they did, people would stop going to them.
I'm Stephen Kaufman.
America in the Morning for Wednesday, September 20th, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay, senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. The setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. There's been little movement in the auto workers' strike. The union says the walkout could get bigger. Here's correspondent Jennifer Kuiper.
United Auto Workers leaders have set a Friday noon deadline for automakers to beef up their offers or more plant strikes will kick in. Ford says it continues to negotiate with the union. Stellantis worker Kurt Kruger in Ohio says he'd like to see a fair wage structure for his newer co-workers.
Right now, it's just not fair that they're working next to people that are making twice as much as them.
Meantime, Ford of Canada and the union there, Unifor, says they've reached a tentative agreement that has to be ratified by 5,600 union members. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
There hasn't been much, if any, progress in the 4-month-long Writers Guild strike against Hollywood studios either, but negotiations are expected to resume later today. KCBS TV's Tina Patel.
Many writers say they have mixed emotions. Some are feeling optimistic, hopeful that the studios are finally willing to negotiate in good faith, but some others say they've been burned before, so they're just going to wait and see if the studios will actually offer a better contract that they say respects what they bring to the entertainment industry.
Federal Reserve officials wrap up their 2-day policy meeting today with inflation at the top of the to-do list. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger says they may decide to hold interest rates steady.
At the very least, pausing before the last 2 meetings of the year will give the Federal Reserve more information as its decision-making process continues.
An anti-affirmative action group is suing West Point over its admissions policy. CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick.
This group, called Students for Fair Admission, says the Supreme Court ruling against affirmative action should apply to military academies as well. This suit contends West Point focuses on race and admissions and therefore violates the Fifth Amendment for equal protection. Proponents have argued the military needs to have a diverse officer corps to reflect enlisted troops.
Sacramento County's district attorney is suing the city of Sacramento for failing to clean up homeless encampments. This is D.A. Tin Ho.
This is about public safety, and when somebody says it's about politics, the reason why they're saying that is to distract attention away from their failure.
Ho says he wants the city to be held accountable. Police are investigating the death of a man who witnesses say was punched in the head twice during Sunday night's Miami Dolphins-New England Patriots game in Foxborough, Massachusetts. This fan was sitting nearby.
Kind of immediately, the way the guy slumped over, the whole mood changed. It was definitely, I think everybody around knew something was wrong, and we had just witnessed something we all didn't want to see.
From Wall Street, S&P futures are up 9, Dow futures up 77. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area is quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported that the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained to the area of origin and knocked down quickly. Mutual aid companies also summoned were allowed to cancel before arriving. No injuries are reported and the cause of the blaze is under investigation. Don't look now, but history and tradition return again to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnick says the all-day event is set for next Saturday, September 30th downtown, highlighted by some crowd-favorite activities and grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival. Young Eagle flights at the airport and the MU Flight for Life helicopter will be on display for all to see. Several lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope they will not have to put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joe LaPlante says the annual hazardous materials and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of larger real-life incidents. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Cardinals couldn't carry over the Adam Wainwright 200th victory momentum as they lose to the Brewers last night by a score of 7-3. Richie Palacios, the unheralded outfielder, continues to swing a hot bat in September, pounding his 5th home run in the loss. Royals hang on to beat Cleveland last night 7-6. The Guardians, they were tiptoeing their way back into the ball game, down 7-2. They got to within 7-6, but Colin Snyder comes on his first career save in the 9th to give the Royals a 1-run victory. Mizzou quarterback Brady Cook considered questionable for Saturday when Mizzou takes on Memphis in the Zoo to the Lou game at the Dome at America Center. Of course, Cook coming off his career best performance passing Saturday in the win against then 15th ranked Kansas State. Most believe he'll probably give it a go in his hometown on Saturday, but again, trying to bounce back from that hyperextended knee. And the St. Louis Blues, as we told you yesterday afternoon, they have named Braden Shen as the 24th captain in franchise history. Robert Thomas, Justin Falk, Colton Parayko are assistant captains. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Dock safety is your responsibility. Electrical problems in or near the house and lines feeding the dock can be hazardous. To make sure your dock is in safe working condition, inspect your dock's wiring frequently. Test your power circuits. Install GFCI outlets and circuit breakers. Ensure your dock is properly bonded and grounded at the power source. If you have questions, contact a qualified electrician or your local fire district to make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Showers and thunderstorms likely today, cloudy with our high nearing 70. More scattered showers continue overnight, staying cloudy with a low around 61. Showers continue into Thursday, otherwise sunny with a high of 81, and more rain may continue into Thursday night with a low of 65. And rain on Friday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 64 degrees.
The Star-Spangled Banner is presented each weekday morning by Lori Marine, and you're reminded that freedom isn't free. It's paid for by the sacrifices of brave men and women in our armed forces.
Good morning, Lake of the Ozarks. Good morning, Osage Beach, and good morning to the communities in the counties of Camden, Morgan, Miller, and Benton. A pleasant good morning to you on this Wednesday, September the 20th, 2023. Well, we've got 64 degrees, and we've gotten some rain overnight. Not as much as we would like, but still, any little bit still will help. 64, the winds are out of the south at 3 miles an hour. Relative humidity, 93%. Our dew point is at 62 degrees. Our barometer's on the rise from 29.88 inches. Our sun will rise this morning at 6:56. It will set this evening at 7:11. Gives us 12 hours and 15 minutes of daylight. Well, our averages on this date, 80 and 59, and we're pretty much going to be below that pocket because we're going to be at 70 degrees. And so it's going to be a little bit cooler day today. A steady rain this morning, and we need it. Showers will continue into the afternoon, but then mostly cloudy skies will break out late afternoon. Maybe a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible overnight. Lows will be about 61 degrees. We'll have more with weatherology coming up with Kara Foster at 6:20. That will be in 8.5 minutes. Our records on this date, 102, set back in 1954, 39, set back in 1991. Lake level is 657.87, river level 551.74, and Truman is at 704.30. Well, the pollen count, and a lot of people are sniffling and they're stuffed up and their sinuses are causing them trouble. Well, if you are an asthma sufferer, well, that count is in the high category. Tree pollen is in the low category, ragweed moderate, mold is in the high, grass high, and dust and dander is in the low category. I'll tell you, these gas prices, they don't know if they're going up or if they're going down. So pretty much here in Osage Beach and around the lake area here, we're pretty much staying the same. Here in Osage Beach, Murphy is at 358. 374 at the Shell Station, 379 at Hy-Vee. At Conoco, Cenex, and Casey's, 359 for all three of those. Phillips 66, 369, and break time and Lake Ozark is at 379. In Camdenton, Murphy is at 372. The Shell's at 378, as is the Cenex and the Gerbs. The Gerbs, yeah. Just plain Gerbs. It's not the Gerbs, it's just Gerbs. Casey's and Signal is at 374. CNN, C&K, 379, and Bledsoe's 389. Well, we've got 389 at 4 of the 5 stations in Eldon. So Sinclair, Phillips 66, Casey's, and Cenex 389. Shell Station is at 388. Only one reporting station out of Gas Buddy this morning in Lori. That's 379 at the Phillips 66. The average around the state of Missouri went down a penny to 368. National average went down a penny as well to 387. Traveling around this great nation of ours, here's our brackets for this morning. Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia, the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, 329 to 359. Kansas, Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, and Florida, 359 to 374. Oklahoma, New Mexico, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, 372 to 386. Then Wyoming, both Dakotas, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, New York, 386 to the 414. Illinois, well, they're down at 393, so they were pushing that $4 mark. They're starting to back down just a smidge. Colorado, they're an even $4, and California is at $5.79 a gallon. Well, those minivans, you might want to be thinking twice about buying those. They're popular to pile all the kids in the back, but new research has now found that they're not doing good on protecting the people in the back seat. The Insurance Institute for Highway Safety tested 4 types of minivans by crashing them into walls. The driver was fine, but the little ones not so much. They say the risk of fatal injury for them is about 46%. Well, you've been hearing about the government funding, a whole lot going on in Washington, D.C. Well, the deadline for the solution for a possible government shutdown is September the 30th. That's just a little over a week away. Congress has only 6 more scheduled days on its calendar to meet the deadline. A proposed stopgap bill was tentatively agreed upon by members of the GOP House on Sunday. But, however, the date has not been passed. Here's Representative Mark Alford from Missouri's 4th Congressional District.
It's important that we keep our government funded, that we pay our federal workers, that we give our military a 5.2% pay increase. There are some members who are dead set on just going into a government shutdown. They think they need to send a message. The message I want to send to the 4th Congressional District is that we can get this done. We are going to cut spending. We're going to go to a lower level of spending than we've seen in the past, but a continuing resolution is the vehicle to get us there. And if we shut down, then I don't know where we go from there.
And then Linda Kenyon, she's got more on the defense spending bill.
It was a procedural vote, but it still demonstrated how internal divisions within the Republican Party have stymied efforts to move forward on spending issues. In this case, the $886 billion appropriations bill was blocked from moving to full debate, in part by hardline conservatives who demanded deep spending cuts. A similar situation last week meant the bill had to be pulled from consideration. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he will try again, but he did not say when. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Well, whether it's a human that's denied your credit application or a system using artificial intelligence did, well, you're entitled to accurate and specific reasons why. Christopher Cruz of CBS.
The CFPB says creditors are now using AI in such a way that applications are sometimes denied for reasons that have nothing to do with a consumer's finances, including behavioral spending data. The agency is reminding creditors that consumers have the right under federal law to know specifically why their application was denied. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
And even though it's September, they're already taking applications for holiday workers. CBS's Matt Piper explains.
Holiday hiring is here.
Target says it will add nearly 100,000 seasonal roles for the holiday season. Macy's and Bloomingdale's say they plan to hire more than 38,000 full and part-time seasonal employees. But Amazon must really need the help with all those holiday clicks. It'll hire 250,000 people. That is a 67% jump from last year. Kara Hilly is an Amazon spokeswoman for the Minneapolis area.
We want to make sure that we do have the staff to be able to meet customer demand, especially around the holidays. Definitely important for us to meet that hiring need.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
Coming up in just a few jiffies, we've got Todd Starnes. Then at 6:20, we've got Kara Foster out of our weatherology office. CBS Money Watch, 6:25, 6:26, it's the USDA Ag Minute. And then we've got the Tech Mobility Minute coming up, and then what's trending this hour. Next hour, Casey Cloak of the Camdenton Chamber and Captain Bob May with his weekly Lake Report. All for you right here on the Ozarks this morning on News Talk KRMS. And we are broadcasting from the Radio Television Center right here in mid-Missouri. We've got 64 degrees. Our news time is 6:18.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Take advantage of the warmer weather and come explore Liberty University's campus, ranked number 4 best college campus in America by Niche.com. Join us for Experience LU, an all-day event that shows off our dorm rooms, classrooms, and award-winning dining hall. Or, if you're short on time, attend a 4-hour student-led campus tour to hit the highlights. To learn more or schedule your visit to Liberty University, text Visit LU to 49596. Again, that's Visit LU to 49596.
Teachers in Skiatook, Oklahoma were ordered to remove Bible verses from their classrooms. A concerned citizen reached out to the Freedom from Religion Foundation and complained. One classroom had a John 3:16 banner on the wall. Another was adorned with a Bible verse from the Old Testament book of Daniel. He is still good. That's Daniel chapter 3, verse 18. The atheist group says schools are banned by the Constitution from posting any religious symbols or messages. In other words, they say it's against the law to post a Bible verse in a classroom. The superintendent surrendered to the atheist and ordered teachers to remove the verses. And in doing so, she violated the rights of the teachers. You see, the Department of Education clearly states that teachers do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate. In other words, somebody needs to call a lawyer. I'm Todd Starnes.
The voice of Mid-Missouri. News Talk KRMS.
Wake up with the best.
Why would anyone listen to anything else?
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, welcome back to the program. 20 and a half minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock. Let's connect up with our weather guru, the queen of weatherology, Kara Foster. How you doing, Kara?
I'm doing well. How are you?
All right. Good thing it was not one of the guys that I was introducing.
Why?
Well, because it was more. Never mind. Everybody knows because they heard it. Fried rice day, string cheese day, and pepperoni day.
Great food day. Fried rice is like one of my favorite foods of all time. So it's a big day for me.
Yeah, you go and eat some of that Chinese food or something, with some with the Generals or General Tso's chicken or something or orange chicken.
I do like to switch it up, but when I was little, I only ate the orange chicken and fried rice. That was like the only thing I would eat. Now I'm like, I can grab anything. It's all super, super good. But fried rice has to be in my meal no matter what if I get in any sort of Asian dish.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, we did get a little bit of rain overnight. It's not enough to satisfy everybody, but at the same time, it's wetting things down.
Yeah, we're looking at several more days of really good showers. So we're just on the start of it, really. Today is going to be a pretty rainy day. We're actually going to be cooler, high of 70. Showers and thunderstorms are likely, very cloudy. Scattered showers into tonight. It'll start to kind of break up a little bit. We'll dip down to 61. More scattered showers Thursday, some sunshine, high of 81, and then we'll be back down to 65 Thursday night. Scattered showers still there, By Friday, more showers are likely. Sunshine there, high of 80. Showers are likely into Friday night and then also into Saturday. We'll have a bigger chance for some sunshine on Saturday, I think, more than any other day. It's going to be very scattered rain showers, high of 82, but then Sunday comes along, brings another round of showers, more likely throughout the day, high of 77. And we're still expecting a chance for rain at least Monday and Tuesday as well. So it's going to be quite a rainy few days here. Of course, some days more than others, but most of the days are definitely going to be at least a 50% chance. So if you do have anything to do outdoors, Thursday might be your best bet to get some stuff done. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
All right, Kara, it sounds like a plan. We will catch up with you next hour.
You bet. Catch you then.
6:23 the time. We've got 64 degrees. Coming up around the bend, we've got CBS Money Watch and then the USDA Ag Minute.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast. Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it. And see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Well, not quite Margaritaville. You know, some of the stores already have Christmas decorations up, and they're starting to put it up, and it's only September. We haven't even had one Hallmark Christmas movie that starts in October. Well, what do you know? Let's head on over to New York for CBS Money Watch at 6:25.
CBS Money Watch.
Kraft Heinz is voluntarily recalling more than 80,000 cases of individually wrapped American cheese slices. The recall applies to 16-ounce and 3-pound multi-packs of Kraft Singles American pasteurized prepared cheese products with use-by dates in January 2024. Consumers can return the recalled products to the store for an exchange or refund. Several major retailers are hiring seasonal workers. Amazon says it wants to bring in roughly 250,000 employees in cities across the U.S. Target is hoping to hire around 100,000 workers, and Macy's announced it wants to employ around 38,000 workers. I'm Chanel Call.
Summer Bonanza means more business in the fall months. Hire right with Indeed. Their integrated solution lets you schedule and conduct video interviews all in one place. Finding your next great hire has never been this easy. Get hiring at Indeed.com/credits.
All right, it's now time for the USDA Ag Minute, 6:26.
For months, the analysts at the Agriculture Department have been forecasting world wheat production this season to be record large. However, as of now,
globally, we're no longer looking at record production.
USDA Outlook Chairman Mark Jekanowski.
We dropped production this month by 6 million tons, and that mainly reflects dry conditions in Australia and also Canada.
So now USDA is projecting world wheat production at just over 787 million tons, which would be 3.3 million tons below last season. And he says Australia's crop is at its critical growth stage now, and if the dryness continues, there's
potential for even more damage.
Meanwhile, USDA is pegging the U.S. wheat crop at just over 1.7 billion bushels. That would be 84 million bushels, or about 0.5% more than last season. The all-wheat price projected at $7.50 a bushel, $1.33 less than this past season. Gary Crawford for the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
The Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS, broadcasting from the Radio Television Center right here in mid-Missouri. Casey Cloak on standby. She'll be joining us at 7:10 this morning. Captain Bob May at 7:40. So we've got a busy program lined up for you. Tonight, over at Red's Barbecue up on Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie, well, it's another West Side social. Complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking, all starting at 5 p.m. Everyone is welcome. You can meet some great people, get new business, no dues to pay. The social is sponsored by Jody Hendricks Realtor, Next Home Gadwood Group. The Westside Socials are presented, though, by News Talk KRMS 93.5 Rocks the Lake, Classic Country, where we're banging the twang, 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32. Well, coming up in 60 seconds, we got our bottom of the hour news block right here on the program, The Ozarks This Morning.
You don't have to live in Britain to get what the New York Times calls the best of British telly. Stream the UK's most brilliant series only on BritBox. Unlock acclaimed favourites including Vera and Stonehouse, starring Succession's Matthew McFadden. Plus, don't miss upcoming original dramas like Archie, the story of Hollywood's greatest leading man, Cary Grant. Lose yourself in Britain's best entertainment, only on BritBox. Start a free trial at BritBox.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. Hollywood Studios and the Writers Guild are set to resume talks this morning. KCBS TV's Tina Patel says while the writers have shown great solidarity during the walkout, many are hurting.
One strike captain told us that even though it has been a long 4 months, she hasn't talked to anyone who's willing to give in and take a bad deal just to get back to work.
With no movement on the auto workers dispute, the UAW is threatening to expand its walkout. CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
We understand that negotiations, conversations are continuing between the Big Three and the UAW. However, at this point, none of the automakers has presented a cohesive new deal.
They'll be talking about climate change at the UN General Assembly today. President Biden spoke to leaders about that and other issues last night.
We need to continue tackling the challenges that most affect people's lives, from conflict to climate change to corruption and beyond.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area is quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported that the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained to the area of origin and knocked down quickly. Mutual aid companies also summoned were allowed to cancel before arriving. No injuries are reported and the cause of the blaze is under investigation. Don't look now, but history and tradition return again to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnick says the all-day event is set for next Saturday, September 30th downtown, highlighted by some crowd-favorite activities and grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival. Young Eagle flights at the airport and the MU Flight for Life helicopter will be on display for all to see. Several lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope they will not have to put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joe LaPlante says the annual hazardous materials and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of larger real-life incidents. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
The Cardinals couldn't carry over the Adam Wainwright 200th victory momentum as they lose to the Brewers last night by a score of 7-3. Richie Palacios, the unheralded outfielder, continues to swing a hot bat in September, pounding his 5th home run in the loss. Royals hang on to beat Cleveland last night 7-6. The Guardians, they were tiptoeing their way back into the ball game, down 7-2. They got to within 7-6, but Colin Snyder comes on his first career save in the 9th to give the Royals a 1-run victory. Mizzou quarterback Brady Cook considered questionable for Saturday when Mizzou takes on Memphis in the Zoo to the Lou game at the Dome at America Center. Of course, Cook coming off his career best performance passing Saturday in the win against then 15th ranked Kansas State. Most believe he'll probably give it a go in his hometown on Saturday, but again, trying to bounce back from that hyperextended knee. And the St. Louis Blues, as we told you yesterday afternoon, they have named Braden Shen as the 24th captain in franchise history. Robert Thomas, Justin Falk, Colton Parayko are assistant captains. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels. 32.1, Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2, Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3, One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4, Get TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5, The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7, Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8, Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9, The Weather Channel. 32.10, The Country Music Channel, music video videos from the greatest artists. 32.11, the KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32, KRMS TV is free TV for you.
Show Me Taxi welcomes you to the lake. Professional people, tourists like Show Me Taxi. 573-280-5511. Need a ride to dinner, grocery store, pick up your boat or a car? We are here. Ride the wave at the lake as you enjoy the beautiful scenery and fun at the lake. Call Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Thanks, Cindy Lou. Be safe.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Showers and thunderstorms likely today, cloudy with our high nearing 70. More scattered showers continue overnight, staying cloudy with a low around 61. Showers continue into Thursday, otherwise sunny with a high of 81, and more rain may continue into Thursday night with a low of 65. And rain on Friday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 64 degrees.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Let freedom ring. Let the white dove sing. Let the whole world know that today is the day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong. Let the right be wrong. Roll the stone away. Let the guilty pay. It's Independence Day.
A little Martina McBride there with the song Independence Day. Let freedom ring. Here in the state of Missouri, true part of Americana who believes in the Constitution, and right here in the Lake of the Ozarks. And we are proud of every one of those amendments. We mentioned yesterday how many of the First Amendment that people do not really know. And one person even thought that the right to bear arms was a part of the First Amendment. No, that's the Second Amendment. So, and knowing those freedoms that we have. Well, Ben Frank and I, we sat down yesterday on our taping, and that was the subject of discussion, the First Amendment.
All right, let's begin with the First Amendment. Now, there was a news story out that people across the United States, a good chunk of the people, do not know what the First Amendment contains, like freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and that you can petition the government. One person says, well, isn't that the right to bear arms? No, that's in the Second Amendment. But the freedom of speech and the freedom of press and all is really under attack. And with this White House letter, well, Frank, go ahead.
Yeah, we have to recognize that the First Amendment has been under consistent and persistent attack for at least the last decade and more. The worst of it started to come in. We started to see this during the Obama administration, when he used the Internal Revenue Service to silence the Tea Party, when he began the idea of a disinformation department in the federal government to clamp down on political opponents. It then matured a bit during the Biden administration. But even before that, Senator Schumer, the senior senator from the state of New York, majority leader, then minority leader, I believe, of the United States Senate, said that the First Amendment's not absolute, that bits of it can be chiseled away. He said that paid political speech was not to be covered by the First Amendment. Clearly incorrect, clearly unconstitutional. During COVID, we saw how the media was censoring out, in some cases with the urging of the government, anything talking about COVID not being derived from a monkey, or from a bat, rather, a bat. Then it gets even more serious. Under the Biden administration, we saw in the Biden election, we saw the media being used specifically to put one candidate in the White House and keep another candidate out of the White House. This became almost an accepted practice. We're just finding about it. All the details are really coming out recently. Now we come to the current day. Biden's White House has sent a letter to outlets like CNN, the New York Times, and others demanding, use that word, demanding that they probe lies behind GOP's attempts to impeach the president, for taking money from our worst enemy, China, for not defending the country, things of that sort. The tone of the letter is interesting in that it's no longer considered something they want to hide, that they pressured the media like they did during the Trump Biden election. They seem to be almost proud of it. And this is a new low level in the assaults on the First Amendment.
Ben, what is quite interesting with this letter is like they're coming across as they are kings, and that they actually have, this is my kingdom here, and you guys are the royal subjects, and what we say goes, and we don't want any dissenting opinion. That's the key word here, because dissenting opinions, they're not allowed, Ben. And so if you start to dissent, and they're starting to go after people who are still supporters of Donald Trump, who have not been so far indicted amongst the 18 or 19. And I know of a couple already, Ben.
Well, you just laid out why the First Amendment exists. It is to protect dissenting speech. Going back to the Obama administration, in the opening weeks of that administration, they floated a trial balloon. And it was a serious discussion that they had their minions go out and talk about stripping Fox News of its broadcasting license. That's pretty well forgotten these days. Because even for the left stream media, that was a bridge too far, and they got so much pushback. That one died on the vine pretty quickly. However, they just went covert with their operations, and what we have learned, of course, is that the intel agencies have a gaggle of useful idiots that operate in these various publications, both written and audio, video, that will parrot whatever they are told to push out there from various intel operatives. So they get fed stories. We saw, for instance, when they went to the FISA court, it's great reading if you go to the original FISA court authorization, the submission to the FISA court to spy on Trump, on the Trump campaign, to spy on Carter Page. They cited as their justification news stories that were out there in the public, and those news stories they had planted. The CIA and FBI had planted those news stories that they then cited as their justification for the FISA court giving them authorization to legally spy on the Trump campaign. And this has just continued apace. And thanks to Elon Musk and his purchase of Twitter, we now know through the Twitter files the extent of it. Not only does the FBI routinely work with different platforms to censor people at the request of the FBI, but we now know the White House does it as well. So it's very brazen. It's all totally illegal, completely unconstitutional, but it's happening apace. And there's really no shame because they recognize that in most of these platforms, Twitter accepted these days, and Fox News accepted, they have willing participants who are happy to get an email or a voicemail or whatever saying, hey, take these 10 people down, and they will comply and cite whatever. They'll cite their terms of service as a reason to shut down these voices. It's been going on. Again, I don't know how you fix this because there doesn't seem to be any consequence for anyone engaged in this activity other than momentary embarrassment when the story breaks. And even then, the story doesn't seem to last more than 24 hours. So who cares? I'm sure they're, right now as we speak, I have no doubt that they're every bit as involved in the process of censoring people as they have been for years, despite all the revelations. But until there are consequences for this, and they should be, of course, legal, but they have no fear from the DOJ. Just like Anthony Fauci can lie under oath repeatedly to Congress and have zero fear that anything will come of it. We have a totally corrupted system. It is thoroughly corrupted through and through, and it runs through all of Washington, D.C., and it has led to it has brought this country really to its knees.
The possibility of a revolution exists. And I say the possibility, and you hate to bring up the word revolution. However, you go back to the original revolution that began this country back in the late 1700s, one of those items was free speech and having dissenting votes and the freedom of the press. They printed leaflets, Frank, and they sent those around. And that was a way of communication, and had the government even back then, and they did not want that to happen because the power of the people and the people's heart. See, America, we've been able to talk freely. This is not like Russia, and we are able to go where we want to go and be free people. And to try and take that away is going to be tough, Frank.
Yeah, it is. The reality, of course, is, and it's a sad thing to say, that the modern Democratic Party, were they at Lexington and Concord, would be on the side of the Redcoats, not on the side of the Patriots. That's a disturbing fact.
That was Frank Vernuccio with the American Analysis of News and Media. You can find him at usagovpolicy.com. And then Ben Brunson. He's the author of The False Staff Enigma and Esther Sling. He spent about 10 years on Wall Street at Solomon Brothers. And we have them on here regularly, and we record a segment called Inside the News, Wayman, Brunson, and Vernuccio. That's a syndicated program across the country. We're going to take a time out, the Tech Mobility Minute, Around the Bend.
The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast.
Experience the ultimate in dining at Bentley's. Open Tuesday through Saturday. Enjoy custom cuts of prime rib, succulent seafood, split crab legs, and hand-cut steaks. Savor the flavors with a glass of aged wine from our extensive wine list. First-class service and an English atmosphere is Bentley's, the perfect destination for a night of sophistication. Call Bill for reservations today at 365-5301. Treat yourself to Bentley's, the ultimate dining experience.
Have you tried the deep dish pizza at Lake Billiards? It's incredible. So are the wings, sandwiches, and baskets. I bet you thought it was just a pool hall. Lake Billiards does have the best tables at the lake and an 8-ball tournament every Wednesday night with cash prizes. But I'll tell you, the food is great and they serve it late. It's probably the last kitchen open in town every night. I bet you didn't know Lake Billiards offers free pool from 11 to 2 when you stop in for lunch, or that you can find a full menu and order online for pickup or delivery at lakebilliards.com. Come by and find out what else you don't know about Lake Billiards at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
Goo Goo Dolls are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums. Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associate.
Broadway is dark tonight. A little bit weaker than you used to be. Broadway is dark tonight.
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
See the young man sitting in the old man's.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Well, we've got rainy conditions out right now, and so if you're out there driving, the wipers will be on, but make sure that you take care. Some of the roads still may be a little bit slippery because not all the oil has been washed away with the rain overnight. A steady rain this morning, showers continuing into the afternoon, highs of around 70 degrees, a little bit cooler than what we've had. The winds will be turning from the southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. The chance of rain today, 90%. Rainfall near 1/4 of an inch. And then this evening, it's going to dip down to about 61 degrees. The winds will be light and variable. And then the clouds are going to come in tomorrow, but the rain will start to dissipate and move away. But we desperately need the rain, and it is welcomed all around here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Time now for the Tech Mobility Minute with our good friend Ken Chester, sponsored by Lake Collision Repair.
It's time for a Tech Mobility Minute.
When's the last time you showed your driveway some love? As one of the most used areas of your house, the humble driveway receives the least attention. By giving them the attention they deserve, you can extend your driveway's life and attractive look well into the future. Nationwide Insurance offers the following tips for proper asphalt and concrete driveway care. Prevent cracks by sealing the driveway every few years to prevent water from freezing and cracking. Fill cracks immediately. Use a masonry chisel to remove loose materials and brush out the debris before applying a crack filler and patching compound. Minimize standing water by clearing a 2 to 3 inch strip around the edges of the driveway to provide a runoff area for snow and water. Don't salt cement. Cement, salt, and chemical deicers can penetrate surfaces, causing crackings. Consider alternatives like sand, coffee grounds, alfalfa meal, or even kitty litter to make surfaces less slippery. The more you know. I'm Ken Chester.
This has been a Tech Mobility Minute.
Sponsored by Lake Collision Repair, located on Bluff Drive in Osage Beach, 573-302-0229. They work with any insurance company. It's your choice where to have your vehicle repaired. LakeCollisionRepair.com. Herb, we have about 60 seconds. What's on your mind?
Your Martina McBride bumper music, Let Freedom Ring.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing the video for that song?
Well, there's been several videos out on that song. Which one are you referring to?
The original one that showed her singing along with it was an abused woman. Her husband was physically and emotionally abusing her. And finally, the woman said, "Let freedom ring." And the next thing you see is her getting, it looked like tendency toward violence. And then the home was on fire, and she was walking away from it in the rain, declaring, she now has her freedom. It's quite a bit different than being a patriotic
Yes,
thing.
yes, it is. Hey, Herb, I got to run.
Yep, bye.
All right. Herb, and always with something good to hear. Right now, we've got 6:55. We've got to move on.
You might want to skip the grilled cheese today. I'm Stacy Lynn. Here's what's trending.
Giving a sandwich a chance means making it tastier with American Singles from Kraft.
Kraft Heinz is voluntarily recalling more than 80,000 cases of individually wrapped American cheese slices. The reason is a weird one. The machines they use to wrap the cheese aren't working right, and when you pull off that plastic, thin strips of film are staying put on the cheese, and well, you don't want to eat that. You may have high blood pressure and don't even know it, and that's dangerous. The World Health Organization says treatment needs to improve, or a lot of people will die. Like, a lot. The new report says 76 million deaths could be averted by 2020. You ever want to bend it like Beckham? Netflix has a new docuseries coming out all about the soccer star.
Tonight we bring you the story of how David Beckham became a global phenomenon.
It kicks off October 4th. You see what I did there? Little soccer humor.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
Goo Goo Dolls are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fits and the Tantrums.
Give a little bit of your love to me.
Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, broker associate.
I give a little bit. I give a little bit of my love to you.
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
Make this the year you experience the Inclusive Collection, part of Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. Hi, this is Tim Davis from Direct Travel. Whether it's a dream vacation, a fairy tale honeymoon, or a destination wedding, let Direct Travel help you make it happen. Imagine the beautiful beaches of Impression, Isla Mujeres by Secrets, or Secrets Mochi, Playa del Carmen. Relax at a wellness spa like the Secret St. James Montego Bay. Find entertainment and recreation at the breathless Cancun Soul Resort and Spa, all with amazing amenities you'll never forget. Book an air and hotel package before October 6th for travel before June 11th of 2024 and receive our Direct Travel exclusive discount. For more information, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Hot, hot, hot. You should know when you're not listening to us.
Not listening. I'm not listening.
People are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
That's going to do it. First hour is in the books of the Ozarks This Morning. Casey Cloak on deck, and she'll be sharing a number of items that are on her mind as the executive director of the Camdenton Chamber of Commerce. Coming up on Monday, September the 25th, it's the first Watch Idiots Club charity golf tournament. It'll be held at the Osage National Golf Resort right here in the Lake of the Ozarks. LOTO Idiots Club .info is the website to find out more information. Our news time is 6:59.
Do you need quality where it counts? Evers & Company, CPAs in Osage Beach and Jefferson City will provide a quality experience with accuracy and integrity. Visit everscpas.com for assistance with tax, accounting, business, consultation, and auditing needs. Call Evers & Company, CPAs, 573-348-4141. Remember, 573-348-4141. Evers & Company, quality where it counts.
Picture this: relaxing evenings with your loved ones, hosting gatherings with friends, visiting the lake in a home that's free from pests. With All American Termite and Pest Control, that dream is a reality. And do you have furry friends who love to explore the great outdoors? Well, say goodbye to fleas, ticks, spiders, and chiggers with a specialized yard spray for your yard and dock. And ask about the mosquito control. Call 346-4830 or visit bugsferris.com. All American Termite and Pest Control. They put pests to rest.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. The writers' strike against Hollywood studios is in its 5th month. Both sides resume negotiating today. Los Angeles Times senior entertainment reporter Meg James.
It will be incumbent for both sides to try to sort of find a middle ground. Everyone is just exhausted. People have been tired of being out of work for 5 months. People's tensions are high. People are worried that they're not going to be able to afford their homes, their kids' school payments. And so people really want this to be over.
There's been little progress in the auto workers' strike against the big three car makers, despite this offer from Stellantis CEO Mark Stewart.
We gave a very strong and competitive offer. We were at a 20% pay raise over the 4 years with 10% at ratification.
The auto workers want 40%. House Republicans have rejected their own defense bill with 10 days until a possible government shutdown. CBS's Scott McFarland.
They brought to the floor in the U.S. House what is usually the easiest spending bill to pass. A rule vote on the bill to fund the military, something every district in America needs and likes. That bill came up short on the needed Republican votes. It failed. That's an indication things are going south. It's an ominous sign.
President Biden is about to meet with his Israeli counterpart, CBS's Cami McCormick.
The meeting today brings together the leaders for the first time since Benjamin Netanyahu took office late last year. In the past, a White House visit would have come soon after taking office. The White House has offered few details about this New York meeting, but Netanyahu's plan to overhaul Israel's judicial system is sure to come up. It's triggered months of mass protests in Israel, and protests are expected today in New York.
Wildfire smoke from Northern California and Oregon has made life miserable for people in San Francisco. Environmental officials say yesterday's was the worst air on the planet. These people concur.
I can tell that with my voice and stuff, it's getting a little bit scratchy. And you can smell it in the air.
If it gets worse than that, I guess I'll lock up myself in the house and close the windows.
This morning we say farewell to a member of the CBS News radio family, Michael Friedman, who died of pancreatic cancer. This week, Mike was our boss from 1998 to 2000, and he did his best to uphold the traditions of CBS News while dealing with a media environment that was changing quickly. On a personal note, if it weren't for Mike, I might not be anchoring this newscast. Mike was the executive producer of the TV Calb Report, president of the National Press Club. He taught at George Washington and the University of Maryland. And we here at CBS remember him for many things, including his passion and kindness. Mike Friedman was 71. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area is quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported that the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained to the area of origin and knocked down quickly. Mutual aid companies also summoned were allowed to cancel before arriving. No injuries are reported and the cause of the blaze is under investigation. Don't look now, but history and tradition return again to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnick says the all-day event is set for next Saturday, September 30th downtown, highlighted by some crowd-favorite activities and grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival. Young Eagle flights at the airport and the MU Flight for Life helicopter will be on display for all to see. Several lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope they will not have to put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joe LaPlante says the annual hazardous materials and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of larger real-life incidents. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
This sports report is sponsored by Spiderlift Boat Covers. Visit spiderliftboatcovers.com.
The Cardinals couldn't carry over the Adam Wainwright 200th victory momentum as they lose to the Brewers last night by a score of 7-3. Richie Palacios, the unheralded outfielder, continues to swing a hot bat in September, pounding his 5th home run in the loss. Royals hang on to beat Cleveland last night 7-6. The Guardians, they were tiptoeing their way back into the ball game, down 7-2. They got to within 7-6, but Colin Snyder comes on his first career save in the 9th to give the Royals a 1-run victory. Mizzou quarterback Brady Cook considered questionable for Saturday when Mizzou takes on Memphis in the Zoo to the Lou game at the Dome at America Center. Of course, Cook coming off his career best performance passing Saturday in the win against then 15th ranked Kansas State. Most believe he'll probably give it a go in his hometown on Saturday, but again, trying to bounce back from that hyperextended knee. And the St. Louis Blues, as we told you yesterday afternoon, they have named Braden Shen as the 24th captain in franchise history. Robert Thomas, Justin Falk, Colton Parayko are assistant captains. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11, coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Porter's Ace is committed to helping our neighbors and our community. And because we're in the neighborhood, we can deliver anything you need. So shop in-store or online for whatever your home or yard needs are. Choose from top brands like Milwaukee, Steel, Traeger, and Benjamin Moore. Then pick up in-store, curbside, or we'll deliver your order right to your home. What you need in stock with the people who know how to help. Porter's Ace and Lori. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Lake Regional Health System is pleased to welcome Dr. Michael Severance to Lake Regional Urology. Dr. Severance provides specialized medical and surgical care for male and female urinary tract and male reproductive organs. Conditions he commonly treats include prostate, bladder and kidney cancer, incontinence, urinary tract infections, and kidney stones. He also performs vasectomies. To make an appointment with Dr. Severance, call Lake Regional Urology at 302-3111. That's 302-3111. To learn more about Dr. Severance, visit lakeregional.com. Lake Regional Health System. Our commitment runs deep.
The Inn at Grand Glaze Resort offers a clean, comfortable, affordable getaway with amazing views of the awe-inspiring Lake of the Ozarks. With 153 guest rooms and 15,000 square feet of meeting space, the Inn is ideal for family reunions, weddings, and conventions. Conveniently located in a secluded cove just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge, minutes from numerous attractions and activities. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Call for reservations or information, 800-348-4731.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Showers and thunderstorms likely today, cloudy with our high nearing 70. More scattered showers continue overnight, staying cloudy with a low around 61. Showers continue into Thursday, otherwise sunny with a high of 81, and more rain may continue into Thursday night with a low of 65. And rain on Friday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 63 degrees.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Well, we've got ourselves a rainy day in the forecast, as you heard from Kara Foster, and it looks like it's going to be rainy for most of the day. We need the water, so it is welcome. So we just suck it up here for about a day or two, let the ground kind of absorb the water, and then we'll move on and have possibly a great weekend. This hour of the Ozarks This Morning, sponsored by Reagan Cabinets, R-A-G-A-N, ReaganCabinets.com. Go to their website to view cabinets, accessories, and the various projects. Their showroom, located on Highway 42 in Osage Beach. Their phone number, 573-234-6830. Pollen count this morning, and, this rain's going to help maybe dampen some of this, but this was already in the books. Asthma sufferers, it's in the high category. Tree pollen is low. Ragweed is moderate. But mold, grass, and dust and dander, mold and grass in the high category. Dust and dander is in the low category. Well, someone who is high in our books, it's Casey Cloak of the Camdenton Chamber. How you doing, Casey?
Hey, I'm doing good. I know we need this rain, but it's certainly not chamber weather.
No.
We have a big day kicking off today. We're getting ready to kick off our Leadership Camden County Class 29, and our first full day actually takes place out at Encounter Cove, which many folks are familiar with it as Windermere. And the first half of the day, we're inside doing all sorts of activities. The second half, we were supposed to be outside, so I don't think that's going to happen. But luckily, we've got a backup plan because, most chamber events have to have a backup plan.
Well, absolutely, and that's why you're the boss.
That's right. That's right. So we're kicking off Leadership Camden County today. We've got lots of happenings. Honestly, many ribbon cuttings. So for those that aren't familiar, we host ribbon cutting ceremonies to celebrate new businesses or new members of the chamber, but also we celebrate milestone occasions. So maybe it's a particular anniversary or new ownership for a business. And so we encourage you to sign up to our weekly newsletters. They go out every Thursday morning at 10 a.m., and you can sign up or subscribe to that newsletter by going to our website, CamdentonChamber.com. Right at the home page, there's a big purple button on the top right-hand corner, so sign up now. Be sure to, we ask for is your first name and your email address, and once you get registered and plugged in, you'll start getting those communications, and we'll be aware of those upcoming ribbon cutting, because we invite anyone to attend these events. They're a great opportunity to network and give those new businesses maybe a face behind your business, and just lots of great relationships that are built from those particular events. So many of those coming up. We've got one this Friday for Elam Foursquare Church. Then we've got one next week. Goodness, you know what? And see, I'm driving, so I don't have them all memorized, which is why you should subscribe to our newsletter so you can see all of those. But I know coming up shortly, we'll be celebrating 75 years with Bridal Cave. We've got a new store in Camdenton called Ignite the Grills and More store, and so their ribbon cutting is going to be later in October. Really looking forward to that. They've got some grill masters coming out to showcase their products, and anyway, lots of fun. So definitely ribbon cuttings are a must, but there's other activities that we are certainly involved with. In fact, we've got an Eggs and Issues event coming up on October 6th. Over at Lake Valley Country Club, and this is a breakfast meeting that chamber members and friends are invited to attend, but reservations are required in advance. It's $15 for chamber members and $20 for non-members. This particular topic for this upcoming breakfast meeting is going to be Victims Among Us, and we're actually bringing in some panelists from the Lake Ozark Stop Human Trafficking Coalition, CADV, as well as CUMC. We're going to be touching on various ways to identify victims, both personally and professionally, like in the workforce, recognizing potential victims and knowing the signs and being aware of the resources that are available. It's not a rainbow and sunshine type of topic like some of our other traditional breakfast meetings, but it's most certainly something that we all need to be aware of. And so we're really excited to welcome those presenters to educate our community on, being able to support our full community. So that's the Eggs and Issues on Friday, October 6th. Reservations are due by next Friday, September 29th, so make sure you call the Camden Chamber to make your reservation. Then we've got a networking social coming up. We do those quarterly, and I know we have lots of fun. We're headed to a new location this year. We're super excited to be hosting our next quarterly business after business networking social at the Tavern Smokehouse, and that's going to be happening on Thursday, October 12th from 5 p.m. until 7 p.m. And, of course, members and potential future members is what I like to call them are welcome. So it's a great opportunity to network with your business peers. We always encourage you to bring plenty of business cards. We'll have complimentary appetizers, so for sure there'll be some barbecue served. And they'll have a cash bar. They've got a variety of beers and soft drinks and unique soft drinks. So if you haven't been out there to check them out, we encourage you, if you don't come before then, definitely join us for October 12th at the Tavern Smokehouse. Going to be some great networking.
Well, I'll tell you what, those Eggs and Issues, the last one up there that was at the Lake Area Chamber up there, Wilmore Lodge, the breakfast is fantastic. So if nothing else, sign up to just go to the breakfast.
That's right. The food is always good. That's the most important meal of the day. We recognize that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And now what? It's not too early to be talking about Christmas and the big Christmas on the Square in Camdenton.
No, you're absolutely right. Actually, we have already started planning that particular event. Oh, my goodness. Each year we keep growing it, and it's because of all the wonderful volunteers that support that event. We had our first planning session, and Saturday's agenda, we're going to keep the same. So, by the way, make sure you already save the date. It's the first weekend in December every year. So this year we'll be celebrating on Friday evening, December 1st, and then Saturday from 10:30 to 1, December 2nd, and it's all going to take place there at the Camden County Courthouse lawn. Saturday is a day full of free activities, so you bring the kiddos. There's petting zoo, there's cookie decorating, there's caroling, there's Santa. Santa comes about, I think, 11:30. I'm almost positive, but don't quote me on that. We'll definitely get the marketing material out there here shortly so people can start putting that on their calendar. But lots of great activities, giveaways, and Friday evening is something that has really begun to grow. It's a newer event for us. We kicked it off about 2 years ago as a tree lighting ceremony, and we just keep adding on. So we're really excited. This year, our our tree lighting ceremony is also going to be like a vendor market, so folks can come out and check out some unique vendors, maybe purchase some specialty gift holiday items. We'll have some food trucks out there. We are going to do the tree lighting ceremony as well. We have a bell choir that'll be coming out. We've got some new entertainment, too. I know last year the event was supposed to run till 7, but once we lit the tree at 6, it was about 6:15. Everybody's like, okay, now what do we do? So we have got fillers for that. We are bringing in Show Me Athletics. It's a local cheerleading organization here at the lake, and they have got several teams, award-winning teams, I might add, like nationally. So they are going to come out and perform. And we also have another local group, regional group, I should say. We've got one local community member that belongs to a regional group, and they do it's called silks, and there's another term for it, and of course it has just gone beyond me, but think Cirque du Soleil. So they're going to set up quite this contraption, have these silks hanging, and do some performances. So it's really going to be a neat evening to come out and just, I guess still say network, but it's really all about community. It's not just the business community, it's about the full community.
It sure is. Well, Casey, a lot of things going on, and we're going to connect up with you in another 2 weeks, and boy, oh boy, the events just keep on happening.
They do. It does not slow down. I have officially stopped saying the term when things settle down because I have recognized it's just not the case anymore. And I'm okay with that, though.
All right. Thank you so much, Casey.
Thanks, guy. Appreciate it. Take care.
Casey Cloak, the executive director of the Camden Chamber of Commerce. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back at 7:19.
Hear what people are talking about on the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I invite you to come see our incredible selection of pre-owned vehicles here on our lot, starting as low as $4,000, and combined with our friendly no-pressure sales staff. Hewlett's also is proud to offer aggressive subprime rates and options if there is a need. Our prices and photos of all pre-owned inventory is always available to view at shophewlett.com.
Bulletin. Right now, 2023 Silverado light-duty trucks are available for qualified buyers at 3.9% for 60 months.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters, and that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. 600 Kelwood Parkway, Suite 310, Town & Country, Missouri, 63017. CordellCordell.com.
Exergen thermometers are proven to be more accurate than non-contact thermometers. With children back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Clinical studies have proven that non-contact thermometers are inaccurate and can miss fevers. Accuracy matters. That's why the Exergen thermometer is trusted and used by medical professionals. Exergen thermometers are available at Walgreens and other participating retailers. Choose a trusted and accurate thermometer for personal use. Learn more about why accuracy matters at Exergen.com.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
News, sports, weather. Hear it first, right here.
I love your station.
The voice of the lake. News Talk, KRMS.
Well, I love a rainy night. I love a rainy night. I love to hear the thunder, watch the lightning when it lights up the sky. You know it makes me feel good. Well, I love a rainy night, such a beautiful sight. I love to feel the rain on my face, taste the rain on my lips.
Well, it's not nighttime. That's little Eddie Rabbit, though, with the rain. And we're pretty much going to have the rain all day today. Showers are going to be continuing into the afternoon. High of around 70 degrees and intervals of clouds and sunshine tomorrow. So any plans? Well, might have to be varied throughout the day. We've got coming up, we've got the American Minute with Bill Federer, Melinda's Guard Moment with Melinda Myers, and then we have Eye on Travel with Peter Greenberg. And then to focus on the family with Jim Daly, our Point of Law segment, and then Captain Bob May with our weekly lake report. Then we'll find out what's in the way of weather with Kara Foster at 7:50. And then 7:53, we have What's Trending. And 7:57, people always look forward to It's Up to You. Right here on the Ozarks this morning on News Talk KRMS. 64 degrees, it's 7:23.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-626-4910. That's 800-626-4910.
Mortgage rates have dropped 25%, the lowest mortgage rates in years. So maybe you should drop everything and call Zoom Refi. Refinance your home now and slash your mortgage payments. Take cash out and save maybe hundreds of dollars every month. Zoom Refi mortgage rates are super low. Zoom Refi closing costs are super low. And Zoom, we approve you right over the phone. Call Zoom Refi today. 888-913-1825. 888-913-1825.
History was made on today's date. Stay tuned for an American Minute with Bill Federer.
He helped write the Bill of Rights in the first session of Congress. He was a representative from Massachusetts and helped ratify the Constitution. He was offered the presidency of Harvard but declined due to ill health. His name was Fisher Ames. In an article published this day, September 20th, 1789, in the Palladium magazine, Fisher Ames wrote, "We have a dangerous trend beginning to take place in our education, putting books into the hands of children containing fables and moral lessons and spending less time in the classroom on the Bible. The Bible states these great moral lessons better than any man-made book."
This has been an American Minute with Bill Federer. For a free transcript, call American Minute at 1-888-USA-WORD.
The American Minute sponsored by Adair's Animals. And right now, Well, those animals, they're looking for a place to have their winter vacation, and that's going to be in your home. Well, to avoid that, get yourself a wildlife inspection by Adair's Animals. They're the Lake of the Ozarks Wildlife Removal Service. They offer affordable solutions for all of your residential and commercial nuisance animal problems. Adair's, they put the wildlife back where it belongs, in the wild. Their website, adairs-animals.com. Their phone number, 573-378-8739.
The Camden County Republican Club invites you to the 2023 Patriot Dinner and Auction, Saturday, October 7th at the Community Christian Church in Camdenton. The doors open at 5 p.m. A buffet dinner is at 6. Meet candidates running for state offices. Advance tickets are $45 or $50 at the door. RSVP by September 27th. Purchase tickets online at ccrclub.com or call Jerry at 573-286-5395.
At Stonebridge Senior Living, we understand there are times and moments people hold sacred. The times they enjoy their coffee or play their daily game of checkers. These are the moments that matter to our residents. And at Stonebridge, they matter to us too. Stonebridge Senior Living in mid-Missouri delivers assisted living care by offering all the comforts of those familiar routines, the comforts of home, and the little things that make us. Learn more about assisted living at stonebridgeseniorliving.com.
Be prepared to protect annual flowers and vegetables as temperatures drop throughout the fall and winter. Hi, I'm Melinda Myers, horticulturist and gardening expert. Plants vary in their ability to tolerate frost. Tender plants such as tomatoes, peppers, coleus, and impatiens will not tolerate freezing temperatures. They'll be the first plants to suffer frost damage. So be prepared to cover these plants even when a light frost is predicted. Cool season vegetables like broccoli, collards, and Brussels sprouts, as well as half-hardy and hardy annuals like ornamental kale, alyssum, and pansies, can tolerate a hard frost when temperatures drop to as low as 28 degrees. Monitor the various gardens throughout your yard. Plants growing in open or low spots in the landscape are more susceptible to frost damage. Those planted near the house or under trees may be spared from some early frost. Check out our website for this and other gardening tips.
Melinda's Garden Moment, sponsored by the Motor Hut in Camdenton. They have those great selling brands like Steel, Gravely, Grasshopper, Husqvarna, and those Wright commercial mowers. And coming up on September the 30th on that Saturday from 8 until 2, it's their grand opening fall open house, celebrating their new 6,000 square foot expansion of the showroom. Go out and check it out, 13 Chestnut Avenue in Camdenton. Their website to find out more is themotorhut.com. Their phone number, 573-346-6110. Putt-putt to the Motor Hut.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Eye on Travel Minute. Authorities have been threatening to do this for a while, but now it's official. The threat of over-tourism has prompted city officials in Venice to implement a €5 fee to enter the city next year to visitors who are not planning to stay the night. The fee will apply to all travelers over the age of 14. The Venetians are trying to discourage the massive number of day trippers to the city. So if you don't have a hotel reservation that you can show officials, be prepared to pay. Of course, this doesn't apply to other day trippers, like cruise ship passengers, who technically already have their own floating hotel. For more information, visit petergreenberg.com. I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Eye on Travel Minute.
When it comes to hiring, you don't need to be doing all the searching, screening, and interviewing yourself. What you need is Indeed, the end-to-end solution that makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
Dock safety is your responsibility. Electrical problems in or near the house and lines feeding the dock can be hazardous. To make sure your dock is in safe working condition, inspect your dock's wiring frequently. Test your power circuits. Install GFCI outlets and circuit breakers. Ensure your dock is properly bonded and grounded at the power source. If you have questions, contact a qualified electrician or your local fire district to make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake.
News time is 7:30, and we've got rain outside, and pretty much we're going to be having that all morning long. Showers will continue into the afternoon. Highs expected around 70 degrees. Focus on the Family is sponsored by Bridal Cave. They're celebrating 75 years in their diamond anniversary. October 14 through 16, you can register to win a Romance to Remember wedding package and pan for diamond earrings in the Big Sluice. And on the 16th of October, they're rolling back their cave tour prices to what they were 75 years ago. $1.25 for the adults and 50 cents for the kids. Find out more at bridalcave.com. Happy 75th anniversary to our friends underground at Bridal Cave.
If you have more than one child, I'm guessing you've seen your share of sibling conflict. With 2 boys of my own, I know what it's like to watch brotherly love explode into a shouting match in the blink of an eye. But even if brothers or sisters are prone to conflict, we can still teach them how to be peacemakers in the home and to solve their own disagreements. The first step is to help children understand that there are healthy ways to resolve their differences. Sometimes we forget that a child won't be equipped with the tools they need until we put them in their hands. And that's why they blame their sibling or use cruel remarks or even physical aggression. They haven't yet learned another way. Teach them instead to overlook an offense and to forgive the person who hurt them. Or help your children sit down and talk through their disagreement. With a little direction from you, they might find it's easier than they thought to solve their problem. And if your child isn't sure how to handle a conflict, remind them you're always available to give them some advice. We all make choices that can help or hinder relationships. And that's a lesson kids need to learn early on, because the ability to deal with conflict with others is a skill they'll need throughout their lives. Tomorrow, I'll share a few more tips that will help you raise young peacemakers. In the meantime, to help your kids thrive, visit FocusOnTheFamily.com. I'm Jim Daly.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. This is why so many people are joining Medishare right now. Medishare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medishare can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. Medishare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 866-88-BIBLE. That's 866-88-BIBLE. 866-88-BIBLE.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. Representatives from the Writers Guild and Hollywood studios are expected to resume negotiations in a few hours. The writers, like Ariana Wright, want higher pay, protections from artificial intelligence.
We are tired. People need money. People are really, really struggling. But everybody understands that we have to be in this fight until we actually get a fair deal.
With little movement in the auto workers' strike, some union members want more information about negotiations. Kurt Kruger works at the Stellantis plant in Toledo.
We want to know what's happening with the other plants. We want promises, too, on, transferring over to EV. So we don't want to be left behind in that.
Britain's King Charles has just arrived in France. Here's CBS's Vicki Barker.
The 3-day state visit finally happening 6 months after rioting and strikes in Paris forced its last-minute postponement. Then King Charles and Queen Camilla will attend a grand banquet in the Palace of Versailles and visit Paris and Bordeaux.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area is quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported that the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained to the area of origin and not locked down quickly. Mutual aid companies also summoned were allowed to cancel before arriving. No injuries are reported, and the cause of the blaze is under investigation. Don't look now, but history and tradition return again to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnick says the all-day event is set for next Saturday, September 30th downtown, highlighted by some crowd-favorite activities and grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival. Young Eagle flights at the airport and the MU Flight for Life helicopter will be on display for all to see. Several lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope they will not have to put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joe LaPlante says the annual hazardous materials and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of larger real-life incidents. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
This sports report is sponsored by Skelton's Key and Lock. Reasonable rates, reliable service, and recommended by everyone.
The Cardinals couldn't carry over the Adam Wainwright 200th victory momentum as they lose to the Brewers last night by a score of 7-3. Richie Palacios, the unheralded outfielder, continues to swing a hot bat in September, pounding his 5th home run in the loss. Royals hang on to beat Cleveland last night 7-6. The Guardians, they were tiptoeing their way back into the ball game, down 7-2. They got to within 7-6, but Colin Snyder comes on his first career save in the 9th to give the Royals a 1-run victory. Mizzou quarterback Brady Cook considered questionable for Saturday when Mizzou takes on Memphis in the Zoo to the Lou game at the Dome at America Center. Of course, Cook coming off his career best performance passing Saturday in the win against then 15th ranked Kansas State. Most believe he'll probably give it a go in his hometown on Saturday, but again, trying to bounce back from that hyperextended knee. And the St. Louis Blues, as we told you yesterday afternoon, they have named Braden Shen as the 24th captain in franchise history. Robert Thomas, Justin Falk, Colton Parayko are assistant captains. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Are you a busy contractor? Let the designers at Reagan Cabinets help assist your customers with their kitchen and bath design. We offer indoor and outdoor cabinetry with lines to fit any budget. I'm Andrea Fisher, one of the designers at Reagan Cabinets in Osage Beach. Let us put our design expertise to work for you. Call Reagan Cabinets today to set up an appointment, 573-234-6830. You can also see us on our website at reagancabinets.com. That is RAGAN cabinets.com.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Showers and thunderstorms likely today, cloudy with our high nearing 70. More scattered showers continue overnight, staying cloudy with a low around 61. Showers continue into Thursday, otherwise sunny with a high of 81, and more rain may continue into Thursday night with a low of 65. And rain on Friday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 63 degrees.
Are you entitled to Social Security payments if you are psychologically but not physically injured? The court had to weigh disputed evidence in the case of the bitter baker. I'm Curtis Howard with today's Point of Law.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Charlie Dearman was a 41-year-old baker working in a busy plant with 11 other people. He was a quiet man who had an honorable discharge from the Navy. He'd been a salesman, a meat inspector, and for a short time, a commercial fisherman. After Charlie had worked at the bakery for a few months, he was walking home and got involved in a violent demonstration. He was swept up with others by a squad of police officers and put into jail. During the night, one of the other prisoners attacked him. The result was a badly fractured jaw. It had to be wired for 6 months, and there were other painful complications. He did, however, make a good physical recovery, but he was depressed and anxious when he was with people. Then, as he told his medical advisor, he felt impelled to attack them, though he never did. He was very bitter about the authorities who had arrested him. He sat in his room day after day and relied on a neighbor to shop for him. The neighbor said, "Charlie, it's a shame you're not able to go back to baking because of the way you feel. Maybe you should file with the Social Security for disability payments." Charlie said, "I sure could use some income. Will you get the papers or whatever I need?" Charlie filed the papers. His claim was denied, but with his neighbor's encouragement and help, he got a lawyer and filed suit on his claim that he could not work. The government lawyer said, "The testimony of medical witnesses here confirms that Charlie is capable of doing the work he has done in the past. His impairment does not completely keep him from functioning. Therefore, he does not meet the regulatory listing of impairments. Consequently, he's not entitled to disability payments." Charlie's lawyer said, "There is evidence that if he worked around people, he would have severe problems because of his mental state. Now, the experts say he is a very angry man and would get into fights pretty quickly. Charlie simply isn't able to work successfully at this time. He should receive payments." How would you resolve this really difficult question? We'll hear the court's decision in a moment.
The Law Office of Christopher Rohr reminds everyone to be polite and share the road with our motorcycle enthusiasts as they rumble their way around our beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Here in the lake area, we are proud to offer some of the nation's most scenic rides through the rolling hills. Be safe, share the road, drive smart. That's the wish of the Law Office of Christopher Rohr. If you're in need of an attorney, call the Law Office of Christopher Rohr for a free consultation. 573-348-3313. Remember, 573-348-3313.
Are you entitled to Social Security payments if you're psychologically but not physically injured? Yes, said a federal appeals court. Charlie's treating physician, who is in the best position to know, says he has overwhelming anxiety and occasional violent tendencies. This doctor said he will not be employable for a year at least. On balance, it seems that Charlie is entitled to disability payments because he is unable to work. It's a point of law.
You should know, when you're not listening to us,
Not listening.
people are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Get away to where the boat leaves from. It takes away all of your big problems. You got worries, you can drop them in the blue ocean. But you gotta get away to where the boat leaves from.
All right, Captain Bob's out there. He's loving this weather, and he thinks, well, I'm walking along on the street, and maybe I'm looking for Davy Jones' locker.
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I try and throw you so far off your game plan because you are so focused, which is good because you're a boat captain and you have to be focused. Otherwise, you're going to run aground.
Well, true, yeah, or run into a house or something. So anyway, not that funny, really.
Run into a house?
Yeah.
Well, boats, yeah, I guess boats do that, and they run into docks, and they...
You know, if that guy had been about 2 feet to the right, that boat would have hit that propane tank for that house.
Oh, that would not have been
And
good.
that would not have been a good thing.
No.
But anyway, don't drink and drive your boat at midnight at 60 miles an hour, please.
No, and I'm not going to mention his name, but a good friend of ours was driving late at night on the boat, and he crashed and got in an accident and was killed. So you know him, I know him, but we're not going to mention his name.
Yep. So anyway, well, let's get positive. All right, let's talk about the boat show. That's this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday over
Okay.
at Captain Ron's. Yours truly will be there, so stop by and say hi and pick up some literature and some information and give me your thoughts on the boating and that kind of thing. So we're going to talk that
I
first.
think we're doing a live remote over there too.
You are. Somebody is. 93.5.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So good. We'll see you there for sure.
I think Stella Sue's arranged that.
Very good. Very good. All right. We also have this weekend, we're going to be talking about classic boats. The Heartland Classics Boat Club is going to be having a show at Captain Ron's on the 30th of September. That's the last Saturday of the month, from about 11 until 4. And we're going to be talking with Mark Ekstrom about this. He's the vice president of the organization, and he's going to fill us in on the details. They recently had a really good, their annual show they have down at Grand Lake, Oklahoma, and said it was really well attended and things went off really well. So we're anxious to hear more about the September 30th show and some of the boats. I hear he's got a boat that is probably the oldest boat that anybody's got or could have around Lake of the Ozarks. So that's pretty exciting. Coming up shortly after the boat shows and all that stuff, we've got the 38th Annual Fall Harbor Hop. It's going to be Saturday, October 14th. And this is a hop. It's not a race, and it's a good opportunity for you to, maybe visit some places that you haven't been to. The crowd and the traffic on the lake is substantially less than it normally is on a Saturday during the summer months, so it gives you an opportunity to kind of scoot out a little bit of your comfort zone and maybe take in a couple of new places. Heather Brown from the CVB is going to be with us on Saturday morning to give you all the details about the 38th Annual Fall Harbor Hop. Then we're going to be talking with Lieutenant James Long. He's with the United States Coast Guard out of the St. Louis office, sector upper Mississippi River, if you will. And we're going to talk specifically about illegal charters so that if you're going to hire somebody to drive your boat or if you're going to rent a boat and have somebody drive it, that they're going to be a licensed U.S. Coast Guard captain, particularly if you are paying them. So he's going to talk about all the details surrounding that, plus what's called a barefoot charter. He's going to have all those details, so we'll talk to Lieutenant Long coming up in our third segment Saturday. And then we're going to have a series of around the waterfront news stories. Found something about what's called a boat loan calculator. So if you're going to the boat show with the idea I'm going to buy a new boat, it might be kind of handy to know, okay, what's the interest rate going to be? How many months, can we finance this thing for? What's my down
Sounds
payment?
like it's a modified house calculator thing.
Yeah, and you can download these things off the web and put them on your phone, and that way when you're meeting with the salesperson, you can, duck into Captain Ron's and put the numbers in and see what's going to work best for you. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then, let's see, a couple of weeks from today, we'll be still at IBEX in Tampa. IBEX, the International Boat Builders Exhibition and Conference, something I look forward to every year. We missed it last year, of course, because of Ian. This year, things are looking good now, so hopefully we'll be able to get down to Tampa and enjoy visiting with 711 exhibitors, including some international exhibitors. There's some people from Hong Kong, from Taiwan, from France and Italy that I know are going to be there. So I'm brushing up on my foreign languages so we can talk to them a little bit. Parlez-vous? Francais? Okay. All right. And then, let's see. We're working on a couple
and
other...
if they're from southern France, they go, merci beaucoup.
Yeah. I've got two other stories we're working on. Coming up in December is the annual Docks Expo, which is down in Nashville. Not Nashville. It's Nashville, Tennessee.
Like Louisville.
Yeah, kind of like Louisville. And so Christy Kleiner is the editor of the Docks Expo magazine, and she's part of the organization out of St. Louis that puts this thing on. And we have several of our local area businesses will be there to exhibit, and we'll talk to Christy more about that particular event. It's really grown over the years. Started in St. Louis at the train station over there. That's the first time we saw it, and then they got big and big and bigger, outgrew the place, ended up going to Nashville, and they've been there like 3 or 4 years. Finally, we're going to be talking with Rich Armstrong. He's senior editor of Boat US magazine. This latest edition, September, October, if you're a member of the association, you've already gotten this, but the top 10 on-water accident contributors. So we're going to talk about that, operator inattention, improper lookout, operator inexperience, also machinery failure, and what the role of alcohol plays in boating accidents and fatalities and injuries. So
right.
that'll be coming up on a future show, but we'll
All
be
right,
here Saturday
thanks.
morning,
All right,
10:30.
thanks, Bob.
Okay.
Now ready for Mark Levin at 6 o'clock.
Oh. Okay.
Kara Foster, how are you?
Hey, Kara.
I'm good. How are you doing? Hey, guys.
We're doing fine. Bob, he was just on a roll.
Oh,
He
I'm on a
kept
roll.
going.
Yeah, I'm on a roll. It's
He started this last night on Tuesday.
well, you only give me 5 minutes. Come on. I get more time than you do, Kara, so how about that?
That's true.
Yeah.
Got to use it up.
That's right.
Okay, so Kara, on this day, we've got rain coming in, but this is also National Pepperoni Pizza Day.
Oh, yeah.
Fried Rice Day, String Cheese Day, and National Gibberish Day. Speaking of
Captain Bob, yeah, okay, right, great, okay.
Oh, goodness. So how's your morning been going so far?
Pretty standard, which is fine. I'm fine with standard.
Okay, it looked like your weatherology office was trying to call me at 6:40 this morning.
Interesting.
And so it's like, well, I've already had the live hit at 6:20. Maybe we're getting a double dip.
They wanted to let you know it's raining.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's right.
That's
True.
it. Oh, by the way, it's raining. Okay.
Okay, so what is the weather?
Well, we've got rain. It's going to be rainy
Thanks a lot for
today.
calling. We'll talk to you
Lots
later.
of clouds, lots of showers. Yeah, and see ya. But it's going to be cooler. It's a high of 70 today. Our average high is like 79. We're going to be a little bit up and down these next several days, so it's quite the roller coaster. As we head into tonight, more scattered showers will dip down to 61. We jump to 81 tomorrow, scattered showers, some sunshine, 50% chance for rain Thursday night, dip down to 65. Still at 80, but showers are likely on Friday. Then the weekend comes along. We're at 82, a chance for rain Saturday. Still some showers on Sunday with a high of 77. So quite the amount of rain heading our way over the next several days. Like I was mentioning last hour, if you have something to do outside, Thursday might be your best bet to get something done. Otherwise, Saturday might be a good chance as well. That seems to be at least the lower chance, but the rest of the days seem to be pretty, at least a good chunk of the day will be pretty rainy, so might want to stay out of that. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
All right, thank you so much, Kara. We will catch you next hour.
Catch you then.
It's good that we're going to be at a boat show.
Yeah. All right, another names for gibberish. They have jibber jabber, gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook, yeah.
And they said people just blurt out crazy stuff like wishes are hopping.
How about yada, yada, yada? How come that's not on that list?
It didn't make the list.
It didn't make the list. Come on, let's get that on there. Let's have a vote.
But sponsoring weatherology is B&B Heating and Cooling. That made the list.
Yada, yada, yada. Yeah.
Home of the Free Filter Friday, 4177 Osage Beach Parkway. Call them up at 302-COOL, 302-2665, bbhvac.com. Let's find out what's trending.
See ya. Bye.
Gas prices are on the rise again, especially for those in Southern California. I'm Stacey Lynn. Here's what's trending. The average price of a gallon of regular in some counties is now over $6.
Cost me $106 to fill up my tank.
That's 47 cents higher than a week ago and 70 cents higher than last month. Do you have some seriously stank breath going on? You need to go to the dentist. And here's another reason you should never ever skip those appointments. A new study found people who regularly go had higher survival rates of head and neck cancer down the road. Warning, there are a whole lot of R's coming your way now. Rihanna and A$AP Rocky have finally shared pics of their new baby on Instagram. His name is Riot Rose. The family photo also includes big brother RZA and Ree, whose real name is Robin, and Rocky, formerly known as Rakeem. All right, I'm done now. Really.
Lake Regional Health System is pleased to welcome neurologist Dr. Justin Malone full-time to Lake Regional's medical staff. Dr. Malone is board-certified in sleep science, electrodiagnostic medicine, and neurology. He cares for patients with stroke and other neurologic disorders, including Parkinson's and essential tremors. To make an appointment with Dr. Malone, call Lake Regional Sleep Medicine at 302-2715. That's 302-2715. To learn more about Dr. Malone, visit lakeregional.com. Lake Regional Health System. Our commitment runs deep.
Fitz and the Tantrums are coming to the lake.
Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrum.
Somebody save your soul, 'cause you've been sinning in the city. I know too many troubles.
Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associate. Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
You don't even know.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11, coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
This hour of the Ozarks This Morning, sponsored by Reagan Cabinets, RAGAN, ReaganCabinets.com. Go to their website to view their cabinets, accessories, and various projects. Reagan Cabinets on Highway 42 in Osage Beach. Their phone number, 573-234-6830. All right, as we do each and every day, it's up to you for this Wednesday, September the 20th. Let's get started here. The phone starter. What ridiculous and untrue, yet slightly plausible theories can you come up with for the cause of common ailments like headaches or cavities? Interesting. Ridiculous and untrue, yet slightly plausible ideas of headaches and cavities. Water cooler question, sponsored by Lindy Spring Lake of the Ozarks. Treat your water and it will treat you even better. 573-348-5044, Lindy Spring Lake of the Ozarks.com. Here is our water cooler question. If you're average, you have three of these, but you'll probably only use two of them. What are they? If you're the average person, you probably have three of these, but probably only use two of them. What are they? The answer is email addresses. It's up to you. All right, here's our deep thought for today. It is better to fail in originality than to succeed in imitation. That's interesting. Better to fail in originality than to succeed in imitation. It's up to you for this Wednesday, September the 20th. Make it a good one.
Now, the Business Edge Minute. Here's Mitch Graff.
Did you know that the average person types around 40 words per minute and that we spend an average of about 3 hours a day on our keyboards? Here's a few tips on how you can dramatically improve the speed of your typing and free up some of your valuable time. Number 1, try to keep the palms of your hand relatively quiet. By keeping the bottom of your hand resting on the keyboard, you won't have to expend as much energy to type the same amount or more words. Number 2, use all of your fingers, not just your pointers. You may think that you're cool by typing everything with 2 fingers, but it is severely affecting how fast you can go. So stop it! And number 3, practice. And I mean the correct way. The old ASDFJKL semicolon is just as effective today as it was when we were growing up. So use it. Now that you have all this extra time on your hands, what are you going to do with it? At BusinessEdgeMinute.com, I'm Mitch Graff. You've heard it said before that the best lessons learned are from the School of Hard Knocks. Well, now you can give the gift of a PhD from this prestigious university. This authentic diploma is printed on the same high-quality paper that the top schools in the world use for their diplomas and will become the center of conversation for sure. Visit schoolofhardknocks.net. That's schoolofhardknocks.net, and you'll receive a special discount of 20% at checkout when you enter the code EDGE. Get one for that person in your life who seems to have everything, or heck, get one for yourself. You've earned it.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. Inflation is at the top of the Fed's to-do list. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger says officials meeting today may let interest rates stay as they are.
All eyes will be on the Federal Reserve when it convenes its two-day policy meeting. There are a lot of opinions about what the Fed should do. The most likely outcome, according to economists, is that the Fed will not take any action at this meeting. leaving the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%.
And we should learn about that decision at about 2 Eastern Time in about 5 hours. The economics have not been good for Writers Guild members who've been on strike and without paychecks for 5 months in a dispute over pay and artificial intelligence. Guild member Adriana Wright.
It's hard. I hear people saying it's hard. We are tired. People need money. People are really, really struggling.
Union negotiators are expected to meet with studio reps today on day 6 of the auto workers' strike. Still no indication of any progress toward settling it. Climate-related disasters like hurricanes have been sending insurance rates through the proverbial roof. Here's CBS's Ben Tracy.
Scientists say that climate change is fueling this pileup of more intense disasters, and that's causing a reckoning for insurance companies that also face higher costs to rebuild homes due to inflation. They're now either jacking up premiums for disaster coverage or pulling out altogether in places where the risks are now just too high.
The FDA says not yet for a new allergy medicine. CBS's Stacey Lynn has more from Washington.
The Food and Drug Administration said no to Neffy, at least for now. Neffy's a nasal spray being tested to treat severe allergic reactions. It would be the first needle-free option so you wouldn't have to poke your kids. This mom hopes it eventually will get approved, eliminating the need for an EpiPen.
Having allergies is traumatic enough. Injecting them with epinephrine just adds to that trauma.
King Charles has just arrived in France, and as CBS's Vicky Barker tells us, the French seem to be a bit lukewarm toward him.
This was the scene when the late Queen Elizabeth visited Paris in 2014. Long live the Queen, Parisians cried. Paris 2023, and these Parisians are, comment dit-on, apathetic.
Nothing special for me, actually.
King Charles isn't as important, as symbolic as Elizabeth.
This retro craft commercial tells us how easy it is to add American cheese to a sandwich.
2 slices of American singles. They're individually wrapped, so they're easy to open.
But Kraft has recalled some 83,000 cases of that processed American cheese because some of the wrapping is staying on the slices. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area is quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported that the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained to the area of origin and knocked down quickly. Mutual aid companies also summoned were allowed to cancel before arriving. No injuries are reported and the cause of the blaze is under investigation. Don't look now, but history and tradition return again to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnick says the all-day event is set for next Saturday, September 30th downtown, highlighted by some crowd-favorite activities and grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival. Young Eagle flights at the airport and the MU Flight for Life helicopter will be on display for all to see. Several lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope they will not have to put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joe LaPlante says the annual hazardous materials and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of larger real-life incidents. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville.
We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
The Cardinals couldn't carry over the Adam Wainwright 200th victory momentum as they lose to the Brewers last night by a score of 7-3. Richie Palacios, the unheralded outfielder, continues to swing a hot bat in September, pounding his 5th home run in the loss. Royals hang on to beat Cleveland last night 7-6. The Guardians, they were tiptoeing their way back into the ball game, down 7-2. They got to within 7-6, but Colin Snyder comes on his first career save in the 9th to give the Royals a 1-run victory. Mizzou quarterback Brady Cook considered questionable for Saturday when Mizzou takes on Memphis in the Zoo to the Lou game at the Dome at America Center. Of course, Cook coming off his career best performance passing Saturday in the win against then 15th ranked Kansas State. Most believe he'll probably give it a go in his hometown on Saturday, but again, trying to bounce back from that hyperextended knee. And the St. Louis Blues, as we told you yesterday afternoon, they have named Braden Shen as the 24th captain in franchise history. Robert Thomas, Justin Falk, Colton Parayko are assistant captains. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I want to tell you about our award-winning service department. Hewlett Service Department was named Best Service Department in Missouri, and we take that honor very seriously. We fix your vehicle right the first time and strive to make your experience seamless by offering free transportation and a free car wash each time you're in.
Bulletin. Right now, qualified buyers can get an extra $1,250 in Conquest cash with non-GM trade-ins for 2023 Buick Encore GXs.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Showers and thunderstorms likely today, cloudy with our high nearing 70. More scattered showers continue overnight, staying cloudy with a low around 61. Showers continue into Thursday, otherwise sunny with a high of 81, and more rain may continue into Thursday night with a low of 65. And rain on Friday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 63 degrees.
Make this the year you experience the Inclusive Collection, part of Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. Hi, this is Tim Davis from Direct Travel. Whether it's a dream vacation, a fairy tale honeymoon, or a destination wedding, let Direct Travel help you make it happen. Imagine the beautiful beaches of Secrets Divine Cancun or Secrets Moxie Playa del Carmen. Relax at a wellness spa like Zoetree Marigold Bay St. Lucia. Find entertainment and recreation at the breathless Cancun Soul Resort and Spa, all with amazing amenities you'll never forget. Book an air and hotel package before October 6th for travel before June 11th of 2024 and receive our Direct Travel exclusive discount. For more information, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Hot, hot, hot.
CBS Money Watch.
Kraft Heinz is voluntarily recalling more than 80,000 cases of individually wrapped American cheese slices. The recall applies to 16-ounce and 3-pound multi-packs of Kraft Singles American pasteurized prepared cheese products with use-by dates in January 2024. Consumers can return the recalled products to the store for an exchange or refund. Several major retailers are hiring seasonal workers. Amazon says it wants to bring in roughly 250,000 employees in cities across the U.S. Target is hoping to hire around 100,000 workers, and Macy's announced it wants to employ around 38,000 workers. I'm Chanel Call.
Summer Bonanza means more business in the fall months. Hire right with Indeed. Their integrated solution lets you schedule and conduct video interviews all in one place. Finding your next great hire has never been this easy. Get hiring at Indeed.com/credits.
CBS Money Watch is sponsored by Oak Star Bank, and they're proud to be ranked as the top ag lender in Missouri and number 11 nationally, according to the Independent Community Bankers of America's 2021 top lenders list. Stop by one of their convenient lake area locations to see how their team can help your operation succeed. Oak Oakstar Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. News Talk KRMS.
It's the only station that gets me through the day.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
And the crowd goes wild.
I'll tell you what, we've got the rain today. We need the rain so desperately. The ground is dry and it's parched. And so this rain will just kind of loosen things up, and then hopefully it'll get to the point where it starts to soak it up and the water tables come back up. Right now, the lake level's at 657.87, river level 551.74, so those are down a little bit, about 2 feet from the summer. And then Truman is at 704.30. Big shout out to the friends listening all across the country, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, Columbus, Ohio, the villages down in Florida, Pine Top, Lakeview in Arizona, Wichita, Kansas, just to name a few of some of the destinations, all the way up to Boardman, Oregon. We want to welcome you as well to the big show. Thank you so much for listening to us right here on the Ozarks This Morning News Talk KRMS. Well, the Insurance Institute of Highway Safety tested 4 types of minivans. This is out by crashing them into walls. The driver was fine, but the little ones, not so much. They found that they were at risk with a fatal injury for some of them at 46% or higher. And so there are just a few of those, but make sure that if you're thinking about getting a minivan, that it will pass that crash test. Well, there's a new study out that found that men with stressful jobs who don't feel adequately rewarded face twice the risk of heart disease compared to guys who are working under those, to guys not working under those conditions. So if it's true, that's not good in that regard. All right, a continuing resolution. The deadline for the solution for a possible government shutdown is September the 30th. Congress has only 6 more scheduled days on its calendar to meet the deadline. A proposed stopgap bill was tentatively agreed upon by the members on Sunday. However, this date has not yet been passed. Here's Representative Mark Alford of the 4th District.
It's important that we keep our government funded, that we pay our federal workers, that we give our military a 5.2% pay increase. There are some members who are dead set on just going into a government shutdown. They think they need to send a message. The message I want to send to the 4th Congressional District is that we can get this done. We are going to cut spending. We're going to go to a lower level of spending than we've seen in the past, but a continuing resolution is the vehicle to get us there. And if we shut down, then I don't know where we go from there.
Linda Kenyon has more on what they're going to do for the defense bill.
It was a procedural vote, but it still demonstrated how internal divisions within the Republican Party have stymied efforts to move forward on spending issues. In this case, the $886 billion appropriations bill was blocked from moving to full debate, in part by hardline conservatives who demanded deep spending cuts. A similar situation last week meant the bill had to be pulled from consideration. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he will try again, but he did not say when. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
And even as the summer starts to wind down, they say that those gas prices are on the upswing.
While Gas Buddy says the national average for gas is $3.83 a gallon, Southern California is seeing sky-high prices of $6.
Prices are up 20 cents a gallon from a week ago.
Gas Buddy analyst Patrick DeHaan on the why.
The higher price of oil has pushed gas prices up compared to earlier this year, but it's mainly refinery issues that have really caused prices to surge in some regions of the country, which have pulled the national average up.
Oil is at $93 a barrel. Matt Piper, CBS News.
And credit denials, well, whether it's a human that denied you or maybe artificial intelligence, there are specific reasons why you may have been turned down. CBS's news reporter Christopher Cruz says that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has released new guidance to lenders who use AI to make credit decisions.
The CFPB says creditors are now using AI in such a way that applications are sometimes denied for reasons that have nothing to do with a consumer's finances, including behavioral spending data. The agency is reminding creditors that consumers have the right under federal law to know specifically why their application was denied. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
And if you're thinking about getting a job for the holidays, even though this is September, there are organizations and companies that are looking to hire for the holidays.
Holiday hiring is here. Target says it will add nearly 100,000 seasonal roles for the holiday season. Macy's and Bloomingdale's say they plan to hire more than 38,000 full and part-time seasonal employees. But Amazon must really need the help with all those holiday clicks. It'll hire 250,000 people. That is a 67% jump from last year. Kara Hilly is an Amazon spokeswoman for the Minneapolis area.
We want to make sure that we do have the staff to be able to meet customer demand, especially around the holidays. Definitely important for us to meet that hiring need.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
This is the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. Our news time is 8:16. We've got 64 degrees.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
The Inn at Grand Glaze Resort offers a clean, comfortable, affordable getaway with amazing views of the awe-inspiring Lake of the Ozarks with 153 guest rooms and 15,000 square feet of meeting space. The Inn is ideal for family reunions, weddings, and conventions. Conveniently located in a secluded cove just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge, minutes from numerous attractions and activities. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Call for reservations or information 800-348-4731.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Pro Designs, but better than a billboard.
Hey, this is Jimmy at Pro Designs. Our wraps are better than a billboard. They go where you go, places like sporting events, fairs, parades. A billboard can't do that. Start building recognition for your business everywhere your vehicle goes. Your customers are on the move, so don't just sit there. Get rolling.
Go to ProDesigns.com.
Pro Designs, but better than a billboard.
Are we going to do what they say can be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound, just watch no bandit run.
It's going to be maybe slipping and sliding this morning with the rain because we're going to have some steady rain this morning. Showers continuing into the afternoon. Presently 64 degrees. We're on our way to a high of 70, so just a couple more ticks on the thermometer. Todd Starnes is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant located on Highway 54 west in Camdenton. Call ahead at 573-346-6133. You can check their daily breakfast and lunch specials on Facebook.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Liberty University's K-12 online academy is the best of a homeschool, private school, and Bible-based education all rolled into one. With LUOA, you can take charge of your child's learning environment and create a structured yet flexible schedule that works for your family. Our qualified teachers are easily accessible for guidance and support along the way. And with new classes starting every Monday, it's never too late to make a switch to LUOA. To learn more, text LUOA to 88741. That's LUOA to 88741.
George Washington, the father of our country, may soon get evicted from the Big Apple. The New York City Cultural Affairs Committee is set to hold a public hearing that could lead to the removal of statues and monuments honoring our nation's first president. Now, there are multiple statues and monuments to Washington, including Washington Square Park and the George Washington Bridge. Unclear whether the park and bridge will be leveled or just simply renamed. Christopher Columbus also on the list. Columbus Circle at the entrance of Central Park, long been a source of controversy among the perpetually offended crowd, but the Italians are vowing to fight back. In 2021, New York City overwhelmingly voted to remove Thomas Jefferson from City Hall. Well, let's be clear. This is nothing more than an attempt by the radical left to erase our history. I wrote a book about this, Culture Jihad, How to Stop the Left from Killing a Nation. It's available at ToddStarnes.com.
As a roofer, I've got a million things to do, and that's a million things that need to be done right. That's why I partner with Beacon. The team at Beacon makes sure my materials are delivered accurately and on time. And the Beacon Pro Plus app makes ordering the brands I depend on, like CertainTeed Landmark Pro, easier than ever. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through November, purchase CertainTeed through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
This cardboard order, is it up to date?
Camila's recyclable coffee cup factory can no longer be considered a grande.
Redesign? It's at the printer.
She needs more designers to jump the business to a triple shot.
Client wants to see several more design options. The logo's gotta be bigger.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't rave about the food served at RJ's Family Restaurant. Repeat and new customers savor the menu items. From skillet creations, eggs Benedict, lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
Well, coming up next Monday, it's the First Watch Idiots Club Charity Golf Tournament. The tournament will be a 4-person scramble with a shotgun start. Registration is $175. This will be taking place at the Osage National Golf Resort. And if you want more information, you can go to the website of the Idiots Club, LOTOidiotsclub.info, LOTOidiotsclub.info for more information on how to be a part of this golf tournament, which is next Monday and it starts at 11 o'clock in the morning. Should be a lot of fun. It's a beautiful course over there, Osage National. Coming up, we've got the Fresh Grocer, and we'll find out what's on his mind, today's hot list, and then Loy Rickman of the Young Eagles, and they're going to be up at the Turkey Festival in Eldon in about 10 days.
This weekend, it's the Lake of the Ozarks Marine Dealers September Boat Show clearance. September 22nd through 24th at Captain Ron's at the 34 1/2 mile marker. New clearance price 23s, pre-owned and demos, cruisers, runabouts, performance boats, tri-tunes, ski boats, personal watercraft, docks, lifts, and all boating accessories. For more information, visit ozarkboatshow.com. $1,000 of free gas given away at the show. The September Boat Show clearance, September 22nd through the 24th at Captain Ron's.
The community calendar is sponsored by our veterinary at the lake. Visit lake.vet. September is Ovarian and Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Be aware of the symptoms. Visit radiologyinfo.org for information on treatments, procedures, and more. That's today's community calendar.
Goo Goo Dolls are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums. Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associate.
Give up forever to touch you, 'cause I know that you feel me somehow. You're the closest to heaven that I'll ever be.
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo, your Fresh Grocer. Now, today's tip of the day is going to be on something that if you like to make minestrone soup, you're going to need the bean, the cranberry bean. And right now, they're available in farmers markets all over the place because they're locally grown and they're delicious. Now, these beans are the beans that are red and white on the outside. They look kind of funky, like somebody painted graffiti on the pods of these beans. But these beans are wonderful. They're hearty, they're delicious, and they're great in soups, and they're great sautéed. When you select them, the more of a red, dark purple, yellow color they have around the outside, just a little bit of yellow, not too much though, is when they're the best. And a little bit of white, of course, is very important. Now what you want to do is when you buy these beans, is simply store them in the refrigerator right away. Even though they look like they could last for decades because they almost look petrified, these beans have a very short shelf life, surprisingly or not, 2 to 4 days at the very most. Cranberry beans at your local market. And I'm Tony Tantillo, your Fresh Grocer, and this is your tip for the day.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo. Have you ever tried Tantillo sauce? Well, let me tell you something. If you have, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, you got to try it. Go to TantilloFoods.com. That's TantilloFoods.com for the most authentic Italian sauce you have ever had. It's like my mother or my grandmother making you sauce for your pasta at your house every night. That's how good it is. I stand behind it. It's all made in Italy, from the tomato fields of Parma to your house. That's TantilloFoods.com.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years. A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11, coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app? News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, welcome back to the program. Loy Rickman coming in about 15 minutes or so, and he's going to be sharing about the Young Eagles. They're going to be out at the Eldon Turkey Festival coming up in about 10 days, and so it's going to be quite interesting. But right now, what is interesting is the hot list. All right, Tony Herman live in studio. It's better than being dead in studio.
Well, that's it. That doesn't pay as much. When you get paid by the word.
That's right. Growing number of polls are showing voters are concerned about President Joe Biden's age and energy.
That doesn't concern me at all.
It's
what
like
concerns
Jeb-
me.
it's
What
like-
concerns me is the people that that don't believe it. That 73% or whatever they say voted. Well, what about the 17?
Yeah.
How old are they?
Yeah, Jeb Bush, low energy, huh?
Yes.
Hunter Biden is expected to plead not guilty to federal gun charges. Boy, this keeps going back and forth. He's going to keep on wiggling until his... who knows where this is going to go?
Oh man, I tell you, Hunter's got a lot of flaws, but he's got the kahunas. He's coming out now. He's suing the IRS. He's suing someone else. He's suing one of the whistleblowers. He's going to sue everybody.
That's right. Stressed out at work, Tony? Well, it's really bad for your heart, they say, especially for men. A new study found that men with stressful jobs who don't feel adequately rewarded face twice the risk of a heart attack.
Oh, I could go by Thursday. And it's,
That's right.
It's a little stress.
All right, minivans, we talked about that. Americans only drink 5 glasses of water daily. They're supposed to drink 8, the new study shows. And so we are not drinking enough water.
I don't know if I've drunk, whatever it is. I don't know if I've drank 5 this year. What month is this? 8, 9, September?
September is month number 9. Is it? Yeah, it is. Because 10, 11, 12 is October, November, December.
I drank a bottle of water last weekend.
I was in a store yesterday. They had Christmas trees up in the aisles, and they had all these different Santas. They had a rodeo Santa. They had a tropical Santa with the tropical shirt and everything, and the shorts and the life raft thing.
That's good. I mean, maybe that's going to be the theme for this year. You know, you've already
tropical Santas.
They bought all the Christmas trees they're going to buy, so now they're looking to sell something new.
That's right. Pringles introduces caviar collection. What?
Now Pringles. I may not drink water, but I do like Pringles.
All right. Burger King launches the homecoming meal for 2. Celebrate the start of school with the BK homecoming meal starting Thursday, September 21st. That's tomorrow. Share a $10 meal that includes 2 Whopper Junior sandwiches, 2 milkshakes, 1 small order of onion rings, and 1 small fry.
You know, we talked the other day about Cheeseburger Day and all the specials and things like that. I tried to get that. I downloaded the app, tried to get that. It was too complicated. I just paid full price. Life's too short.
That's right. People say the app will change your life, though. Because you don't have to talk to anybody. They say, if you ordered it on the app, yeah, okay, fine, swing through.
No, it's a lot of pressure in the drive-thru. You know, you talked a minute ago about having a heart attack at work because your day's stressful. Now, you try being in the next car in line trying to order.
All right, for this holiday season, finally, enjoy chocolate bark in 4 varieties. M&M's, Snickers, Twix, and Dove. The treats are recently spotted at Costco, available nationwide. And that's according to Snackalator.
I'm not a big chocolate guy.
Snackalator. That is actually either a website or a magazine. Snackalator.
It does sounds like they know what they're doing.
Yeah. And you know who's head of Snackalator? Sir Snackslot.
Yeah.
I just made that up. It sounds good, though, didn't it?
I don't think you had to worry about people thinking it was real there.
Loy Hedrick coming up.
What do France's idyllic chateau, Budapest's breathtaking architecture, and Holland's iconic windmills all have in common? You can experience them all with Alma Waterways and direct travel while saving 20% on select 2023 and 2024 Europe or Mekong River cruises. Hi, this is Tim Davis. Book your Alma Waterways River Cruise by September 30th and experience a locally sourced cuisine, a variety of enriching shore excursions, a daily sip and sail cocktail hour, complimentary Wi-Fi, and much, much more. In addition, take advantage of transatlantic flights at fixed rates on select 2023 and 2024 European sailings, with rates per person starting at $8.99. For complete details, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. Federal Reserve officials wrap up their two-day policy meeting today with inflation at the top of the to-do list. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger says they may decide to hold interest rates steady.
At the very least, pausing before the last two meetings of the year will give the Federal Reserve more information as its decision-making process continues.
More than 4 months into the writers' strike against Hollywood studios, contract talks set to resume today. Los Angeles Times senior entertainment writer Meg James.
It will be incumbent for both sides to try to sort of find a middle ground. Everyone is just exhausted. People have been tired of being out of work for 5 months. You know, people's tensions are high.
The FDA says not now to new allergy medicine. CBS's Alexander Tin.
ARS Pharmaceuticals, developer of an epinephrine nasal spray it had branded as Neffy, disclosed the FDA is now calling for more data after repeat doses.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. A court date has now been set for the Huntington Beach, California man accused of being drunk while operating a boat which ran aground, hit a house, and overturned, ejecting himself and 7 others in Camden County. Courthouse records now indicate that 47-year-old Adam Ramirez posted a $100,000 bond 1 week ago and is scheduled to be arraigned on October 16th. A motion has also been filed requesting that Ramirez be allowed to appear virtually for the arraignment based on continuing health commissions diminishing his ability to travel from Huntington Beach despite also owning a home in Sunrise Beach in Morgan County. Ramirez is charged with 2 counts of boating while intoxicated causing serious physical injury and 5 other counts of boating while intoxicated causing physical injury. The accident happened at the 1.3-mile marker of the Osage Arm during the late night hours back on July 22nd. Several lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope they will not have to put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joe LaPlante says the annual hazardous materials and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and more importantly be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of larger real-life incidents. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. The Morgan County R2 Board of Education for Sales is set to handle some new business. They'll be discussing the district school resource officer agreement with the sheriff's office, the special ed compliance program, a memorandum of understanding with Head Start and the district's drug testing activities policy. A closed session to deal with personnel, student discipline, and legal matters also appears on the agenda. The Morgan County R2 Board of Education meeting begins tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock in the middle school library. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for a massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
The Cardinals couldn't carry over the Adam Wainwright 200th victory momentum as they lose to the Brewers last night by a score of 7-3. Richie Palacios, the unheralded outfielder, continues to swing a hot bat in September, pounding his 5th home run in the loss. Royals hang on to beat Cleveland last night 7-6. The Guardians, they were tiptoeing their way back into the ball game, down 7-2. They got to within 7-6, but Colin Snyder comes on his first career save in the 9th to give the Royals a 1-run victory. Mizzou quarterback Brady Cook considered questionable for Saturday when Mizzou takes on Memphis in the Zoo to the Lou game at the Dome at America Center. Of course, Cook coming off his career best performance passing Saturday in the win against then 15th ranked Kansas State. Most believe he'll probably give it a go in his hometown on Saturday, but again, trying to bounce back from that hyperextended knee. And the St. Louis Blues, as we told you yesterday afternoon, they have named Braden Shen as the 24th captain in franchise history. Robert Thomas, Justin Falk, Colton Parayko are assistant captains. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Showers and thunderstorms likely today, cloudy with our high nearing 70. More scattered showers continue overnight, staying cloudy with a low around 61. Showers continue into Thursday, otherwise sunny with a high of 81, and more rain may continue into Thursday night with a low of 65. And rain on Friday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 63 degrees.
A nightmarish question is quietly being asked today by the Department of Defense, the Marine Corps, and tight-lipped military pilots. Was our brand spanking new $80 million F-35 stealth fighter hacked? I'm Kim Commando, brought to you by SimpliSafe. Save 20% on a new security system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafechem.com. Here's another question. Why did it take an entire day to find it? The government will only say that the fighter had some sort of malfunction, but no one will say what the malfunction was. The big fear is that with thousands of the aircraft's computer chips manufactured in Taiwan, which is riddled with Chinese spies, could those chips be compromised? If all this sounds like a spy novel, it is. Ghost Fleet was written by P.W. Singer back in 2015. It asked the question, could China paralyze our high-tech military and win a war? And now that question has suddenly become real. Get tech smart with my free newsletter and join 500,000 folks at getkim.com. Fall is here, and with the kids back at school, your spare time is likely filled with soccer practices and other activities. All the while, your home is sitting empty and vulnerable. Trust me, thieves know this, and they're on the lookout. That's why I recommend SimpliSafe's Home Security's revolutionary new monitoring program. It's called 24/7 Live Guard Protection, and it's made possible by SimpliSafe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera and a Fast Protect monitoring plan. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, SimpliSafe monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them right through the Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. Install everything yourself in about 30 minutes, or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. Either way, it's easy to protect your home. For a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafekim.com. That's simplysafekim.com. simplysafekim.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The Inn at Grand Glaze Resort offers a clean, comfortable, affordable getaway with amazing views of the awe-inspiring Lake of the Ozarks. With 153 guest rooms and 15,000 square feet of meeting space, the Inn is ideal for family reunions, weddings, and conventions. Conveniently located in a secluded cove just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge, minutes from numerous attractions and activities. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Call for reservations or information, 800-348-4731.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app? News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Would you like to ride in my beautiful balloon? Would you like to ride in my beautiful balloon? We could float among the stars together, you and I. For we can fly.
Well, flying is the name of the game, and we've got the man who's got it all wrapped up in one nice package here. Loy, Rick, man, how you doing, Loy?
I'm doing good, Guy. How are you doing?
All right. And you're with the Young Eagles flight program, and it is a really cool thing.
We think so. By the way, thank you very much for inviting me in today. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Love to get the word out. We're with
you got to tell about what's happening in Eldon.
I'm going to do that. Okay. We're with the Experimental Aircraft Association, and the EAA, as we call it, runs a program called the Young Eagles. It's kids 8 to 17 get to fly, absolutely free. Come out, and our next event is in Eldon, as you mentioned, on the 30th. Check-in is 10:30 in the morning. We're going to run from 11 to 2.
Hey, here's Tony Herman. He wants to crash a plane. Come on in.
Yeah, hey, come on in, Tony. We talked about this last time.
You talk about experimental aircraft. This is an experimental pilot right here.
Okay, yeah.
You know, Loy's a good guy, but he kind of broke my heart last time. He said, "You're too old for the kids' free rides."
Come on, you're not a day over 16, are you?
I said, well, I'm very immature. I said, if you factor that in, I'm probably 18.
So what are these pedals doing down here?
It's a good activity.
You push in those pedals, and you find out what they do.
Okay, continue.
All righty. Well, after that act, it was tough to follow. But 30th of September, that's a week from this coming Saturday, we're going to fly from 11 to 2. You can start checking in at 10:30. Pre-registration is at a website called yeday.org. Our specific site is with a /8304, yeday.org/8304, and you can register right there, and that really cuts down the time it takes to get checked in. Let's see, what else do we have? We got parent or guardian has to sign for the kid. We can't have next door neighbor or grandma or foster parent or something like that.
Now, does the parent or the guardian, do they need proof that they are the parent or guardian, or is it just a verbal?
We take their word for it.
Okay.
And we've never had any problems with that, so come on out. I think last time we did Eldon, we had 79 kids.
Now, we were talking on the phone a couple of days ago, and there's a Young Eagles that you do at Camdenton, and you do this in Eldon, and you said that the response at Eldon, which I was surprised, you said it seems to be a little bit better than Camdenton.
It has been the last couple of years. I don't know why that is, but you would think that Camdenton would be pretty good, but we had 50 kids, 45 kids, I think, at Camdenton in June when we did it. Let's see. 45 in April when we did it, and we had another 35 in June when we did a second event. But we've had 79 or so kids at Eldon, and it just seems to be a little bit better.
Yeah. Now, that's at the Eldon Airport. So where would that be located? If people are driving in 52, where would they find it? Just keep on going?
Yeah, you get off on 52 and go into, kind of head into downtown Eldon and take a right on 87 going north. And the airport's about probably 3/4 of a mile north after you get on 87.
Now, it's the 87 off of 52. You don't take the 87 exit off of 54.
No. Go off on 52 and 87
If you
going
hit
north.
California, you got too far.
That's right. Way too far.
Okay. What do the kids get out of it? They come there. Do they have to pay anything to get up in an airplane?
Absolutely not. This is totally free for the kids and the parents. It's all donated time, donated airplanes, donated avgas, which, by the way, is getting up there just like your car gas is. But it's all paid for, and it's free for the kids. Totally free.
How many airplanes are going to be involved? Just one or maybe a handful?
We're going to have probably 5, maybe 6 airplanes involved.
Okay.
And the more airplanes, the merrier, because we can handle more kids. And pilots get kind of tired after about 5 flights.
Now, you take the kids up in the airplane, and it's the child and the pilot. And are there any other people in there, or is it just the two of them?
If we have a 4-place airplane, we try to take 3 kids with us. Most of our airplanes are 4-place airplanes, and the only way to get 79 or 80 kids done is to take them 3 at a time. What we do is come out of Eldon, go south, give them a look at the dam, and then turn and fly up the river to Tuscumbia, and then back to Eldon. And for Turkey Days, we'll do a little bit of flying over Eldon so they can look down and say, hey, there's my school, or there's my house, or whatever. But
what a nice loop that you do, and showing them the dam from the sky has got to be gorgeous. And then taking it on over to Tuscumbia, which is the county seat, I believe.
Mm-hmm. It is. Miller County seat. Yeah.
How many, and this would be going back to all the Young Eagle days, how many of the people that have gone up in that have maybe come out to be commercial pilots or have pursued airplaning and piloting as a career?
Probably not a huge amount, probably 5 to 10%, somewhere in that area. We've
That's
had
still a good number.
It is. We've had, right now we've got a airline pilot flying for a Delta feeder. We've got a young man that's one of our first scholarship students that the EAA funded, is down in Fort Rucker, Alabama, in helicopter training for the Army. We've got 2 kids in university in flight programs. One of them is up in UCM, and we've got another one going to UCM this coming fall.
How can people, adults, be a part of your organization?
Well, give me a call. But we have a meeting. Our chapter 1254 of the EAA meets every second Saturday at the Camdenton Airport. Just look for a bunch of cars around one of the south hangars and come on in. And
do they have to be a pilot to be a part of the group?
Absolutely not. We have several of our members are parents of the kids that have flown with us, and they've just stayed on with the group, and they volunteer. Our secretary is one of those that her child, young man, I'll say, flew with us, and she got started with the group, and her husband started with the group, and they come to our meetings, and she became our secretary.
Wow. All right. So let's just kind of revisit what's going to happen. It's a week from Saturday on the 30th in Eldon Airport.
That's correct, yes.
And the time?
The time is 11. We're going to fly from 11 to 2. You can start checking in at 10:30. And what we do is we run the kids through a full pre-flight of the airplane before they fly with the pilot.
So they learn how to do the walk-around.
They learn how to do the walk-around. They get an idea what all the control surfaces do. They get an idea what what the controls do, and then they go up with the pilot and fly. And if they're in the right seat in the front, they get to maybe fly the airplane a little bit.
And some are probably anxious about going up. Maybe all of them are at first. It's like, wow, I've never done this before.
That's I've got a couple interesting stories about that. I've had several that are anxious. I'm not sure I want to do this. But the minute the wheels come off the ground, they say, "Are we flying now?" And they're happy the rest of the flight.
Yeah,
and,
wow. That is so cool. Well, you know what is also cool, Loy, is Weatherology with Kara Foster. Kara, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. We have Loy Rickman in studio, and Loy is with the Experimental Aircraft Association, and they do the Young Eagles plan, and they take young kids up in the skies.
Nice. That's good. That's good. I've only been, I guess, when I was a kid, I went up in a helicopter, which isn't quite the same, but along the same lines.
Loy,
Got to learn a little bit about it.
That's a little scary because you cannot kind of glide back down to earth if the helicopter goes awry.
No. If the helicopter goes awry, there's as long as your rotor is still turning, there's a thing called auto rotation. And you start coming down very fast, and you hit. but it's not a crash landing. It's a controlled thing. But
you come down really fast.
We don't have that problem. Come on down and fly with us, Kara.
Well, I am scared of planes a little bit, but
it'll only take one flight
I'm
to
sure
fix
that will help people get not scared of planes, which is good.
It is. Yeah.
Well, it's bigger than your car, but smaller than a bird. No. All right. What's our weather going to be like?
All right. Well, it's going to be a bit rainy. We got some showers and thunderstorms out there today. High of 70, so much cooler. Staying cloudy, scattered showers into tonight. Mostly cloudy, 61 as our low. Warmer for tomorrow. Sunny for the most part, high of 81, but we will still see some scattered showers throughout the day. More scattered showers Thursday night, down to 65. Rainier day for Friday. Maybe some sunshine as we head into the morning, but as we head into the afternoon, it's definitely going to be more of a rainy day. High of 80, and showers continue Friday night as well. The weekend is still going to be pretty rainy for the most part. High of 82 Saturday, scattered showers and sunshine, and same thing on Sunday with a high of 77. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
All right, Kara, thank you so much, and we'll catch you tomorrow.
Catch you then.
All right, Kara Foster out of our weatherology office. Loy, once again, I want to thank you for coming in.
My pleasure, Guy, and again, thank you for inviting us.
You bet. Let's find out what's trending.
The FDA says no to Neffy for now. I'm Stacey Lynn. Here's what's trending. Neffy's a nasal spray being tested to treat severe allergic reactions. It would be the first needle-free option, so you wouldn't have to poke your kids.
Having allergies is traumatic enough. Injecting them with epinephrine just adds to that trauma.
2 teens have been arrested for a deadly hit-and-run crash in Las Vegas last month that they filmed on their phone. You see them intentionally ramming into a 64-year-old retired police chief while he was riding a bike.
A cowardly act that in my 22 years of law enforcement left me personally appalled.
The teens are now facing murder charges. Boston's getting a new pro women's soccer team. Doesn't have a name just yet, but it will be the NWSL's 15th team. The inaugural season kicks off in 2026.
Lake Regional Health System is pleased to welcome Dr. Michael Severance to Lake Regional Urology. Dr. Severance provides specialized medical and surgical care for male and female urinary tract and male reproductive organs. Conditions he commonly treats include prostate, bladder and kidney cancer, incontinence, urinary tract infections, and kidney stones. He also performs vasectomies. To make an appointment with Dr. Severance, call Lake Regional Urology at 302-3111. That's 302-3111. To learn more about Dr. Severance, visit lakeregional.com. Lake Regional Health System. Our commitment runs deep.
The community calendar is sponsored by Jeff Hedberg Realtor. Visit lakehedberg.com. The Sunrise Beach Little Theater will present the musical production of Disney's Frozen Jr. That happens on November 24th, 25th, and 26th. That's today's community calendar.
Picture this, relaxing evenings with your loved ones, hosting gatherings with friends, visiting the lake in a home that's free from pests. With All-American Termite and Pest Control, that dream is a reality. And do you have furry friends who love to explore the great outdoors? Well, say goodbye to fleas, ticks, spiders, and chiggers with a specialized yard spray for your yard and dock. And ask about the mosquito control. Call 346-4830 or visit bugsferus.com. All-American Termite and Pest Control. They put pests to rest.
Goo Goo Dolls are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums. Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, broker associate. Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
Oh, here you are. There's nothing left to say. You're not
We're winding down on the program this morning, and just don't forget that there's the West Side Social coming up at Red's Barbecue this evening at 5 o'clock, and there are no dues to pay. Just go and show up and just have a great time. That's at the north end of Lori, and if you're coming from the south, it'll be on the left-hand side, and just beyond the big water tower, and just a little bit beyond AOK RVs. Well, we've got some things coming up. We'll be right back.
When you come to the lake, every minute is precious. After all, the boating season is way too short. So when you get out on the water and you want to stay there, giving up time for cleaning up after your fun is not part of the plan. ASAP Concierge gets that. Because we're boaters too. Hi, this is Selena Coble. We'll clean your boat and make it easy for your next trip out on the lake. Check us out on the web at asapconcierge.net and you can book your next cleaning there. That's asapconcierge.net. ASAP. We put the leisure in lake time.
This weekend, it's the Lake of the Ozarks Marine Dealers September Boat Show Clearance, September 22nd through 24th at Captain Ron's at the 34 1/2 mile marker. New clearance price 23s, pre-owned and demos, cruisers, runabouts, performance boats, tri-tunes, ski boats, personal watercraft, docks, lifts, and all boating accessories. For more information, visit ozarkboatshow.com. $1,000 of free gas given away at the show. The September Boat Show Clearance, September 22nd through the 24th at Captain Ron's.
Well, we want to say a big shout out to all those watching and listening to KRMSradio.com. Playa del Carmen, Mexico. They have just decided to tune in to KRMS, as well as many right here in the Lake of the Ozarks. And they're all waiting anxiously for Tony Herman and the Morning Magazine. What do you think about that, Tony? What do you have on your big show today?
Well, Guy, it looks like we've got another budget fight on our hand, and we're going to be talking to Congressman Mark Alford, and we're going to ask him some questions. Last time he was a no vote on the continuation, on the direct continuation there, and this time we're going to ask him which way he's going to vote on there.
I think, of what I understood, I think that he's kind of for it, but he might even switch because it depends on which way the Congress goes, doesn't it?
It's not good. I mean, it's not a good situation, and we spend too much.
33 trillion is what happens. Morning Magazine, 9 to 11. And then we have Jimmy Fallon from 11 to 2. Dave Ramsey, and then the Missouri Show Me program, and then Mike Anthony in the afternoon. Have a great one, everybody. Stay safe.
I'm Jeff Davis with Just a Thought. Leftist-controlled cities are now getting a taste of reality, and people living in those towns are waking up to the Biden administration's disaster over illegal immigration. There have been constant arguments with Homeland Security Chief Mayorkas, who has consistently lied about the security of the border. Mayorkas should be impeached. In sanctuary cities, a small trickle of illegals compared to the total number are taking root. Oh, but wait, they say, we don't want all of them. Imagine how ridiculous that is when millions are crossing the border. There are illegals being placed in non-sanctuary towns, too, that have no resources, and they're doing the best they can to meet just basic needs. 300 here, 300 there seems small, but the totality of this crisis becomes real when millions of people flood into the country who A, can't speak English, B, have not been tested for disease, and C, most importantly, need food and a place to stay. Did you know that it'll cost upwards of $300 billion to send back illegals who don't make the cut? Think about that for a second. Just a thought. I'm Jeff Davis.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. Attorney General Merrick Garland is about to answer questions before the House Judiciary Committee as House Republicans start their official impeachment inquiry. CBS's Linda Kenyon is in Washington.
The Judiciary Committee is led by Ohio Republican Jim Jordan, who has often described the Department of Justice as the Biden Justice Department. But in prepared remarks, Merrick Garland will say he does not take orders from the president, from Congress, or from anyone else about who or what to criminally investigate. He will also say, I am not the president's lawyer. I will also add that I am not Congress's prosecutor.
The Pentagon is taking another look at military discharges of LGBTQ military members, many of whom received dishonorable discharges during the Don't Ask, Don't Tell era. CBS's Jim Axelrod tells us they're also changing the process.
In a statement, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin vows to make the review process, quote, more accessible and efficient for LGBTQ veterans, which, according to a senior defense official, includes plans to conduct a review of veterans' records who served under Don't Ask, Don't Tell for possible recommendations of discharge upgrades.
On day 6, there's no progress reported in the auto workers' strike against the big 3 car makers. Negotiators from the Writers Guild and Hollywood studios are due to start bargaining again today. That strike is in its 5th month. We should know in about 4 hours whether or not the Fed will raise interest rates again to deal with inflation. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger says there's a good reason not to do that.
There's clearly been a vast improvement in inflation since the peak of July of 2022. That's when the CPI grew by 9.1% from the year earlier. But there's an issue here, and that is that it looks like inflation is re-accelerating, mostly due to energy prices.
In Nogales, Arizona, leaders say their town is overwhelmed by a huge volume of migrant border crossings. Mayor Jorge Maldonado is asking Washington for help.
My main concern is I hope Washington comes and visits us and looks at the real picture. It's very different being behind a desk in Washington and getting a different story.
Spain's championship women's soccer team is back on the field after threatening to walk out over sexual harassment and assault issues. CBS's Elaine Cobb.
Almost all of Spain's women's squad have agreed to end their boycott of the national team. That after the Spanish Soccer Federation said it would make immediate and profound changes to its structure. The boycott was prompted by outrage after Spain's soccer boss kissed a player on the lips while the team was presented with the World Cup.
The Dow is up 146. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area is quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported that the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained to the area of origin and knocked down quickly. Mutual aid companies also summoned were allowed to cancel before arriving. No injuries are reported and the cause of the blaze is under investigation. Don't look now, but history and tradition return again to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnick says the all-day event is set for next Saturday, September 30th downtown, highlighted by some crowd-favorite activities and grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and Turkey Lake's we'll be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival. Young Eagle flights at the airport and the MU Flight for Life helicopter will be on display for all to see. Several Lake Area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope they will not have to put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joe LaPlante says the annual hazardous materials and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of larger real-life incidents. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed-upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep